And bit of a change up for the live streams due to the unexpected increase in chaos, as it always is. I'll be doing a quick review of like the week and sort of like my Muppet Madness live streams, but I'll do them in the beginning. Um, so that might reduce the crazy Muppet live streams with, we'll say less of a clear telos. Who knows? Probably not. Maybe. I don't know. Um, Yeah, so I'd like to start out by announcing that yeah, Michael Malice went on Joe Rogan and called the VP Kamala Harris retarded. I were there. Yeah, you can argue I was there first, but that's not a surprise to me. It's a surprise to you, then welcome. Um, yeah, things are really ramping up for maximum crazy, right? Google's getting caught having a manipulated algorithm. Whether I don't think they manipulated it. To be honest, if you kind of follow the what do I want to call it? The darker thread of how to have a good YouTube channel, there's a lot of indications that people have a formula, they know a formula, that formula is available. Like if you want to use it, probably not for free, but also it's a cheat. It's a bypass. There's a lot of indication that that's true. Just to let you know, and that's what's happening here. Clearly, Google seems to be embarrassed by the fact that you type in Donald Trump and get Kamala Harris for the first few search results. That's a pretty big. A computer didn't do that. Let me put it that way. It's we could talk about the algorithm that magically has agency, and as somebody has have written algorithms, no, just flat out, you're just mistaken about everything about the world and how it works. Um, excuse me, but you can give some form of what appears to be agency to an algorithm. That's not hard to do. In fact, it's kind of what algorithms are, right? They're the agency light version for computers. Um, as close as agency as computers ever get is actually algorithms. And I'm not going to get into AI and all that, obviously. I've done a previous stream on that, at least one. Did we do two? We might have done two. But there's a lot of things changing, and things are moving very rapidly. Uh, and they're massively increasing, and people are noticing, hey, nothing works. Right. Things that worked yesterday no longer work today. I was in DC on Sunday and Monday, and went to use my phone, and like I couldn't press the start button in Maps. Which has happened before. I did all the usual tricks, none of them worked. I had to reboot the phone, and then it worked. I was like, I don't know what that was about, but hey, cool. Just hitting start, and it's lighting up, and it's not executing the code behind the button. I don't know. I can tell you half a dozen ways a software engineer could screw that up, but I don't know which one this was. So it's sort of hard to you get into these abstract object programming languages, and suddenly your button's no longer attached to your code, and you knew nothing about it. Yeah, that can happen in those frameworks. Don't use them. I don't know what to tell you. This is real easy, right? The button should always be attached to code. It's not that hard. So a lot of things have stopped working. A lot of tech things and a lot of non-tech things. I mean, a lot of things like, oh, you go to order your passport and they give you the option to get a passport card while you're waiting for your passport. Your passport comes first and the passport card comes second. And it's like, what? One of these has many more pieces than the other. There's all kinds of weird. You go to the post office, and yeah, there's some weird thing there. Trying to get Amazon. So a while back, an entire truck full of Amazon deliveries vanished in Elgin, South Carolina. Vanished. No one knows where it is or what happened to it. Says it was at the post office. The post office people are telling me, no, 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 no. We have a scanner. And when that truck comes here, we scan the truck with the scanner. I was like, okay. And she said, we didn't scan the truck. And I'm like, all right, I can just tell you Amazon said they delivered it to the post office on this date. And she was like, no, we definitely didn't get it. And I'm like, well, it definitely went somewhere. And the only reason I know this is because the woman in front of me had the same problem. And the woman behind the counter said somebody else said the same problem, and all the deliveries had the same delivery date. And I was like, "Oh, okay. You lost a truck, a whole truck full of how who knows how many deliveries, and maybe it was going to more than just Elgin. I don't know, Amazon." So they had to resend me product, that I know was stolen, which I just find hysterical, but also what you get. So there's a lot of stuff that's broken, that's collapsed, that's failing, um, and, some of that's gonna be talked about in this particular outline, right? So we're talking about authority, structure, and negotiation. And the reason why this came up is on the Discord server, RJ, who's been awesome. I guess that troublemaker Parlato sent him along. Thanks, Matt. Um, he ran into a situation where he needed to understand those three concepts in that order in order to do something, and it was brought about by the collapse of protection and nurture as such. See a prior live stream on protection and nurture, which obviously RJ saw since he referenced it. So most of you here right now are hearing can go out in the world and witness sort of complaints in the world around authority, right? And around structure and around negotiation. Now, you might not see it right away. So think about it for a second. People are mad at leaders. They're like, oh, this leader's not doing the whatever thing, right? Or this isn't happening, and we're blaming the leadership. And usually they're doing this because they see the leaders as authorities on something, which is an error. It's often an error, but not always. Like sometimes the leader and the authority are the same, but actually most often they're not the same. Leadership and authority are not the same thing at all. Talked about this before. And you'll hear people talk about the failure of the institutions or the academy or the failure of government, because government's actually a structure, right? So it's a disambiguation of that structure, but government's a structure. Um, or you'll hear them complain about an interaction, right? Such as a purchase, like groceries are too much money. That's inflation. Um, and it's unfair, right? It doesn't work right, or the way that corporations gather profits is somehow like unfair or broken, or needs to be fixed, right? That those people are complaining about negotiation, and so everyone's really complaining about structure, authority, and negotiation, all of it, or one or more forms of that. And they're not using those words, they're not using those terms, but that's what they're talking about. And why aren't they using those terms? Well, they don't know them, they don't understand them. We're in a world where everybody wants to complexify everything so that it's really hard to understand, but they understand it, and then they can explain it to other people. But like in the age of gnosis, when knowledge is propositions, um and it's the highest value, uh that gives you status. That gives you, like, some way to be important effectively. And these are vitally important concepts to deal with, right? If somebody's upset at how something is going and they're blaming a person or a group of persons, then they're complaining about authority. That's what they're most likely complaining about. Now, there are complaints, although they're usually explicit, and that's why I say they're complaining about authority, where people say weak leadership. Okay, well, you're complaining about leadership. You use the word. When you're not using the word leadership, you're probably complaining about authority and don't realize it because we don't have a good definition. This is one of the things I hope to clear up for you today. And again, institutions, the government, the way something functions, Those are structures, right? And not necessarily the structure per se as such, or maybe the processes going on in the structure as well, because that's part of structure, right? You don't go up to a building and go, well, this elevator is slow. It's the structure of the building, right? But it is, right? Because the elevator is part of the structure, right? And how it's programmed is part of the structure of the building. And you can disambiguate them, but I don't think you should. Same with an institution. An institution has a structure. Now, it's not to say that all colleges, for example, have the same structure. They don't. But when you're complaining about colleges and the structural problems of colleges, or academia as such, you're complaining about structure. You're complaining about, oh, the people in charge of the universities, well, they're part of the structure, are doing DEI, or are not promoting people, or keeping uh, unpaid uh, uh, teachers assistants around, or whatever complaint it is. You're complaining about a structure. Um, and again, like, a lot of people complain about negotiation. They're like, "Oh, I signed up for this thing, and it worked this way and not the way I expected." Yeah, it's a bad negotiation for sure. For sure. That's what that is. Inflation, bad negotiation. Yep. Yep. I went to get my free thing, and I had to listen to a sales seminar. Okay. Maybe that's not a negotiation you like, but it was a negotiation. I mean, you complain about it later. Uh, Part of negotiations on you, by the way, so we'll get into that. So that's a lot of the complaints you hear are just complaints about authority structure and negotiation. It's important to know. And now, I have talked about authority before in a number of my videos, a bunch of live streams, for example. But here it's going to take sort of front stage, if you will, for a bit, um, because it's so important to understand. And I don't think people get it. And I'm not sure I can pull off explaining it, but here it goes. Authority is what you have due to any number of factors. One of those factors is charisma. People want to follow your example, right? People like you. They like the way you look. They like the way you hold yourself. They like your confidence, whatever. All those are elements of charisma. Charisma is a very, very difficult topic. I've only been talking about explaining it for about 5 years, and I'm not ready. There's a lot to charisma. Charisma is often the boogeyman that you will hear used against dictators of the 20th century. The problem with this thesis is that when people do that, they're using that, whether they realize it consciously or not, I really don't care, to effectively say, if not for charisma, if not for this person, the communist utopia would have manifested properly. That's what they're doing. It's important to know that. Charisma is not optional. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. So we better figure out how to recognize it, how to deal with it, and how to adjust expectations around it for ourselves and others, because you don't want to be trapped in the throes of a charismatic person, especially not if they're stupid or evil, or they have a problem controlling themselves because they're undisciplined. Maybe they have a bad temper. You don't want to be caught up in those people. I'm not saying that you can reliably avoid it, but I'm saying that can happen to you. You should be aware. So people want to follow charismatic people. That's effectively what charisma is. It's a form of, I want to say a hierarchy of mimicry. If you want to know more about mimicry, I have 2 talks so far with Justin Wells on the channel. They're excellent talks. Everybody should listen to those talks. They're on Girard and mimicry and mimetic desire and things like that. Hopefully, we'll continue that because I'm having a wonderful time exploring the topic. That's what charisma is wrapped up in. It's a type of I want to mimic you because you have something that I want, basically, right? Another sort of element of authority is experience, all right? In this case, people want to get what you have gotten, right? And maybe you got it and gave it up, like a gold medal, right? Get a gold medal, you can give up the gold medal. And people, you know, go see people who have gotten something as an authority, right? You see Elon Musk as an authority on being a billionaire because he's a billionaire. It's not that hard, right? You can see other people as authorities on the things they've done. You see that all the time, all over the place. That happens. Um, and that can make you an authority, at least on that thing. And of course, these things can stack, so you can have an experienced, charismatic person, and etc. Another thing that can convey authority is competence, right? Uh, People need to rely on you for something, right? And so they know that you can do something in particular. So when Father Eric has a network problem, he knows when I get there, I'll fix it, right? Because I'm the authority for network problems. That is true. And yeah, that might be based on my experience, but it's more based on my competence because an experienced person who fails all the time, and I've met them, uh, you know, not the best, not the best authority. Another element that can play into authority is integrity, which is, consistent consistency of behavior, right? Principles. You see somebody behaving consistently, especially if it harms them in some way, you go, oh, they care about this enough to, you know, let let harm come to them and not violate the principle. They must be an authority. Yeah, yeah, that happens a lot actually. People will make appeals to integrity all the time to hold somebody up as an authority. And of course, the last way authority can happen in my list, anyway, it's probably not a complete list. Best list I could come up with is assignment. It's conveyed from a previous authority or another authority. Oddly enough, I ran into this a million years ago in the gaming world, playing a massively online uh, multiplayer role playing game called Dark Ages of Camelot. Very old game. I don't think it's around anymore. And we were following a general, and I think she was in our guild or clan or whatever, I forget. But anyway, I knew her. We'd played together many times, and we were part of a little clique within the guild or whatever. And she was the general of the campaign in the PvP realm to take something castle, I forget. And for some reason, we had to abort the effort. I don't remember what it was. And everybody was like, well, we come back in 2 hours. And she said, I'm busy. She said, however, this is the person that can lead you. And that person was me at the time. And I was like, whoa, what? You can just convey generalship over to me, even though I've never done this. This particular group didn't know who I was. Yeah, it totally worked. So I got my authority somehow conveyed from another. So that can happen too, right? And then authority really is just the person you listen to due to one of those factors, right? And the person you mimic or follow, right? And mimic's not quite right. It can be mimic, but usually not direct mimicry, right? Not do as I do, but do as I say. Um, and that's still, I would argue, a form of mimicry. It's one Gerard, to the best of my knowledge, doesn't really talk about. Gerard's also evil, so there's always that. Um, he certainly got a bunch of stuff wrong. Again, see my videos with Justin; they're awesome. So this sort of leads us into structure, and structure is how you know and understand and make measurements. can't you can't really do it without structure. You cannot have a quantity of any kind without structure, but you can have a structure without quantity. The structures have quality. And I know this will be like a little confusing. Like I get it, right? But it's important to realize. So you can just look to me as an authority. You already do, kind of, whether you realize or not. You're watching my stream, uh, and take my word for it until your brain gets there. It's gonna take a bit. Um, a structure provides a body so that you can cooperate together. And cooperation is what humans do, right? Any structure is also a leverage, right? It's a way of leveraging your skills to make them better, right? And a way of negotiating, right? Structures provide a way of negotiating, which I know we'll get into further, right? And it's a protected place that you can be nurtured in, right? And it provides all that. It's I will argue all structures are bigger than you. People will fight that immediately and say like, "Oh, seashells," or whatever structure is no bigger than me. And it's like, well, I'll get you there. Structures always imply some kind of intelligibility that allows for the leverage that it provides. So a structure has an element of being helpful or harmful depending on how you approach it. It's a lever, it's a magnifying agent. It'll magnify whatever you bring there. It's like the cave in Empire Strikes Back, right? However, since you cannot be an individual, you need structure. You need it. It's not an optional thing. You can't say, I'm going to do without all structure. No, you're an individual. You need levers in this world because the world is bigger than you. Look around. The world is bigger than you. It just is. It's not going to suddenly stop being bigger than you. And you can impose a structure on yourself. And you say, well, I impose this structure on myself, right? I'm going to the gym every 3 days and I've got leg day and arm day and whatever, right? I've got this carnivore diet, which I highly recommend if you can stomach getting into the damn thing, which I cannot. Sure, that's a structure, right? You you know you're doing the thing with one of the online guys, right? I've got a daily meditation, right? That's a structure, right? But obviously, assuming you're doing it properly, it's improving you in some sense. And so it must be bigger than you are because it's making you better than you are today, right? That's just the way it is. Structure is an improvement upon you. It's a lever, therefore it's bigger than you and allows you to get bigger. So if it allows you to get bigger, it's bigger than you. It's not that hard. And I mean, we could make a nitpicky, not all structures argument. I mean, if you want, but like the bigger point is here and more important. Structure is your friend if you let it be. And you can get skeptical and cynical about it and say, oh, yeah, well, I know how to manipulate this structure to make you do what I want. Yeah, maybe you do. And maybe you can, and maybe you should, but maybe you shouldn't. And that's the problem is people don't like those kinds of answers. But also, those are the correct answers. So structures are important in that way. They're a lever for you. And they don't necessarily have an attitude. So you got to bring one to the structure. There might be people in the structure with an attitude, and knowing how to deal with that is important. I remember I probably told the story before, but I tell it again because it works. Um, there was a particularly nasty gentleman on one of the floors that I supported. And nobody liked him. Nobody wanted to go to his desk. And everybody was very short with him because he's a bit of a bastard. And we were tech support. And it's like, dude, we're coming to your desk to help you with a problem because you put in a ticket. Be a little nice. Be just polite. And I'm just really impervious to impolite people because I'm there to get a job done and I don't have feelings that can get hurt. So whatever. And he asked me one day, he said, "Hey Mark, I've got this thing. I bought a screen. I think it was an LCD screen. It was brand new. LCDs were brand new at a higher failure rate than they do now." And he said, "It's got a pixel burnt out directly in the middle of the screen." He said, "I can't stand it. Is there something I can do?" And I said, "Well, what did you try to do?" He said, "Well, I called up tech support and they said, unless it's got more than 3 bad pixels, they won't take it back under warranty." And I said, "All right, here's what you do. First of all, you have to keep in mind that when you call tech support, this is your first call to tech support, and this is their 10th call of the day." And I gave them all the caveats: call just after lunch or early in the morning, right? I gave them all the times to call. I said, be super polite, ask them for help. Say, hey, I have this problem. I'm hoping you can help me with it. And then explain the importance of the problem. Like, I just can't handle having a pixel dead in the middle of my screen. It's too much for me. And I gave him a few more tips. And then a few days later, he grabbed me when I was walking by and he said, "Hey, Mark, thank you so much for that. It worked. It gave me a new screen." And the guy said that if I ever got called back about the failure of my device, to say that it had 5 bad pixels so that he wouldn't get in trouble. Yeah, the tech support person went out of his way, even though it was against the structure. It's not against the structure, by the way. That's not how that works. Against the structure, right? Because he went in with the right attitude. And it was the right thing to do. Like, man, if I had a pixel dead in the middle of my screen, yeah, I'd have to go. I'd have to go under warranty. So I'd be angry. So yeah, I understand why he was angry. Also, from that point forward, he was nicer to all the tech support people because for whatever reason, I was able to explain to him, tech support people take tickets all day, dude. We just want people to be nice to us. And he was. He was much easier to deal with from that day forward. Um, let the structure work for you. Work within the structure. Don't go, if the structure wasn't here, the world would be perfect. No, it wouldn't. You'd be in chaos. Look around. Our structures are degrading. Our universities are collapsing. Our government is collapsing. All the governments are collapsing, to be fair. Yeah, our structures are failing. You don't like this. It makes you anxious. Yes, it does. I have a video on anxiety, by the way. Just saying. I'll do another one too, because I think I need to do an updated one with a little bit more detail. I'll have to go back and review that one though. Oh, sounds horrible. Another feature of structures is they can be those things that object to your subjective experience, which is a short form, tiny, incomplete definition of reality, by the way. But when that happens, those are structures that you're not accounting for. You likely didn't see those structures, which is why you're like, ah, this thing got in my way. What is it? When that happens, realize there's a structure you failed to see. Oh, the reason why I'm upset is because there was a structure that I failed to see and I ran afoul of it because I wasn't looking. I wasn't able to see it. That's actually super important, right? That'll help you get eyes to see. And just because an imperfect, well, from your perspective, structure is there, it doesn't mean it's bad or broken. It may very well just mean that you're ignorant. And we're all ignorant of so many things. That wouldn't be a surprise. At least I hope not. The more things you're ignorant of, the more things you have to learn. Good news. It's fantastic. When you bump into things that are unexpected, assume you're an idiot or a muppet and you'll do better in life. I'm not saying you have to blame yourself for not noticing it, but like, don't get angry. These things happen. It's not a big deal. Oh, I didn't know I couldn't park there. Oh, I didn't know what the rules were. Oh, I forgot to read the rules on my way in the building. These things happen. Oh, I misheard you. Yeah, you ran afoul of the structure. You can have eyes to see now. It's a good thing. Don't get upset. I mean, you'll get upset temporarily. You should be upset temporarily, right? Being upset helps you to get eyes to see. Negotiation. This is how we cooperate. This is how we bind, not just persons to persons, but persons to nature and persons to other things. All binding is a form of negotiation. This is also the statement of your control over the situation you are in. We have to go shopping. I'm picking the place to eat. That way, when we get done with 4 hours of shopping, I could have done in 15 freaking minutes. I could at least have the meal of my choice. That's a binding. I'm going to go shopping with you. We're going to go to dinner afterwards at the place of my choice. It's a binding. It's a negotiation, right? The binding is the result of the negotiation. If you find yourself bound to something you didn't realize, you made a negotiation without realizing it. That's what happened. That's all. And you have more or less power, if you will, or control in a negotiation based on a number of factors that you probably don't understand. That's okay. Just realize the negotiation happened because, again, eyes to see. All agents negotiate and all persons have agency. Binding is important, not optional. And the reason why binding is important is because the world is bigger than you are. By definition, by the way, it's axiomatic. This is pretty easily observed and yet more easily rejected somehow, repeatedly, by most of the people I talk to. See last week's live stream for more, because I went over that right in the beginning. Keep in mind that humans are cooperative creatures, and therefore we seek to negotiate in most situations. It is only when that breaks down, that negotiation fails, that we have a conflict, which may ultimately lead to war. In all other cases, it does not. And the thing about negotiation is it's one of the things that I argue in my second part two talk with Justin Wells that Rene Girard, is missing when he talks about mimetic desire and that little loop he sets up. There are lots of opportunities to negotiate your way out of a war or a conflict. There are lots of points in an escalation of a conflict where negotiation can occur. And when you fail to negotiate, you get war. If you got war, it's because you failed to negotiate. It's not the other side's fault entirely. You failed to negotiate. Now, you may find the terms of the negotiation unacceptable and decide to go to war, but then you have to take responsibility for war, at least part of it. No one likes that answer. Too bad. That's the actual answer. There isn't another one, really. Laws, say law of man, because it's a different type of law from law of nature or perhaps law of God. Laws that men set up set the ideals for negotiation or they interfere with negotiation, right? So you can say, oh, there's a law that says if I write a contract, that contract is binding, and the elements of that contract are binding. And therefore, you can get into clever little things like, oh, the contract can have separable clauses, and therefore, those clauses, if one of them is wrong, it doesn't invalidate the whole contract. Very common in contract law. It's a good ideal. Right? Contract law is great. Everything's written down. Everybody has access, equal, independent access to the rules of the game, to the rules of the binding, to the rules of negotiation, to the rules of the cooperation. Yep. Completely independent. Good stuff. Right? Or laws can interfere with negotiation, like the minimum wage law. The minimum wage law interferes with the ability to negotiate. That's what it does. It's not a positive. It's not an ideal law. It's a negative law. It's cast as an ideal law on some ridiculous grounds that are just so foolish and insane that it's hard for me to believe that anybody ever bought into that bullshit. Thomas Sowell talks about this stuff, like demonstrably worse with minimum wage, demonstrably everywhere. It just destroys things. Why? Because it sets a barrier to negotiation. And you can say, oh, it sets a healthy floor. There's no such thing as a healthy floor in a negotiation. I'm sorry. There just isn't. You have to negotiate everything. Some of that stuff's on the floor. Like, I don't know what else to tell you. The laws can do only those two things, I believe, right? They can set up an ideal or they can interfere with something. I'm not saying interference is always bad, but with respect to negotiation and laws, negotiation interference is almost always bad. There's some interference that's not. Like, for example, if you read a contract that reduces to human ownership or chattel slavery, not allowed in the US. Might be allowed in a few countries, not allowed in most countries. That happens, right? That's a good interference with negotiation. But for the most part, actually, contract law stands. Contract law has very few exceptions. And there's some stricter types of laws, like the stuff in mortgages, which are actually positive because they set other restrictions, like how far you can move a mortgage, which is related to usury laws, which are different. Those set restrictions on negotiation. They interfere with negotiation. Again, I'm not a big fan of interference with negotiation, but maybe it's necessary. It'd be a hard case to argue either way. Setting ideals for negotiation is better, right? And often laws come from the example that was set that was ideal, and not from the mind of a lawmaker, right? Most laws come from the result of an action, and then they're a reaction to that. They're not an action that causes a bunch of actions. Often, we don't recognize signals in escalation. And I'd argue that we used to. But now, I don't think we do anymore. And that's why we have a hard time negotiating. That's why we have a hard time understanding structures and wanting to just break them all down because they're in the way and it must be bad because it's in the way. That's nonsense. That's why we have a hard time recognizing good authority and bad authority. Or when a good authority turns into bad authority, or if that even happened, or the authority was always bad and you just never noticed, because that happens. That's good to know. And for more on the importance of signals and escalation, see my second talk with Justin Wells, because it's in there. Negotiation. It's all about someone signaling what they are willing to do, either to give something to you or take something from you. Neither of those is negative or positive in and of themselves. But it's important to know which flow it is because they're not symmetrical, right? And it's important to know what's going on in that asymmetrical relationship. Because a relationship is asymmetrical doesn't mean everybody doesn't win. It just means someone's going to win more than the other person. That's the basis of all trade, all barter, all currency, all everything. My time working at a bookstore is worth minimum wage to me because I'm retired. I'd rather work at a bookstore and have fun than be bored at home spending money, because when you're not making money, you're spending money. That's good to know. That's a negotiation non optional with the world. Like, your existence costs money or costs resources, which can be translated into money or currency. I have videos on money and currency and how that works. I have economy. I have like 3 of them. They're good ones. They're short. They're all short, actually. They're all under 20 minutes, I think. Money is a negotiation. These things are negotiations. There's signals involved. How much work are you willing to do? Are you willing to work late? How good are you at your job? Are you so good at your job that we're just going to give you automatic overtime? That was always my thing. Like, I'd always get overtime and I'd be like, assuming that everybody else got overtime, because I grew up in the age of equality there where everybody thought everybody was equal. Then I'd find out later, oh, only I was offered to be able to take overtime whenever I wanted without prior approval. I was the only person at any company I ever worked at that had that deal. I don't quite understand why, other than I'm super good at work. Like, I'm just fantastically competent. And I work at that. Like, that's a thing that I strive for. Uh, and so I was always able to just like pick up extra hours, even at UPS, where they didn't allow that sort of thing very often. They were like, yeah, you can just work whatever days you want. Just come in for other shifts before your shift. I did get in trouble with that once, but you know, that happens. I was young. I was 17 or 15, or I don't know. Oh, I couldn't have been 17. I must have been 15, 16, something like that. Those signals are important. And I didn't understand those signals at the time. They were signaling to me that I was a valued employee and that they were happy with my work and that they really liked me, right? And that I was super competent compared to everybody else who didn't get that deal. Didn't know that, though. I didn't even see that. Signals aren't always obvious to you. That's on you, partially. But it's good to know that there's a negotiation. In that negotiation are these signals that you can pick up on. Or not. I mean, you can be as, quote, autistic about it as you'd like. That happens too, sometimes without your intent. But this negotiation is all about the type of relationship you have with the other person or with nature, like, with whatever it is, right? That's about the quality of the relationship. Welcome to the intimacy crisis. In other words, with poor intimacy, we get poor negotiation. In a low trust society, you get poor negotiation. When you've had relatively good negotiation and relatively high trust, they're not the same thing. They are related. And that goes away, chaos ensues. And it has to. Because guess what? A healthy structure requires negotiation. Guess what all structures require? Authority, usually in more than one place, by the way. If you are distrustful of authority, you will kill structure and negotiation. If you want to tear structures down, there's no place for authorities to do what they do at the scale that needs to happen. If you have a problem negotiating, or you have a problem with signals or trust, it's all for naught. You're just going to have a hard time in the world, probably forever. If you try to treat the world like a video game, I don't know what to tell you. That's not good. And this really, in my opinion, if I do say so myself, describes the world quite nicely in terms of what we're seeing and why it's so severe at the moment. And so I thought it was important to clear up. Thank you, RJ, for allowing me the opportunity to do so by asking your question. And apparently, the advice that was given, which was that outline roughly, although done in a completely different way for a very specific circumstance, was helpful. So hopefully, the generalization of it will be helpful as well. All right. I am going to read comments here in a second, but first I'm going to take some water because there's nothing better than Sampel from a Muppet Cup. And you should buy a Muppet Cup at shop.markofwisdom.org because we have them. Courtney, AAW. It's unbelievable how dysfunctional our society has become. Yes. Well, we're very distrustful and skeptical and cynical. I have a video on skeptical and cynical, which is a big problem today. It sort of contributes to all of those. Elizabeth, great example. Work within the system or structure. Yep. There are hidden co-belligerents and even friends. Yes, despite the look of chaos. Right. Well, the thing is, and this is something that Peterson sort of touches on, although I don't think he necessarily does enough work on, revivification. Yeah, we need to revivify the academy, not create a new one. Right. that could be. I mean, the only reason you create a new one is because you think you're living in the age of gnosis and that knowledge is the highest value, and just by fixing the education, you'll fix the academy. You won't. The academy is a structure; it needs good people in it to be fixed. Now, maybe that's outside your reach, and the next best thing is building your own academy. Fair enough. I'm not saying no. I am saying somebody has to fight the good fight in the academies to fix it because you got to revivify the structure. So Peterson kind of touches on revivification, but not really. I don't actually hear a lot of talk in the Peterson sphere, as it were, about revivification, and it's fantastically important because we're living in chaos, and what we need is revivification. That's the solution to chaos. There's no other solution, by the way. There isn't one. Certainly, tearing buildings down and making more rubble is not making the building better. It's the same with all structures. Tearing the structures down and making pieces of structures is not the way to build structures. And you can argue, oh, but Mark, we can make way for new structures. Yeah, but who's going to build them? Not you. All you know how to do is tear things down. So that's not a good start, right? That's not a good start. And guess what? You don't need to. It turns out you can just go to a dilapidated city and find out pretty quick. Hey, new buildings go up, and the old ones crumble to dust all by themselves. Nobody needs to tear them down, right? Or at least they become so abandoned and unused that while the structure is there, it's not functional anymore because there's no people in it, right? When people don't contribute to a structure, it starts to decay immediately because entropy is real. And so that's when you sort of run into the system, right? So, oh, there's the system. The system is dead. Yes, sometimes structures die, right? Especially if they're usurped by better structures. So there's an argument to be made. Oh, we make Peterson Academy. It's a better academy. The old academies will die. I don't think so, but maybe. I'm not prepared to say that I know better than the great man. That's for sure. But and it's certainly a fight that needs to be fought. Like somebody needs to idealize and exemplify the ideal of proper education or proper teaching is probably a better way to say it. And I think Peterson Academy can certainly do that. I think that is fair. So look, I have many comments. I have a lot of viewers according to this thing. If somebody would like to jump in, feel free, or just put something in the comments and I can comment on it. And in the meantime, I can take my water and my tea, which is great. And I have a cookie here too, so that's good. And there are a few things in life better than homemade cookies. So, yep, quite good. Cookies are good. Homemade cookies are excellent. They are the epitome of good structure and good negotiation. Always negotiate your way to a homemade cookie if you can. Pin the link up on Navigating Patterns. So no one should have a problem finding it. If they want to jump in. Truly, this Table Rock tea, Carolina Lapsang, delicious stuff. Super good. Highly recommend. It's quite yummy. Very rich flavor. Uh-oh, Sally Joe. What do we got, Sally? How is using the functions of the corrupt structure the best you can, not joining evil? Well, structures aren't evil. That was easy. You know, if you're fighting evil, you're fighting evil. If you're fighting evil, in hell, you're still fighting evil. The important part is the fighting of the evil, not where you are. I mean, it's that simple. No one likes that. It's easy answer. No one likes simple, easy answers anymore. We all want the complicated answers so we can feel like we participated in something age of gnosis smart like. But no, most things are easy. That's how people before us who weren't as smart as us survived. It's not that hard to figure out, really. That's why I'm always confused. Elizabeth. Revivification. Yes. And is the important part, right? Like, yeah, the world's chaos. Yeah, we have to revive it. Peterson talks about this in the ancient Mesopotamian myth. It's not that hard. Like, we actually do know that that's what we have to do. It's the only way to end the chaos at the end of the day. Sally Joe, how is the DMV not evil? The DMV here is awesome. Truly awesome. Yeah, 20 minutes in and out, no appointment. The DMV is definitely awesome. And that's the thing, like, yeah, if you treat the DMV as evil, then it's going to be a harder time for you than if you treat it as that's how they're people in a bad structure who need all the happiness and light they can get from you. But yeah, the South Carolina DMV is so awesome. It's unbelievable. When I first came down here, I'm like, what? Wait, just happened. I've only been here 20 minutes and now my car's registered and I have a new license and I've got a plate and like we're all done. I didn't have to make an appointment or come back, or I didn't even fill out the forms correctly and they filled them out at the desk with me. Oh, come on up. Oh, I'm not done with your forms. Yeah, come up anyway. We'll fill them out together. I'm like, what? What is going on? Oh, this is a possible thing. You can, and one of the governors did. He said, I'm going to fix the DMV, and he did, and it's it. And it used to be terrible here, from what I've heard. Like, before I moved in, people were like, "Oh no, the DMV used to be awful long lines, appointments, the whole thing." And then this one governor came in and said, "I'm going to fix the DMV," and he fixed it, and it was fixed. So you can revivify the DMV and make it a good experience for everyone. I mean, everyone who's working there was really happy too. They were all like, "Whatever, man." I was like, "This is great." And I don't want to say it was overstaffed. It certainly wasn't overstaffed, but it wasn't understaffed. No, it's like, what is going on? I'm so used to Massachusetts. Massachusetts DMV is such a catastrophe. It's not imaginable. Um, Great experience, but it can be done. That's the thing. Like, it was revivified. It wasn't that way before. And if no one participated in it, it would just crumble. So somebody has to participate in it when it's not great to make it better. That's just how it works. That's how everything in the world works. Like, you have to bring goodness to the table to revivify the thing so that it improves, no matter how much it sucks now. And like, you hear these stories. I mean, I didn't get into this with Justin, but I wanted to. Elliot Ness, the Untouchables, right? So this guy comes into a corrupt, it's not the FBI, but it's the thing before the FBI. I forget what it's called. A corrupt FBI-like structure in the government. That's, what are they doing? They're enforcing prohibition laws. And he didn't take any bribes. And they try to bribe him, and they're bribing everybody else in the department. And he's like, nah, bro. And then everybody else follows suit eventually. Like, that happens in the real world all the time. We don't talk about it nearly as much as we should. The Untouchables, I think it's a TV show. Or is it a movie? No, I think it's a TV show called The Untouchables about Elliot Ness. And, is it a little over dramatized? It's a TV show. Don't be a Muppet. Of course it is. How much? Maybe not as much as you think. And who cares? Like, right? That's what you want. You want somebody to revivify. You want revivification? Shooting, Olympics, pistols. There's a guy that comes in jeans and a t-shirt, no eye patch like me, so he's not cool, and no telescope on the other eye garbage, and none of this weird uniforms and no weird contortions to shoot. He just gets up and like kind of lazily raises his hand and wins a silver medal. That's revivification, right? Especially after the corrupt and evil Olympics opening ceremony, which, if you don't believe me, you can watch Jonathan Peugeot on the subject. He has an excellent breakdown on, no, it was the Last Supper. It said so on the front. It packaged correctly with correct French phrasing during the event, right? And on the stage. Rather explicit. The actor said, yeah, we were trying to recreate the Last Supper, and then kind of took down their posts. But this guy comes in and revivifies the Olympics. And now I'm like, oh, the Olympics isn't so bad. At least shooting's good. Because it is. The guy's a freaking hero. There's all kinds of legends about him now. I'm all in. All of them are true. 100%. In fact, they're all muted versions of the truth. He's better than that. He's awesome. I absolutely love it. Yeah, and you have to participate in the Olympics to make it better. You can't tear it down to make it better. That's never going to work. Whoops. I got all screwed up. Here we go. Sally, what would be the first thing you would do to revivify a neighborhood? Well, the way you revivify a neighborhood very much depends on what's wrong with the neighborhood. The first problem is I haven't seen any neighborhoods recently. I don't know where they all are. There's a few out there, I'm sure, but like no one knows their neighbors. And so you go to your neighbors and you get a gift for them and you bring them a gift and you say hi and then you leave right away. Then you throw a block party next month. See who shows up. Right? Like that's usually all the issue is. Right? Now, what I've seen in the sort of mean streets of Boston, we'll say, or Dorchester, more likely, and Jamaica Plain and areas like that around Boston, where they have very poor neighborhoods, largely ethnic, but mostly just dirt poor. Is there'll be a shooting. The pastors will get together with some of the people, and they will march down the streets of the neighborhoods with signs saying "Take back our neighborhood" or "Make our neighborhood safe" or things like that. Kind of works. You need to have a way in a neighborhood to invite your people that you want to cooperate with into a structure, and you do that using an authority. So there's a negotiation that you invite them to into the structure led by an authority. It's not hard. You're going to be surprised how many things you can fix with this formula, including dating, right? Like you can figure out the proper relationship between masculine and feminine in a relationship by using this formula, right? So, yeah, you always want the man to be the authority and to propose a structure. Interesting word, I know. Right? And to open a negotiation. Right? 'Cause you don't want to lock people into anything. And also, what the hell do you know? First of all, you're a guy. Hogs are stupid. Oh my God, we're so dumb. It's unbelievable. We also don't see the same signals as women, right? And so our negotiation is hard. That's why there's a book called Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. Highly recommend, by the way. There's similar books, but yeah, you definitely have to know. The 5 love languages is good too, right? Because you can learn that people just have different communication methods. And so they're sending different signals. All right. It's like, oh, this doesn't mean that to me, but that's what it means to you. And therefore I should take it that way. Yes. Yes. And that extends away from mere love languages in a relationship, we'll say. That's important to know. So yeah, this formula is really important, actually. And it is a formula, right? So that's important. Castle, good to see you, sir. Hello, just caught up at 2x playback speed. Chip mark was quite an experience. Yes. Yes, indeed. Sally, It's a neighborhood of 40% dirty, smelly hippies. Oh, shoot them. And 20% single moms, and then just the others. Yeah, but what's the problem with the neighborhood? I mean, do they know each other? Do they hang out? Do they have block parties? Like these are the sorts of things you have to figure out how to fix. Sally, just to make it worse. It's not worse. I mean, the thing about dirty, smelly hippies is they love to have celebrations because they don't have any liturgy, so they're celebrate first, basically. So once you get them into the habit of celebrating, you at least have some structure and unity, right? Like you need structure to unify. Like it's not all these people talk about the one and the many and the unity. Yeah, you need structure for that. You're not going to get unity without structure, especially in the way to hold a healthy diversity is called structure. That's what it's called. If you think there's another solution, you're wrong. It's not how it works. So, um, I can't imagine Castle what I sound like at 2x. I don't think I want to know. But Chipmark sounds interesting. I'm gonna trademark Chipmark, and maybe I'll try to Chipmark right now and see how it works. Is that any better? Yeah, it's pretty Alvin and the Chipmunk style. That's pretty good. Chipmark 2.0. Yeah, I can. There's possibilities here for sure. So yeah, sort of the mix of the neighborhood doesn't really matter so much as um, providing a structure for them to unify. Because you're not a neighborhood without a structure, right? And that structure doesn't have to be super formalized or anything, but you have to have some kind of structure and some kind of a unifying agent, some way to negotiate. And again, structure gives you a way to negotiate. I'm going to bring Elizabeth up and see if she's actually closed the correct tab. Nope. Nope. Look at that. She closed the wrong tab just at the last minute. I had her here. Haunting, was it? Also go for it. Okay. I went for it. How was my Chipmark impression? Did that work, or is that the same as me at 2x, or is me at 2x better? RJ's clapping. Good, good, good to see you, RJ. Thank you for the stream because this is all you for sure. Sally, no, never chip again. I love it when I do any form of mild enchantment. Everybody that is on the Discord with me always flips out. Don't do that again. Castle. 7.5 out of 10. I'll have to listen to that at 2x later. That's a delightful idea. I'd love to hear it at 2x myself. Fortunately, I almost never listen to my own videos. You have to listen to them all once after they're edited. It's horrible. I cannot recommend. Anybody who wants to like be my new editor or a backup editor or something and do a bunch of extra work that I don't want to do and my other editor won't do, yeah, let me know. There she is. Hey, Elizabeth.
Oh my gosh. It's because I'm doing over-dancing. Like, I hope you're impressed because I'm revivifying the culture.
You are.
Yeah. You have no idea what I'm achieving by going ballroom dancing.
Oh,
it's so
excellent.
good. It's so good. I'm actually really serious about this.
Yeah,
Everybody in the Western world, forget university, forget everything. Just go ballroom dancing. It'll change you forever. It's incredibly difficult to do it properly. Every time I go, I figure, I've learned something before. No, I've learned nothing. It's really good for you because it makes you quite humble. But it's like John Vervaeke would be great. Like I'd love to see Peterson, Vervaeke, and Peugeot doing ballroom dancing.
There's an intimacy practice. There's an intimacy practice right there. Any kind of dancing where you're touching the other person, right, and directing them, and you're cooperating together in a structure, right? That would, because as a negotiation, dancing is just a physical negotiation, right? That's all it really is.
Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely.
Within a structure. Yeah.
And you know what's so cool? The way you put your arms, for example, in the waltz, the way you're putting your arms,
Mm,
it's called the frame. It's called the frame because if you don't get that frame right and you
yep.
don't hold it, oh,
Yep.
interesting. This is kind of like everything else we're talking about. If you don't hold it, there's no way you can move together. You can't
That's right.
negotiate. It's literally you can't negotiate
Yep.
without that because you end up being there, there's nothing, there isn't any structure. So that's that. But
That's
yeah,
that's
so
what
here's
amazes me,
ballroom
Elizabeth.
dancing. Mm?
Everyone's like, "I've never heard the terms you're using. I don't know what you're talking about." I'm like, "This is everywhere. It's in
Yeah.
computers, it's in dancing, it's everywhere. How do you not know this?" And I'm actually beginning to think it's the damn video game. People spend so much time on video games, they're not doing history, they're not doing reading, they're not doing
Maybe.
dancing, so
Yeah.
they don't know these terms, and I'm like, "These terms are used everywhere. How do you not?" And they're used correctly everywhere, right? The
Right. They are
postmoderns just
still.
say, "There's no such thing as frames and framing," and it's like, "There isn't dancing, dude. There isn't
There I
sailing, there
am.
isn't." Right, right. Yeah,
And you
no,
you think
it's
you think
weird.
you're smarty pants and you can dance the waltz without the frame. Hey, guess what? You look like a nincompoop. And that's what's beautiful,
You'll
going
fall
back
down.
to beauty. It looks so incredibly beautiful when it's done properly.
Mm, mhm.
So anyway, this is what I recommend for today. Everybody needs to go ballroom dancing. That's it. And you know what? It also all of John Gray's ideas they come from ballroom dancing as well, right? The patterns are everywhere, like Peugeot says.
Mhm,
They're
mhm.
everywhere in
Yeah,
tradition. But yeah, and it does. It incorporates body, mind, soul, spirit, everything, right? And touch. It's yeah.
right, right. Well, yeah, I mean, it's probably overloading to most people who, don't are stuck in the intimacy crisis or the hello crisis, or the dating crisis, right? But that's how you get out of it too, is you put yourself in an uncomfortable situation that you're bad at,
Exactly.
and then you get better. And that's why they usually these dancing things are very very cheap or free in some cases, and it's worth any amount of money. But they're usually cheap, so you should just go try and do it. I mean, the way I got around my fear of talking on the phone, which, yeah, I mean, to this day, I still don't like talking on. I don't like calling people on the phone. I don't mind if people call me. I don't like calling people on the phone. The way I get around it is I went and did phone tech support. No on purpose delivery. It was an accident. I said, I got this thing. I need to get over it. I don't know if you've ever seen oh, what was that show? Fear Factor. Joe Rogan. It's Fear Factor, right? You're afraid of spiders. We're gonna dump you in a box with spiders, and things like that. Like that's just what they do, right? But that works. Exposure therapy works. I mean, maybe not. That's maybe not the best way to do it, but jumping in with both feet can work, and dancing is a great way out of the intimacy crisis. I realize my second conversation on intimacy crisis that's on the channel there with Catherine. I realized because she said, what can we do about this? I'm like, yeah, I have a better list. I need a list like right off the top of my head. Here's the things you do for practices to fight the intimacy crisis, right? To kind of get around it. I want to go
Yeah.
through some comments real quick. All right, Castle. I might clip it. Don't worry. Oh, this Castle. Wow, so tempting. Yeah, go for it, dude. Sally, yes, please, somebody revivify navigating pattern shorts. I know, Sally. We gotta. Somebody's been sick and hasn't been able to work on shorts, but we'll get back on that for sure. I gotta sit down. I'll have more time this coming week since I won't be traveling to DC for meeting people. However important that was. It was a really good trip too. It was just too short. I saw Lincoln Memorial. That was cool, but hadn't seen it in years, so it was time. It was time to see the Lincoln Memorial. Went to the Natural History Museum, the Smithsonian Museum of Natural History, and saw the Hope Diamond because it's always been on TV and everybody shows this is the Hope Diamond, and I'm like, and you should go in there for free and see it. I'm like, I'm here. I guess I want to go see it, and yeah, it was cool. It was very nice. It's quite a pretty display and everything.
Yeah, just experience, right? It's experience. What you're talking about is experience. Like barge right ahead, everybody. And it's so important because we are living in such chaotic times. So it's very easy to totally sidestep everything you're talking about this evening. It's very easy to just let it go because everybody's saying how chaotic is it. So we need a new church. We have to all become Orthodox. We have to all go to Peterson Academy. And yeah, no, like absolutely. This is the greatest temptation of our time, maybe, is to think the great lie that everything's failed. Because to your point, like, did I imagine that when I went to ballroom dancing, it was going to corroborate all of John Gray's ideas about the masculine and feminine? I had no idea, and I'm 72. There's so much to learn out there. There's so much to experience. And you can do anything. It doesn't matter what you do. Just go and do whatever catches your eye, really. Because there's a structure there, and it's not an imaginary thing. There's like centuries of structure in ballroom dancing, and it's probably epigenetically encoded in us. I would think, for sure.
And I think that's the problem, is how do you fight the chaos around you? You add as much structure to your life as you can. Then that's really the only option that you have. And it's a great option, actually. And does that mean the chaos isn't going to bite you? No, it doesn't, but it's still your best bet. And you better go with your best bet, because your second best bet is terrible. Castle, good to see you, sir.
Good to see you. Nice to meet you, Elizabeth.
Nice to meet you, Castle. Do I know you?
No, I've seen Mark's streams and everything, so I recognize you, but it's nice to meet you.
Oh, nice to meet you as well. I think this is the ultimate. Mark's ideas, Mark and his team, Mark and the team. But tonight specifically, I think was probably one of the key pieces for the times in which we find ourselves, precisely for that reason, because everybody's talking about the failure of the institutions, and we have to be careful, because if there's even a mustard seed left, right, it can grow and the birds can lodge therein. So and you know what's happened to me over the years, you can imagine that something so corrupt and it blinds you. It blinds you. That very propositional piece of, well, it's not worth much, is it? But that very proposition can totally blind your entire perceptual system. And I think that's where maybe that's the greatest stuckness of this time in which we find ourselves. So yeah, let's revivify them. That again, that's precisely Dante's point. He's pulling all of tradition into his commedia, period. It's not, that's why he incorporates, why he has Virgil, right? He totally understands that you have to take every single piece of our tradition and pull it forward and revivify it. Exactly that. I love the word revivify. I think it's cool because it's lively, the word itself, right?
We might do that. We might do that next week.
What's that?
It's not a bad, wouldn't be a bad topic for next week.
Oh, have you not done it yet?
No, I don't think there's some things I know I haven't touched with the 10-foot pole because I didn't write down an order, right? But there is an ordering to what I'm doing. Like you should watch the channel in chronological order for real, because I actually don't think I screwed it up at all. I don't think, I mean, that's not to say it's perfect, and I don't cross-reference and forward reference, but I think all of it's back reference. Like, I think I actually laid it out pretty spot on. And there's some missing stuff. I was thinking about this the other day. I'm about maybe 88.4% complete on what I need to do to talk about pretty much anything. But one missing piece was this, and it was really, I was coming back from DC after having met RJ. We were talking about some stuff, and he needed that outline. And so I'm driving in the car. It's like, I'd already been driving for several hours. I'm driving in the car going, oh, I know what you need. You need this. And then I was like, you know what? I can do that as a live stream. So we might as well. So yeah. And it's sort of the level of importance. I mean, everything's whatever, right? Like, I don't know what's going on. Synchronicity, whatever you want to call it, like something's going on. Moved by the spirit. Whatever terminology you want to use. Serendipity, fortuitousness, however you want to cut it. Like, yeah, this just came up at the right time. And the fact of the matter is, I had already decided after being in DC and having all these strange experiences with broken things, just seeing broken things everywhere. I was like, I'm gonna have to do a week recap, 1 or 2 or 3 sentences. Hopefully, it'll stay that small, just because the chaos has increased so much, and I don't think like I can wait and do once a month roll up streams, and that would be sufficient because things are moving so fast. Because yeah, on the one hand, you've got everybody else noticing what I said last week about Kamala Harris and her intelligence level being low, and then doing it
Oh,
publicly, right? And then you've got this guy who comes out of nowhere and revivifies the Olympics somehow. Like I was like, I'm not gonna even pay attention to the Olympics. And then this guy just, hits the zeitgeist or the memeplex or whatever you want to call it. And it's like, no, I mean, actually, there's a little piece of revivification within the Olympics because this guy's awesome. And there's this story. I will say it's almost certainly a toned down version of the actual truth. And everybody else will say it's not true. None of it's true. That he was going through a divorce, and he had a particularly angry mediation or frustrating mediation, and that caused him to take up shooting, and that it was so bad, that basically when they gave him the silver medal, instead of giving like a speech, he said, whatever his ex-wife's name is, I want my dog back. And I'm not even going to bother to check any of this. I'm just going to go with that all happened exactly as purported to me. I don't even care, man. There's truth, and then there's truer than true, as Peterson would say, right? And I'm with, nah, that's truer than true. Like there's this whole narrative about, he works as a mechanic in some place in Turkey and all this and whatever. I'm all in. I'm there. I'm 100%. Unquestioning, completely in. Yeah, I'm 100% in on that whole goofy story. I like it. I think it's too true not to be true. Sally, in the 1920s and 1930s, there was group dancing. Yeah, well, in the 1950s and 1960s. Right during wars and famine, right? Well, dancing is how people explicitly, I mean, it's in the text. That's how people held themselves together, right? During the war in particular, was they bound the neighborhoods, they bound their living communities together with dancing, right? And communities were to some extent defined by dancing, right? Like all communities that were communities also danced. Like they had square dances, line dances, whatever, group dancing. And I mean, you see this all over the place. One of the movies I have always loved, which I, to some extent do not understand at all. And on the other hand, it's like, well, of course, is Sweet Home Alabama. So, and before you ask, yes, I grew up in New England, and I have always been fascinated with the South. I have always known that I belong in the South and not up there. Always. It's very strange to me that it's always been that way. But there's a whole scene in there around the dance, and a lot of the conflict, and in fact, the turning point of the story happens at the group dance. And it's such a good movie. Like whenever it was on, I used to just stop what I was doing and watch it. Even if it was like midway through, I'd just stop and finish the damn movie. And I don't know why. I just absolutely adore the movie. I mean, you can point to some obvious things, but like it's just a great story. And I just freaking love the story, and I love the treatment of the South. And like no one's perfect in the it's a catastrophe. In fact, I would argue in that movie, the most perfect person loses the most and is totally gracious about it. The one person that seems to do nothing wrong actually just loses the most and is just gracious about the whole thing. And it's just beautiful. Like the whole film is beautiful. Everyone else is a screw up and making mistakes and like misreading signals. There's a lot of, you want to see misread signals? Sweet Home Alabama. Oh, it's full of, and people go, oh, it's a comedy. And there's, yeah, this happened, and had it been 5 minutes, and I'm like, no, 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 no. This is about missed signals. And the 5 minutes didn't matter. Like, yes, there was the 5 minutes. Yes, that makes it a comedy, right? But it didn't matter, actually. Like, the 5 minutes wouldn't have made the difference because they didn't have eyes to see. And there are other movies like that, I'm sure, but that's the big movie now that I think about it that way. Like, that's in there. Signals and the loss of negotiation. That's in that movie all over the place. And a lot of rom-coms are like that. They're actually missed signals and failed negotiations, right? And they use structure, which in this case is usually just time. Like, oh, had this happened 5 minutes earlier, they would have met on the streets and known they were in love. That sort of nonsense, which is also true. But like, whatever. They're using it for comedic effect. But that's the structure of the movie, despite being, quote, corrupt or not right or out of balance or whatever you want to call it, is the thing that creates the comedy, because you can't have a bad structure, right? You can have an ironic structure, but you can't have a bad structure. Structure is the thing that binds. And in the false binding or the failed binding or the incomplete or imperfect binding, it creates comedy. And that's why they're rom-coms. But the other element is always this failure of negotiation. Oh, of course, Benjamin Franklin. My favorite movie about the South is the film Junebug. It's so good. Recommend. I haven't seen Junebug. Maybe I shall check it. I am so far behind on movies. Don't tell Jesse. Shh, don't tell Jesse. Yeah, I haven't even seen Under Paris yet. I had a technical problem. Everything was broken. I got back from DC and I was like, I'm going to watch this movie. And it took me 2 days, of course, to fix the damn thing. And actually, I would argue I only fixed it through luck. My camera's still broken, obviously. I tried to fix it just before I came on because I totally forgot it was broken. I was like, oh. You'll see it equally broken in my talk with 2 more Vs, which is going to come out soon. It's such a good talk. Music and beauty and art. Oh, it's great. It's great. I did not run the talk. Actually, my interlocutor picked the topics and then we discussed what order to put them in. And then I ran it as an interview, but it's really his talk. He wanted to do it. That was fine. It was great. It's really good. You guys are gonna love it. You're gonna love it.
Who is that, Mark? I don't know who it is.
2 more Vs is a musician. He worked with Akira the Dawn.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
On some of the Meaning Wave stuff.
Oh.
And now he does his own things. I call them Wisdom Waves. I hope he's going to adopt that name. I'm going to bully him into it if I can. That's a form of negotiation, bullying. Just saying, it is. No one likes it, but too bad. Part of the world. And I mean, he's a young musician and he's got a lot of interesting experiences and he shares a bunch of them with us. And I like it's amazing. I learned a lot. Also, apparently, I'm a bassist, and so my trying to play guitar has been a waste of time my whole life, which is fine. That explains something. We'll see if he's right. So yeah, it's a good convo. It's going to come out soon. My editor has it, so whenever he gets done, it's 2 hours. It'll take him a little while, and then I got to go through it. So I got a bunch of video references. I got to tag all the cards, and unless someone's going to volunteer before then to do all that work. Plus, I found a new thing that I've been doing wrong all this time that I'd never heard of before. That I was like, oh, and I should have known. I'm like, man, it totally makes sense. I should have known that, but it's a lot of extra work. I'm like, I'm trying to have less work, not more. But hey, that's the task. So hopefully with that, in fact, I want to contact StreamYard because I got some ideas, but I got to do some research first. But I might be able to fix it in StreamYard too, which would be nice. It'd be nice to get the live streams a little more wider reach. But now that I know how that works a little bit better, I should have guessed that. I don't know why I didn't think of it, actually. It's kind of my bad. I should have thought about it. No one ever mentioned it before, though. I was like, I've never heard anybody talk about this. Never. And I was like, shoot, I should have known that about videos and uploading, and I couldn't have conceived of it.
Yeah. Yeah. That's how it works. The perceptual system of the Muppet.
You're blind to so many things.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And then you move around and the world moves around and then you see it.
Mhm.
And there it is. And it's always been there. And so, yeah, it does keep you humble and sharp like Rikki Tikki
Hopefully.
Tavi, right?
Rikki Tikki Tavi. Excellent reference, Elizabeth. Thank you.
I love Rikki Tikki Tavi. He's the best.
I love Rikki Tikki Tavi more.
Oh no, you can't. You have no idea. I've modeled myself.
No. I can. I do. I definitely do.
I wonder
What's
if
your Rikki Tikki Tavi stance, Castle?
I don't have one. I feel like I'm uneducated here.
Oh my goodness. All right. Well, I'm just gonna remove this guy from the stream. How do we do
Oh,
that?
no.
Let's just take him
Oh
out
no,
of
I'm
here.
being ejected. Hang on.
Oh, he's the greatest. He's absolute, and yet he's pretty hidden, right?
What a great story, though. Like
Amazing story.
that story was always one of those stories that just captivated me completely.
I know.
It was
You're
so
all
good.
in, right? You're all in.
Oh yeah, that one. Oh,
Yeah.
I used to call myself Rikki Tikki Tavi and like run around the house.
No
Yeah.
way.
Oh yeah.
No
I was huge
way.
into Rikki Tikki Tavi.
Oh, come on. You're going to tell Castle. Come on.
Is he like a marmot? Hang on.
The mongoose.
Okay, here we go.
Oh, you're good. You're good. Oh, you're looking it up.
Looking it up. He's
Well,
looking it up.
I was clearly robbed in my childhood.
Oh,
Oh no, you should sue.
Yeah.
Like everybody. You should sue your teachers, you should
That's
sue
a great
the
idea.
community, you should sue the government, you should sue everybody if you didn't see
no,
that.
but now
I've
you
had
can
that feeling for a while now. Thank you for the confirmation bias.
Yeah, you've been abused. You've been actively abused. If you don't know Rikki Tikki Tavi from your childhood, you've been abused. There's no question about it. It couldn't be any other way.
The emotional damages.
I know, but the
Just
cool
through the
thing,
roof.
Emotional damage confirmed.
yeah, the cool thing about having an emotionally damaged childhood, which we all have, is that you got to do something about it when you're an adult. And how cool is that? So
There
you
you
get to have
go.
children and read all the books that you never read when you were a child,
This
and
is true.
participate intimately with everybody about these wonderful jewels that are so transformative. So that's just going to motivate Castle Adams to find the next beautiful woman around the corner, right? You never know. Or
absolutely.
maybe he's met her already. Or maybe
No,
you're
not yet.
married. Like, what do I know? I'm just saying.
But
Yeah,
maybe, yeah.
It's
go
a
ahead.
short story by Rudyard Kipling, but there was a cartoon made, and the cartoon is fantastic.
Okay.
It was really well done cartoon.
All right.
Oh, who did Disney?
Mm.
No. It was it was an animated short in 65. Yeah, in the Soviet Union.
Mm.
Yeah, it's in the Jungle Book, right? By Rudyard
Yeah,
Kipling.
and Chuck Jones adapted it too. Yeah, so yeah, that might have been Disney. Was he with Disney then?
Oh,
Orson Welles narrated. Yeah, I mean, it's quite an experience. I mean, it's such a good story, you know.
I'm
And it's
definitely
all
checking that out this week.
it's Rudyard Kipling, so it's not. Did he write fiction? I don't think so. I think it was all diary entries. There's a lot of stuff out there that's diary entries. So yeah.
Ah, nice comment, right? Wow.
Well, I don't know. So there's a lot of the 80s stuff. Who was it? John Hughes. Like a lot of his stuff is just diary entries. Stories from like legitimate, absolute 100%. Like, nah, bro, you didn't make this up. You saw this and added some spice to it or whatever. There's a lot of stuff in filmmaking, and that makes better films. Like, because what do you relate to more? You know, some sci-fi character that grew up on Mars and whatever, or do you relate more to somebody that fell in love in high school, and the relationship went poorly? Like, That happened to pretty much everybody, I think, I hope, right? And they have varying degrees, right? Some people like fell in love and the girl never knew he existed, or vice versa, right? And those stories are always timeless stories because we can relate to those stories, right? We can relate directly to them. But I think Rikki Tikki Tavi, I mean, that's, all about the danger of the snake and growing up in an area where there's dangerous freaking snakes and nature was still encroaching at that time. And, civilization in terms of pushing back nature and making things safe for people to just kind of sleep in was not an established thing in India. So, and Africa and, so many other parts of the failing British Empire, or waning British Empire, however you want to look at it. And so that story in particular, yeah, I mean, it's amazing.
Yeah, like everybody who's wise, they understood that you needed to pay attention constantly because we live in a very dangerous world.
Well,
So
the
don't
world
wish
moved.
anybody a great day because you're throwing off their perception, folks. Sorry, but true. Like, be careful. No, there's so much false optimism. Have you done something on that, please, Mark? False optimism. It's
Well, I mean,
everywhere.
to some extent, last week's, an opening rant was about false optimism, right? This idea of redeeming people that you don't even know. It's like,
Yeah.
why are you being falsely optimistic about a person you've never met? Maybe Satan's real and his manifestations and demons are out there, and you're just optimistically saying, no, you've misunderstood the situation that you were in and I had nothing to do with and know nothing about, never bothered to look up, even though I could. It seems like a false optimism to me.
I was talking last week with Josh over on Father Eric's stream, and that's one of the things that caught up that came up in conversation was the sort of thing that there was a particular guy that had he had a very negative sort of near-death experience, and then he never changed his ways, absolutely not, even though it was a super vivid experience and that he had every reason to do it, and he just explained it away and he was like, no, it'll be fine. And it's just like, whoa, dude. And one of the things I was kind of talking with Josh about is that there's a lot of people that just haven't experienced enough suffering to get that contrast. And it's just like, okay, well, it's just kind of like a bump in the road because it only happened to me once, but it's like you don't have enough of these things that you have to realize oh, no, I actually have to be aware. I have to, take care because there's just bear traps everywhere,
Yeah.
Well, that
nice
was always
point.
Yeah, that was always my argument with the dirty, smelly hippies, right? They'd do the drugs and they would tell me explicitly, oh, I had a transformative experience. And what I realized is they're just misusing the word transformative because they weren't any different. And I'm like,
right.
Dude, you're not any different, right? What you had was a profound experience, but you learned nothing from it. You took nothing back from it. Maybe you can get back there. Although they couldn't reliably and consistently at all. That's the other thing. No, everyone lies to you about drugs. They couldn't get back there reliably and consistently. But if they could, while they were there, maybe they were okay. They were also useless, by the way, because on drugs, especially those types of drugs, you're always useless. You're not really doing anything. It's not like Adderall. Adderall is at least a useful drug. Speed's useful. But the problem is that they thought they had this transformative experience and that they were a new person, and it was all BS, and they were fooling themselves, whatever, but also you're fooling yourself. That's not great. What are you doing? You're no better than you were.
And isn't that the thing that they just those types of chemicals just wind up increasing your trade openness by a couple of points or something? But that's not necessarily that's definitely a double-edged sword. That
No. It's worse, Castle. Wait until you hear the talk with 2 more V's about this, because I lay it out rather clearly. And he was like, what? I was like, yeah. And he's like, no, that sounds right. Because he's been there. He's done that stuff as a musician. And that was his topic, not mine. I was like, I'm happy to go here if you really want to, but yeah.
And that's, it's funny that, and that also came up when I was talking to Josh, is it's one of those things that I've got super high trade openness. And I can tell you, like, it doesn't buy you anything. In fact, it definitely, it's just like you're standing, those guys that go out, they wade in rivers fishing and stuff, but it's just like, okay, yeah, like try walking upstream. Like that's just what it's like trying to field a ton of thoughts all the time. Like I'll make these wild associations, but that's also because I only caught on to like 3 or 4 things of all the stuff that's coming that way. And it's like, yeah, you're kind of, if you don't know how to deal with that, then you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot. And and there's a really fine line between being able to discern those things, and then there's someone that I knew once that I they were a coworker for a short while, and like they would actually talk about that their like Friday night experience was going to like nightclub bathrooms to look for stuff that people dropped out of pill bottles in the bathrooms. Like they could just take some random thing, and it's just like that is what undisciplined high trade openness looks like. It's like
Well,
be very careful.
And also, almost all the people you see that are being abused by other people are high trade openness people.
Yeah.
No one ever talks about that.
Yeah. And probably
real
very
people
agreeable.
don't get abused by other people. Usually they're the ones abusing the high trade openness people.
Yeah, nice.
No one ever looks at that.
That's a really good point.
And you're going to be talking about that in that video, or you already did? It's coming up.
We talked about the drugs and the overconnectedness. Right.
Yeah. Overconnectedness.
Yeah. So I'll tell you explicitly how it works. This is well known, by the way. This is nothing I made up. When you babysit drug people, right? This is the thing you're supposed to. So they say you can have a structure and that will make sure you have a good trip. That's a lie. It's totally wrong. I've seen it thousands of times. It does not work at all. It's like drugs are random. They're random agents. They're also dose unstable, almost all of them. If you're watching somebody and you're unscrupulous, and I have seen this, I don't think I ever did it. I hope I didn't do it. I might have, but I don't think I did. If somebody's on something in particular like LSD, you just say to them, hey man, do you ever think about your tongue or any part of their body? Now, if you say tongue, they will spend an hour or 2 playing with their tongue because they're overconnected. And now they're exploring their tongue. So the thing about the overconnectedness in your brain is you're overconnected to yourself. So it's inherently parasitic. You're not actually open to new experiences outside yourself. What you're doing is experiencing more of you. And maybe, I'm not saying that's universally bad. It's definitely not universally bad, but maybe that's not good because most things, most of the time, are not good. And that's why I said, yeah, they have a profound experience. They call it transformative because they're lying to themselves. And then they're actually the same jerk they were before, right? They were just not a jerk for a whole 3 hours or 4 hours or however many long they took the drugs, right? But they also didn't get anything done. And then they whine about, oh, I don't have any money. Well, you're not working because you're too busy all weekend, like taking drugs. And people that work through the weekend, they don't do it their whole lives. But they do it for a year or 2, and then they make millions of dollars. And you're the one whining about not having millions of dollars. Well, I think I know why. I don't know what to tell you about that, right? You're lazy. You won't sleep under your desk. You won't do what it takes to prove the competence, gather the authority, right? And learn structures well enough to build one. Because if you build a structure, even if you're copying another structure, if you build a structure, that's it. You're done. That's your structures are leverage, man. You don't have to be at the top of it. You can be in it. I mean, this is one thing you learn. I've been hanging out in the entrepreneur groups. I've been an entrepreneur, right? I'm an entrepreneur. So whatever. They talk about this all the time. Like, yeah, you get investors and they invest in your company, and at some point you leave, right? Or you're the CEO until it hits a certain size, and then you demote yourself to the CTO. right? Like you can set up deals like that. People do. And it's good. It's good. The investors want you to do that. They're like, yeah, you're not going to be able to scale a most people can't scale anything, much less a company. And one of the guys here in Colombia that actually works on it said, yeah, I went to talk a couple of weeks ago with him. He said, yeah, I really like companies from 1 to 50. And after that, the scale changes, which is true, right? Because you can't manage 50 people, more than 50 people. Like you can manage managers at that point, though. But he doesn't like that. He likes managing every person in the company. He likes having a personal, intimate relationship with everybody. And so he's done it before. He just didn't like it, and he wasn't good at it. And he recognized that. And once he made the mistake, he never made it again. Once he made it and realized he never made that mistake again. Right? Because the structure had changed. And that's not the kind of, he was brought in to revivify a broken structure in that case. It wasn't something he had built. But this wasn't for him. Never did it again. Could have. Just decided not to. And you don't want to get stuck with something that overconnects you inside of something, because it's parasitic fundamentally.
Yeah, it's like self-cannibalism, at that point. And that is one of those things that I kind of noticed with myself, that I realized, like, oh, I can get a lot done if I'm pointed outwards, but it's just like if I have an outlet, I can just kind of, especially with high assertiveness and low withdrawal, I can just keep going in a particular direction. But also, if I'm pointed at myself, it's just like I'm just self-destructing instantly, because it's just like, oh, there's not enough stuff to do. It's like I need to build or smash, and there is nothing else around here, so I'm gonna simultaneously build and destroy myself. It's just like, no, I need to get out and do something.
Well said. Yep, that's the AUG thing. I got to get the AUG stuff animated one of these days. Got to get my first animation. I've been working on it for a couple of weeks now. It's very slow going. I'm not good at this. This is new. I think I've got the outline. I got to work on the words. I just haven't been focused on writing. Focusing on writing is hard now. It used to be easy, but everything is hard now.
Should do AUG merchandise once the animation comes up.
I need the AUG drawings done, and then I need to animate them, and then we'll do the merch. Yeah, we'll get it all going. We should be able to get the dog-headed books out and for sale too. So we're working on that.
I've been wanting to do a little doodle for the Moby Dick book club thing, because I remembered you said something like way back before it actually started, and when it was still like an idea, that you're just like, it was just so silly, and I was like, oh, that would be great on a shirt, but it's just like the whale's good, whale's large, thing, and I was like, oh my gosh, that would be a fantastic, just to have that, and it's just like Moby Dick book club 2024, just something kind of ridiculous like that with just a silly looking whale. But I don't know, I might work on that and just send it in the Discord at some point if anyone wants it.
I support this idea. It sounds lovely. Yeah, we should have official Moby Dick book club shirts. Head over to Father Eric Seitz channels to see the Moby Dick book club. I should put a link. I'll probably find one here.
Did you see the poster?
We're having a wonderful time.
Father, you can get the whole amount. I don't want money. Did you see the poster I did on his Discord thing for the book club?
He wants 20%.
You can get 100%.
You get 20% for the church, Father. How's that? We're taking the rest of it. Damn it, taking it all. Is that in like a playlist? Do we have a playlist for this? Or no playlist. Somebody
needs structure.
Oh no, there is a playlist.
Oh.
Okay, there it is. Now I see it. I didn't see it before. Yeah, somebody needs a structure. There we go. I think that's the playlist link. Yeah, no, it's we're having a blast in that. It's a good structure. There's an authority, right? There's a lot of negotiation around understanding the text. I mean, this formula just fits everything. It's really good. Yeah, and it's significant to know and see it. I should do a movie breakdown with Sweet Home Alabama and just talk about all the places where you see the negotiation and the signals and the structure and how all that interacts, because that would be good. Maybe Jesse can join me for that, although Jesse and I owe everybody the Matrix, and man, it comes up all the time now because I just people are unironically, unknowingly, clearly out of ignorance, just quoting Matrix, and I'm like, dude, I don't think you understand what you just did there, but cool. We'll work on you because yeah, there's a lot of that stuff seeped into the culture in ways that people basically are completely parasitically unaware of. Unfortunately for the rest of us, it's a tough one.
I really like
Yeah.
Castle's point where he said that suffering, I forgot how you put it, but basically the idea was that it sharpens your perception and attention. And I think that's unbelievably brilliant. That's really
The
a great
contrast.
connection.
Yeah, I think there's something about the contrast. We'll say the severe contrast. I think the problem is severe contrast, like opposition, provides severe contrast is actually bad because it's
Right.
either too much for you to handle or it's shooting star syndrome, right? Because you see this with alcoholics and drug addicts all the time. They have a bad trip or they get super drunk and do something super stupid, and it almost doesn't have an impact on them in the long term because the short term effect is so devastating that they don't have a way to integrate. And if you want to
Ah,
integrate something, you need a structure to do it. And if you want to see integration work, you can go to Navigating Patterns and look at the Language Creation Book Club, because Manuel does this particularly excellent job. I mean, we learned this years of practice, literal practices. We learned this an excellent job of showing you integration by having a structure to the book club, right? Where you come in with an intent and you go out with an integration. And it's actually super important to do that, not just with book clubs, but with pretty much everything. So there's a way in which that that works, and it works for an important reason in very specific ways. And having the structure there allows for the integration. And when you're addicted to substances, whether it's alcohol or drugs or or not even substances, you can be addicted to video games or porn or any
Even
number of
just
other things.
behaviors.
Yeah, what you're doing is being outside of a structure. That's what addiction is, right? And a lot of people, you know this because people will say, well, it doesn't matter what you're doing, you can be addicted to it, but it's not an addiction unless it gets in the way of something else. And it's like, oh, well, how would you know that? Because that something else is a structure. And so, in a way, addiction is the thing that defies structure.
Yeah, and you can tell if whether or not you can just say yes or no to it. It's just you see that even with like innocent stuff like chocolate, whatever. But it's just like they wind up just devouring huge amounts. And it's like, can you say no to that? Like, can you just actually put it down and not get an emotional response? And,
it's so true. Like
Why would
we're all
you?
addicts, man. I don't know about you people. I've never met anybody who wasn't one. Like just think of ice cream, your favorite flavor. Oh my gosh.
oh, man.
What?
It doesn't matter how holy you become. Well, maybe if you're really holy, but you'd have to be pretty holy.
That's the problem, Sally. UGG is a thing I plan to work on. Must build studio because winter is coming. Sally's stuck. She never got over Game of Thrones. So now every doom and gloom is winter is coming. Sally's almost done with her studio though. So yeah, Sally's got to stick to virtue cards, and then we'll deal with Og, and then we'll get Alec to animate Og for us. He's actually interested in doing that. So, in fact, we have some Og prototypes somewhere, Castle, on the server.
Nice.
Probably in art. Yeah, they're in Art Project or Notepad Guts somewhere. I'm almost sure they're there, and if they're not, they're probably sitting in my Canva, and we can drag them out.
Oh, I'm a major Canva fan. I've been using that so much this last few months. Oh my goodness.
Canva's great.
It's I didn't know that they do website hosting until today, and it blew my mind because I've been meaning to make a website for the church group that I got. And speaking of structure and trying to do like you were talking about serendipity, like just insane stuff this week, where everything just looked like it was just just kind of like, all right, we really were kind of like skating to a halt. And then all of a sudden it's just like Black Swan literally like delivers itself. It was just like that was absolutely amazing. And I don't want to steal the thing about my stuff, but I might tell you about it later. But yeah, it's just absolutely amazing. But I've been using Canva to make stuff like booklets and cards and all kinds of stuff, and like really high quality art stuff. I might even pull one of them out here. I've got one on the other side of the room, and it's something I would like to also probably give as an example for the language of creation thing, as far as like offering support up for like a meaning thing, because somebody handed me just a plain-ish like white paper booklet that they just folded, and then was like, hey, can you do something with this? And I just put a whole bunch of art stuff in there because I'm not super great at drawing, but I know what looks good on what. And so I spent the same day like 8 or 9 hours or something like that just putting that together, and I finished it at midnight. And but yeah, that was just a lot of fun. But my goodness, Canva is just amazing. But I was just blown away because I was like, oh, I've been meaning to do a website because we're trying to expand to other parishes as best as we can. And it's been tough, but some interesting stuff is happening. And I was like, oh my gosh, I've literally been paying for the Canva Pro for like a couple of months, and I didn't even know they offered websites. I would have done that. Like I know the tools inside and out. So, but yeah, great program.
Yeah, they made a lot of changes to it, and they keep moving things around. But no, we use it all the time. We've been using it. All the thumbnails, all the thumbnail updates, all that stuff goes through Canva.
I can see that. Yeah.
Yeah, we do a lot of work with Canva now. We got to do more. I mean, unfortunately, my scattered brain has been trying to run things. It's not doing a very good job. I used to be an excellent project manager, could juggle like 6 projects with no problem in my sleep. But yeah, without Canva though, everything would be worse, because we do have some structure in Canva thanks to Sally, and now Sarah's working in there too. Yeah, it makes things so much easier. And yeah, we got to get more of the video stuff sort of done in there. I've got a bunch of original artwork in there too that we got to start using. So I'm going to use some of that in the animation. So
nice.
The majority of the animation, somebody did that. Like I didn't do that. I'm not that good. But then I'm going to put a little piece of animation that I did in the front, and the background on that is actually stuff that's mine.
Yeah.
Like, I have lots of stuff. I have years of photography now, years and years and years, all kinds of stuff. And it's like, all right, well, now I can leverage this. Like, I own all this. I don't have to worry about copyrights or anything silly. And it's all good stuff because I did it. So, of course, it's awesome. I probably threw out all the bad stuff, to be fair. Well, yeah, it's filtered. Oh, this is a terrible picture. I'm not keeping that one. All the stuff I kept is good. It looks like I'm a genius. The best photographer ever. Uh-oh. We're gonna have a religious war over tools.
Oh no.
Father Eric, GIMP forever. I assume that's what he meant.
I used it a little bit, but there's just so many extra tools on it. Like, I'm sure it's great if you can learn it, but oh my goodness.
Right. Yeah, it takes a course to learn GIMP. I still use GIMP every once in a while. I mean, Microsoft Paint on Windows 7, baby. I still use that all the time because it's fantastic for a bunch of stuff.
I've been trying to learn Krita, but it's just because I have that drawing pad, and honestly, like I'm right on the edge of like, should I give up or should I keep pushing? Because honestly, there's so much I can do in Canva that it's like maybe I just need to change how my brain works and just figure something out with the elements in there instead. Because like, did you see on the Moby Dick thing, some of the guys were talking about Moby Dick being like a B-list kaiju. So then I made this poster of Ultraman and Jet Jaguar fighting him, and that's one of the things I have coming up. I actually have the physical version of that coming, so I'm going to have that in the background next Sunday. I'm very excited about that. Yeah.
Awesome.
But that was like 90% Canva. I transferred a couple of elements on an app that's on my phone, which was slightly easier to use, and then uploaded on there. But it was mostly Canva. It's really good.
Yeah, Canva is really powerful, depending on what you're doing and how well you know it. And there's some quirks to it. And I struggle with it every once in a while, but that's why I have other people they can deal with the Canva stuff. Although I frequently touch things up in Canva, like
Yeah.
if sometimes I get things and they're not quite right, so and then I have to fix them, so I can go in and fix stuff pretty easily. Uh, so yeah, I mean it's handy. Well, the animation that's with the music that's in the front of this, that's all Canva.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
Do
yeah.
you
I mean, there's a
is there
picture that I
drawing
took,
done in there?
and then Sally redid a bunch of stuff, but like we did all that in Canva.
Mm.
Yeah,
Even the
that whole
drawing,
thing.
like, did you do illustration in Canva?
I don't know what Sally did. I took a picture. Sally modified the picture. I don't know how, and then she put all that in Canva. Sally gets what he paid for. That's fair. Yeah, I forget what the sequence was. That was a long time ago. We've had that for a while. I mean, the cool part about that is not the animation, obviously, but like that boat is a picture of a boat that I have. Obviously, not a big one. It's like this big. Right, it's right over here. Yeah, it's on the wall right over there, actually. And so I took pictures with the big camera with it of it and background, and it took quite a while actually. Less time than you would think, uh, unless you less time than you would think if you were a professional photographer. More time than you would think if you knew very little about photography, because getting backgrounds and shadows and shading and lighting, even though I have lights, they're they're very very good. They're not great. It's very hard, and it took me a very long time to set up the lights and get things on the floor and get the angle right and all this nonsense. And then Sally went in and fixed it, right? And then she kind of cartoonized it or whatever. And I don't know if she did that in Canva or not. Sally scanned some, cut some, digital some GIMP, some Canva, some Paint. Yeah, that's
Gotcha.
not surprising. Right, but the animation portion where the thing moves, all that's in Canva.
That's really
We were
cool.
trying to do something bigger and better, but
Yeah.
it turned out that actually that was better than what I had in my head. So I was like, all right, this is way better. But the music is amazing. Amazing. And that was, inspired by an idea uh that my good friend in Rebel Mountains had. Uh, and I don't know if he's seen it, but he liked the Johnny Cash "What Is Truth." Uh, and then we convinced another artist friend that has since unfortunately left the Discord. Hopefully, she'll come back someday to do the music because she had the right musical equipment. That's
Yeah.
not common. It's not done with a regular synthesizer or anything. Like it's not an electronic music. Um, and she
Mm.
did the whole thing, and that music's amazing. Every time I hear it, I'm, like, so happy. I'm
Yeah.
so excited, and then I
It
realize I
feels
gotta
like
work.
you're in like you're actually in like a tavern, like on the coast. It's really nice. Yeah.
She nailed sea shanty like you wouldn't believe. I was like, "That was better than what was in my head, that's for sure." And, yeah, having that level of cooperation because we have a structure, right, to what we do on the Market Wisdom Discord server, like, we have all this stuff, and, like, I have to apply more structure to the websites. The, Peterson Sphere website and marketwisdom.org website, we just gotta bang those out one of these days. I mean, they're up and running and whatnot, but, like, yeah, we gotta really hit that hard. We need some more articles, some of which I have, right? We need some more, we need some more stuff for engagement. There's some files that I have that I need to put up there. Like my meditation notes from the John Vervaeke meditation stuff, and there's a few overview practices docs that with Manuel's permission I'd like to put up. There's some stuff there that we could get more going. Some of this is just time and organization and things like that. That I run out of energy, or if I get sick, oh heaven forfend, I get sick, I forget everything. It's not just a priority list that's gone. It's like whole projects. Like, what was I working on? I don't even know. Right. And then I got to rebuild it all up. And then, you know, today I was like, oh, we need to go outside and like fill in some dirt. so that we can put these panels back together. It's like, oh yeah, I forgot about that. And I have to do that because I got to get the desk out of the shed, and there's all these little things. But then once that's done, like a whole bunch of stuff, right? Then we can move forward on a bunch of stuff. And yeah, unfortunately, today was not a good day for that because my goodness, I don't know what kind of soup it was outside, but it was soup outside even early this morning. Because I actually got up at a decent hour today. I was I'm like, I'm gonna go out there, I'm gonna get the chainsaw rolling, I'm gonna do all this work outside. And then I noticed all of my windows were fogged over. And I said, oh no, it didn't rain last night. Why are all the windows? Well, it looks cool enough. Let me go outside. And then I tried to go outside, but when I opened the door, water came in. It was just like it was soupy out. And I was like, oh no, there's no way I can go out with the chainsaw today. I maybe get 10 minutes and I'll be completely just destroyed. Too much humidity. It was bad. It was bad. So I didn't do that. But managing all these stupid projects, it's like, ah.
It was weird for me. My experience of, because I've been doing this kind of project outside of this, and interestingly, I might be able to for as long as I'm not ejected for not being familiar with certain Mongoose cartoons, I'm gonna have a little more availability on Fridays because we've actually omitted the second half, which required the most preparation. Like, it actually required 3 to 4 hours worth of preparation during the week, and then there was an hour of preparation day of on Fridays, immediately after work, and then there's the 1 hour that was actually all towards. So it was just like after the actual thing. And so it's just like, oh my gosh, it was so exhausting. And so my priest and I decided that we're going to just forego that at least for a month and go into like a cocoon phase of sorts. Because I was like, there's so much stuff that I want to work on, a lot of Canvas stuff, a lot of these other things. And I was like, I just need to do this. And engagement has been super low and everything like that, at least with the target demographic. We've been getting a good amount of people that don't speak the same language, and they've been wonderful, but they're also there for the first half. So it's been a whole thing. But interestingly, as soon as we canceled it this week, like a huge amount of inspiration and opportunities just like all showed up at once. And it's just like, oh my goodness. And I have now the time to actually go and engage with those things. And the other thing that I actually also don't have to sacrifice being able to swing by on here every now and then. Afterwards, that I can do the chipmark thing for 30 minutes and then be up to speed, on everything. And so that's very exciting. But yeah, I don't know. For me, it seemed like it was one of those things that just required like the reducing the cognitive overload that was required for that, because that's kind of insane. Like 4 hours of dedication to that. I can do it if there was enough people doing it, but it's like I was trying to keep up a certain workload that would probably be like 3 or 4 volunteers worth. Like dedicated volunteers, and trying to do that myself. And it was like, well, I can. And then I did for like 7.5 months or something like that. But even still, it's just like, okay, like I could keep going. And I told my priest, I was like, if you tell me like something like in the name of holy obedience to do this until I'm 35 or something, like I'll do it. But also, like I might not even complain for a couple of years. But it's just way too much, and it was hard on him too. So, but what we're trying to like branch out now to different places that can actually host it. And a person from the diocese actually reached out saying, hey, I oversee basically everything that we're trying to do, but for the entire diocese. And they're like, oh, I'm new to this position. I'm the new director. And also, do you guys need anything? Because like I'm looking to help. And it's like, oh wow, that's really interesting. And then all at the same time, like money freed up and time freed up. And then a bunch of other stuff popped up, like the fact that Canva does websites for some reason that I haven't known that for 6 months, or no, like 9 or 10 months actually. So, yeah.
No, that's great. Well, and that's the thing. Like the more people you have in a structure, the better the structure functions, right? Because structures allow you to distribute load. That's what they do, right? Among other things. But that's one of the things they do. They allow you to distribute load so that you're not stuck trying to do one thing one way, or stuck doing things, only in one way, or stuck, only having one expert that can do that one thing. Like structures afford all of these advantages to you so that you don't get caught up in a mode of being where you have to burn yourself out. And the thing is, especially with highly capable people who are, we'll say higher energy than average, they will do the work and they'll burn themselves out because a lot of people don't know what it takes. And so they just think like this is normal and they don't really know how to help that person not to burn out. And so they don't. And like, I was very fortunate. I was taking care of my mother when she was, she had cancer. One of my friends contacted me and was basically like, I'm going to come down and take you away from this for a weekend. And like, if she hadn't done that, like, I don't know what would have happened to me. It was not good. I mean, as it was, I burnt myself out and ended up in the hospital. So, could have been a lot worse. Yeah. I mean, that happens, right? Because you don't, can I take care of my mother while she's, going through cancer and hold down more or less 40-hour-a-week job? Yeah, I know I can. I did it. Like, whatever. I had to take care of my stepfather too at the same time because mom was, going through chemo. I can do it, but I end up in the hospital too. So, pluses and minuses, right? And it's hard for you to tell when you're about to burn out or whatever, right? But good structures afford you not only a way to see that because they give you contrast, but they afford you a way to deal with that, right? And they afford other people a way to help you not burn out. Structures are super good. Let's see what Sally has to say. Sally, I've had to cancel almost everything actually to get a studio renovated. It's how it goes sometimes. I don't get the other things done doing art. Yeah, exactly. Right. Well, and art is an all-consuming passion for a good artist like Sally. So it's not like she can manage it in a way that makes other things manageable at the same time, which is why she needs the studio. So it'll be fine. It'll be fine. She'll get it done. We'll get virtue cards out the door. We're very close to getting the dog-headed books out the door. I got to figure out shipping now. It's the next. Actually, I'm not figuring it out. Thank goodness. Because if I had to figure it out, it'd be another 2 months because figuring that stuff out. But yeah, it's good to have people helping because it's too hard to do all this stuff by yourself.
Yeah.
That's part of the problem of flattening of the world, right? Oh, Elon Musk does programming and does it. Yeah, he's not doing all that, guys. Like he knows enough about it to be dangerous, which is useful in some cases, but also he's not, he's not doing it all by himself all at once, right? No one's doing these things by themselves, right? That's not what's happening. And maybe for proxy purposes or for understanding purposes, you need to place it all on one person, sure. And maybe that one person is the linchpin, but they're not the only thing there. Right. And that's where people get confused because it's hard to think about. Like, yeah. I mean, Apple Computer, for example, there's one design guy there who's awesome. And he kind of set the design for Apple at a certain point of Apple's lifespan. Right. And then his legacy kind of lives on. I think he's gone now, actually. But his legacy kind of lives on. But like without that person, you wouldn't have the smooth, consistent design that you have. Right. So, and that's not Steve Jobs. So Steve Jobs ran the business side. He didn't run the aesthetics. He knew the importance of the aesthetics, but he's not an artist, right? So yeah, I mean, having all those different people, and there's tons of other people, right? Like you needed Woz in the beginning to do the programming and the hardware design because he could do both. He's a pretty smart guy, right? You needed that stuff. And once you build it, like I said, the structure kind of perpetuates. So build a good structure if you can, right? And if you can't, revivify one, right? Take your goodness into it and imbue it with at least your goodness. That's more goodness than it had without you. And maybe people will see that and they'll be like, aha, I'll come too.
I really like the example that you gave earlier about the DMV and just like being, just being kind to people. It was like, that's really all it takes. Like I experienced that as a manager at an IT company, that I'm just like, and I'm no good at IT, but I'm good at management and administration and stuff like that. And my guys are very good and everything. And so But that's one of those things that we get a lot of these requests in, and people are just ridiculous sometimes. And it's not like open to the public. Like we have onboarded client companies and stuff like that, but it's most of them are very civil and very nice, and they know us very well. But there's a lot of them that are just like, oh my goodness, so pushy. And people go and they send in service requests with 10,000 exclamation points and all this stuff. It's just say please, just say please, and we'll put you right at the front of the line. Don't even worry about it. And or like you said, with your experience, that it's just like, just tell them what the urgency is in like normal human language. It's just like, that's all you got to do, and you'll get service pretty quick. But
you connect it to your experience and say like, no, this is a real problem for me personally. Can you help?
Yeah,
because you're reaching out to them. And look, I mean, customer service, your job is to help people. That's your job. Let me explain something very, very, very important to people. No one does customer support unless they want to help people. No one, because it's a freaking miserable job. It's a miserable, difficult, high-paced, high-stress job. And you have to know that it doesn't matter how many calls you get or how hard, that it does not matter. Dealing with people, especially strangers, around a broken product, because that's most of it's not all, but it's most of the calls you get, is a problem. I've talked about that before, right? Like I was at NEC and they were talking about their stupid drives, and I was like, man, these things are garbage. And it turns out, no, they had the lowest failure rate in the industry. The reason why I thought they were garbage is because they only called us when they were broken. Of course, I thought they were garbage. Every drive I touched was garbage. Well, yeah. Also, they outsold everybody. So they had a huge customer service department to deal with our MAs. But actually, their failure rate was under 1%, which is completely unheard of in electronics, by the way. Completely. It never happens. But they had a really low, Japanese company, a really low failure rate. Yeah. Yeah. But we were dealing with problems. That's the filter, right? I mean, not entirely. There were my best day there where I took, it was like 130 calls in an 8-hour shift. Oh yeah, I was a beast. I was a complete mon. I got lucky. You have to get lucky to do that. Just know that's not a skill issue. You know that. You have to get lucky. That day, I had a lot of calls of people literally just calling up and asking for the specs on their drive, which they had. And a couple of them just asked for one spec, like how fast does it spin, sort of a thing. And I was like, this fast. And I had it was bizarre. It was 2 weeks into the job, but I had just laid out on the cork board on my desk all the information, and I'd gotten used to where I had put it all. So I could just look it up without being on the computer, because when you look things up on the computer, it takes longer. But I had it all laid out, so I could just glance and answer the question while I was on the phone. And so, yeah, I just ran through all the calls, set the record for the call center for all the groups, all the support groups. Took more calls than anyone else in an 8-hour shift. Probably that record probably stood, because I think I was 5 calls over everyone else. So yeah, it was amazing. But yeah, again, you got to get lucky. That's not just skill. But there were days. I had a good friend. I had worked with him at another contract previously, and he was there. And I'm like, "What are you doing here?" And he's, "Oh, this is a great job." And then I found out he's like, "Oh man, I took 10 calls today," and I'm like, "What? It's an 8-hour shift. How did you take 10 calls? Like, what are you talking about?" My lowest day, I took 25 calls. 10 was an average day for him. I was also allowed to take overtime whenever I wanted it without asking the boss. Like, he was like, anytime you want to stay late, you just take the extra, I think it was 4 hours. You can take just 2, you can take 3, you can take 4, you can take 1. We don't care. Take whatever you want, no permission needed. No one else could do that in the group. No one was allowed. And I was a contractor. I was not full-time. But he was like, we will pay you the overtime contracting rate if you stay late. And you don't need to check with us. Just stay late and take calls. I was like, all right. I loved that. I made extra money. Like, woo. Yeah, it was great. But like, it's a burnout job. Like, everybody in customer service will eventually burn out pretty much. Yeah. Because you have to want to help people. Because it's so hard. It's so hard to get people to do the things they need to do to get what they want. which sounds counterintuitive, but like that's the
No,
world
it's
we live
it's
in.
totally true. Well, I think I told you about when I was doing the call center stuff during the stimulus check thing, and that I was answering those calls, and that was absurd. Like sometimes you get 100 calls, sometimes you would get, like 5 calls because you weren't allowed to hang up on someone, and sometimes people would just call because they wanted to talk, and some of them were
Yeah.
like, earthly angels, and other ones were just nightmares. And it's just they just wanted to abuse someone. And you get some people that they didn't even have words; they would just scream for 15 minutes or whatever. It's just like, wow, they're still going. You just turn the volume down. But it's just like, oh my goodness, absolutely insane. But I was sleeping like 12 hours a day, something like that. And it was just like, it was exhausting. Like I was just so tired all the time. I didn't leave the house for months. And I was just like, oh yeah, this is, it was a little rough. But it was a similar thing where they were like, wow, you're doing so great. And then eventually I like stopped lying to people and they fired me and said that it was because I had been homeschooled. And which was straight. They were like, oh yeah, and I was like, I told you guys this up front, and they were like, no, like it's against our policy. You have to have gone to, like a public school or private school or something that was on the books. And it's just like, well, I did for some of those years. Like, I don't know what to tell you. But I knew that it was because in the last week I stopped using the script stuff, which I knew wasn't working and wasn't true. And then I just started telling people what the actual situation was, like as far as I had access to it. And people actually left away like disappointed, but also understanding and grateful that people weren't saying, oh, call back in a week, call back in 3 days, call back in 2 weeks, and just they would just keep rolling that around. And then finally, people were super grateful. But I was like, oh man, I got recommended for manager there, and then got fired the same day that I was supposed to be getting promoted. And I was just like, oh my goodness, that was strange. I was like,
That's weird.
They told me, they were like, oh yeah, upper management wants to talk to you, and I was like, oh nice, time to accept my promotion. And then they're like, you're fired. It's like, wow, that was crazy. But also, I was super stoked because I was like, now I don't have to sleep 12 hours a day, sitting here in the dark, just answering phone calls, all day long.
Wow.
But spoke to some amazing people there as well, but it was super rare. I mean, you would get maybe like 3 or 4 good conversations a week or something like that from all those phone calls. It was
Wow.
A lot of people call tech support because they don't have any friends.
Yeah. And some of them were nice. There was one lady that was from, I consider her a friend. I have no idea what her name is. I'll catch up with her one day. She's in Hawaii and she had like some community garden and she, like vegetable garden. She told me about it for like 2 hours. And it was fantastic. I absolutely loved that day. There was another guy that sounded just like Jeremy Irons. Amazing. Former Marine, and was buying a house in the area that more or less that I left when I moved from California to Pennsylvania. So we chatted about that for like 2 hours. And I was like, I wasn't allowed to ask his name or any other, personal info. Right. And so, but I was like, yeah, that guy's a friend. Like, I'll catch up with you one day. But but it's just, much older guy. I mean, he was probably in his like mid 70s or something like that at the time. But I was like, gosh, that was a wonderful experience. But that type of stuff kept me going through the week, but you'd have some just wild stuff outside of that,
Yeah, support is rough. Support is rough, especially different types of support. Depends what you're doing for customer service or whatever. And yeah, it's a tricky business. People are terrible. I don't know if you've met them. Cannot recommend people. Do not recommend. I don't recommend people.
Do you want to hear what? When I worked at that public safety department out of college, so I have a lot of these stories, but there was one in particular where, I worked all the different shifts. So you would get 100 calls a day on day shift, or you would get like 40 calls ish or something like that would be. And all the day stuff was like ticket issues, for parking, because it was a walking campus and all these things. And mostly it was like professors who wanted to get their own parking spot, but they didn't give parking spots with names, but they would still call to complain. And our guy that did tickets would actually purposefully ticket them, which was hilarious. There was actually a forum at one point dedicated to hating on that guy, and he would check it in the morning with his coffee out of just pure entertainment and just delight. He called himself the Ticket Grinch, and he was in all yellow all the time, like the reflective yellow. And he was on a bicycle, and he was like, his son is like an Olympic bicyclist. And like it was like bicycling is in their blood, you know. And but he would go, and I'd see him on the campus just going like 50 miles an hour down the road with this bike, and it's just swinging around. I think he must have given out like 120 tickets one day, in like 6 hours, like because he didn't work full time. It was amazing. And it's just like, and not all of them had. Sometimes they would be mostly like warning tickets or whatever, or he would put a dollar amount on the professor's ones because he knew everyone's cars by heart, even though there was like hundreds of cars. And he would put dollar amounts on the professors, knowing it was them, and that they would complain because his buddy ran the parking department and would have to hear about it. But yeah, that was some funny stuff. And then on the night shift, you would get all the insane stuff. So like some stoner kid would have a lizard terrarium, and he put a joint out on the blanket covering it, and then set his dorm on fire by accident, or you get these random things. There are lots of like alcohol poisoning. And there was one where I remember this poor girl, like she was one of like the upstanding citizens at the school, and she called and she was like, oh, this student is passed out drunk on the street. And so she goes, and I'm like, okay, so I'm sending my officers over there and everything and getting some more information. And then when I returned to her after going on the radio, she goes and she says, they're taking her. And I was like, what do you mean they're taking her? My officers haven't arrived yet. And she's like, yeah, there's like 6 to 8 students that have grabbed her by her feet and hands and are running away with her because they don't want her to get in trouble for being intoxicated and literally passed out having alcohol poisoning. They don't want her to get in trouble. And so I could hear her panting, chasing them down the street at night, trying to find out where they were stealing this girl who so that she wouldn't get in trouble. And it's just like, that was a nightmare, because then I'm just like relaying her stuff back and forth to the officers, and finally they caught up to her. But it's just like, oh my gosh. But yeah, customer service, like just the worst.
That's great. That's great. Yeah, a little insider tip: don't do customer service because it's crazy.
Not even once.
Yeah, it's completely nuts. But you need stuff like that, right? Like what would people do without someone to call when they don't know what to do? And people have no appreciation for how many times you don't know what to do and you need that thing. I heard a phone call recently. Actually, it was a 911 call or whatever. I forget where from, but the woman was, saying like, "Oh, help! I need help, but don't send one of them, mean officers over here that doesn't, doesn't like people or whatever, or is racist or whatever." And I was like, and you could hear the panic in her voice, like she was actually genuinely afraid of whatever was happening. But she was still afraid of the officer. And I was like, oh, this is so bad. This is so bad. Like, why are we living in this world? Because it's skeptical cynicism about officers. I mean, they're people. So some of them are, bad apples or whatever. But like, not most of them, that's for sure. So, yeah. But Father Eric, that's why being a bishop sucks. You have to be the guy who knows what to do. Yes. Yes. Yeah. The further up you get on the hierarchy, it's better if you're in a customer support position where you're just directing resources that are already predefined, because there's a structure there and you're just part of the structure. But if you're the guy who has to figure out what to do, because a lot of being the boss is dealing with exceptions, not dealing with the rules. Right? Because everybody knows the rules. Like, you don't have to tell people the rules. You can just show them the damn rules. They can figure it out for themselves. You tell them once or whatever, and you're done. Right? It's what happens when the rules don't apply, or what happens when maybe an exception needs to be made and maybe it doesn't. And like, that's what the boss has to do. And that's one of those sacrifices of leadership, right? Where the leader has to take responsibility for the rules effectively and their applicability, and then make a decision and then deal with the consequences, right? And then cover for the person that did the deed that leader told them to do, because it had to be done. And people are very confused. And I don't blame them. Like, that's a very confusing thing, especially if you've never been a leader. And most people will never be leaders of anything. because they don't have the skill. But also they won't make the sacrifice. There's a lot of people that could be leaders that won't make the sacrifice. Right. And when you build things like that, you end up with a lot of chaos. Right. When you try to build things without leaders, you end up with chaos. This decentralization move that's being made in currency and everything else, it's just chaos. Like you're just openly inviting more chaos. And when
Yeah.
there's chaos, things will enter. They just
Yeah.
might not be the things you expect.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I used to have to, unfortunately, for practical reason. I think I don't know, maybe Father Eric could confirm this. I think the virtue is called gnome, but it's like knowing what to do when the common law doesn't apply, or when the procedures don't apply. And that was one of those things that would come up where, the superiors would give us some sort of directive or something like that, and you would send it over to our department to basically to watch it fail, because inevitably, like the same day, there would be some sort of exception that would pop up. And there was a scenario where there was a kid who had epilepsy, I think, and they told us, they were like, we got an order that they were like, okay, don't call emergency medical services until he's seized for this amount of time. And I'm like, how am I going to gauge that if I just got the phone call? And I was training a new hire, and we get a call that day, like the same day that we got the thing saying, oh, you got to end it. This guy was seizing, and it's just like, you ask, like, how long was he seizing? Like, I don't know. I just found him shaking on the floor and everything. And like, he would do this and, usually get up fine, but it's just like, okay. And the trainee I had was like, what are we going to do about it? It's like, we're just going to outright disobey this one, because we have no idea how long he's been down there.
Right.
But people would make insane stuff like that all the time. Like Residence Life put a narcoleptic on the third floor of a housing building. And he would freak, like, I want to say 2 or 3 times he called, and all of his teeth were false at that point, because he would go and he would call me in the middle of the night sometimes and just be like, yeah, I fell on my face and lost all my teeth again. Like, just all my teeth. It's just, they'd be like, oh my gosh, are you okay? And he's like, yeah, I'll be here. Like, I'll just be waiting for EMS to come by and help me out and everything. He just did that. But it's like, oh my gosh, they would just put him up there. They put him on. There was another girl that had like some sort of walking issue, a temporary injury, but it was like a pretty severe one. And they put her like in the basement, and there was no elevator. And it's just like, what are you guys doing? And we would have to like assist all the time with these things. But there was some interesting, questionable decisions that happened there. But it was good fun. I mean, not for the people involved, but it was very, very engaging, having so many unique problems to solve.
Yeah. Father Eric, 1,000 scam crypto coins. Yeah, or all the wallets stolen by Mt. Gox. Right. Sounds Greek. He doesn't know what you're talking about, Castle, but he thinks it sounds Greek.
Well, it probably is, to be fair.
Probably. You would think a canon lawyer or an aspiring canon lawyer would know these things. Disappointed. 2 years of canon law school, and he can't work it out. I don't know.
He's never heard of gnome. There should be like a whole class on that.
Maybe it's in year 3. I don't know. He's only 2 years in, so I don't know. He saw the Hope Diamond with me, so there you go.
We see moral virtues, potential parts of prudence. Gnome, the ability to know what to do when the common law does not apply, according to this fact sheet I found.
I love it.
Yeah.
Be a gnome.
Yeah.
Well, that's what you need authorities and leaders for, right? And hopefully your authority is wise, because that's where wisdom comes in handy, is in sort of knowing these patterns of applicability that are outside of things like human law or something. And that's super important. That's the difference between, say, wisdom and knowledge. Oh, how is it, Father Eric? Oh, how is that different from epikeia?
I think that's on here.
Keia. I don't know.
We'll see if I can find it on here.
knowing when to have an exception to common law or law of man. I think, yeah, I might do the three
Wow.
laws, because there's law of man, there's law of nature, and there's law of God. Although I'm skeptical as to whether or not the third one exists. It's not just the second one, but I think it's worth dividing things into threes because Pythagoras was right and Socrates knew it, and Plato reaffirmed it, and so did Aristotle. And everybody who came afterwards is a charlatan or a sophist, usually both, and they're all narcissists. Philosophy solved. Look at that! I solved all of philosophy just like that. Amazing.
Oh, he found the gnome. This thing says epikeia is the virtue by which one knows the mind of the legislator, and then gnome is knowing what to do when the law doesn't apply at all.
There we go. I have found the gnome. The gnome is very important.
See, now that looks Greek.
What the heck is that?
Oh no.
I don't even know what that is, Father, but I'm not going to read it out because I can't. There's a bunch of references there that we
If that's
don't
from
have.
like a complicated text, this was condensed for an og like me so that I could quick reference it.
Yeah, OGs are better. Summa citation,
Sounds
whatever,
about
whatever summa, whatever that is. Aquinas. Aquinas. Our good boy Tommy. Tommy's very important. He's our favorite guy, for sure.
He's great, but see, somebody put together this 3-page thing, and it's not like 2,500 pages. So I like
Maybe
the
you should-
3-page thing better.
You
Just a
should
little-
send it to Father Eric and see if that's helpful to him as a cheat sheet for his canon law school. Yeah, 3 pages sounds better than the Summa.
It's not even a full 3 either.
Yeah,
Like 2.5.
I don't know anything about the Summa. I know about sumo. It's great wrestling. That's easier.
They're both large.
I haven't read Tommy. I hear good things about Tommy, but I've never read him. But he sounds like a stand-up guy.
That was good, Mark.
Yeah.
Really good. I love it. I always find your themes and the way you articulate everything so very helpful. And I really appreciated your comments to Castle. It's good. It's really
Thank
good.
you.
I love the suffering, perception, attention. Like that's really helped me with the Beatitudes. Right? Because but it's true. It is true. That's actually what does happen with suffering. With suffering. Yeah. Period.
Gives you that contrast to see.
Gives you vision, right? Totally gives you
It's
vision.
like the poorness of spirit type of thing, where I think Manuel said this in a previous video somewhere. Like, in order to be filled with beauty, you have to completely empty yourself. And like to me, that seems very very similar to the poorness of spirit thing.
Yeah, but there's something. Never mind the empty yourself. There's something about the actual sort of suffering, right? It just cuts. It just slashes out so much of what's not necessary, like Peterson talks about, right? You have to. You're going to lose most of yourself. What you think
like
is
the dead
yourself,
wood,
right? Yeah, the
burning
dead
off
wood.
dead wood.
Yeah, burning off the dead wood. That's how he puts it. But it's so true, and it's actually a good thing. It makes total sense. That if you're lucky enough to lose all of the dead weight you're carrying, right?
Yeah.
You're lucky enough. It's just a matter of looking at it from the way in which it is. Right?
And sometimes that's tough when you're on fire and it seems like everything that you identified with is on fire, and it was all parasitic and needed to go. But if it's on the outside, maybe that's all you see if you're only looking at the outside.
Yeah, well, it doesn't, like Peterson says, it doesn't leave you with very much, and almost back to your emptying, right? It doesn't leave you with very much, and that's the beauty of it all. But it must create space. It creates space.
You said something earlier about that if there's even just like a mustard seed left, that can still kind of sprout out. And it seems like, a lot of times when you get reduced by that fire that comes in, that winds up being actually all that's left. But you become seed-like again and can kind of like start over you can start kind of nurturing the space a little more. And
Well, it's as if like what you were describing this week, though. It's as if when you do that, when you slash and burn, then you've created the space for life to reinvigorate itself, right? It's so true. It's just that the idea of suffering needs to be seen in that way that Peterson so rightfully does articulate for us. Actually, that's a very profound Christian concept. He's quite a character. That he's able to do that he's able to articulate things, that he's that wide in his vision, right? That takes a wide vision for sure. And and it comes up all the time. Suffering comes up continually if you talk to anybody ever. Like, I don't know anybody who's not. There's a lot of suffering right now, we might say. Never mind. Maybe it's not the institutions. Maybe we're just all suffering a lot. We really haven't figured out what it's all about, that we're supposed to be dancing around and rejoicing, because the more we suffer, the more we actually see, and the more we understand, and the more we experience, right? I mean, it's not fun in the modern sense. It sure ain't fun. But then all this richness comes pouring.
It's meaningful.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's so beautiful. Talk about enchantment.
Yeah.
And suffering definitely opens the door to enchantment. There's no question. No
I
question.
have to say. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go.
Well, I was just going to say, one of the things that really, like, this year helped me kind of like super re-enchant my worldview was actually the structure, and also the authority, and kind of the negotiation even with myself of engaging with like weekly confession, because that also, it's interesting you were mentioning about the intentionality of the book club, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is so close to the thing where it's like, okay, I take notes before I go in. And I go in with notes so that I don't forget anything, but I have my examinations of conscience at the end of the day. And then throughout the week, I have that and I take notes. I present that in there, humiliate myself, once a week, and then go and then now have the intention for the next week, and then see how I fail to integrate that. But even still, it's like it gets better every single time. And that's a major way of kind of like micro dosing, burning off the dead wood. And it's just like, okay, let me just get a little burn once a week every single time. And it's just like over the course of a year, it's like that you wind up losing so much unnecessary weight. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, well, people try to carry too much. And I think there's another animation I'm thinking of. I don't know how I'll do it, or if I can convince my animation buddy to help me. There's a way, because Peterson was describing this. He was talking about being at Harvard in the 90s and then meeting those guys a few months ago and realizing they'd all become ideologically possessed. And he's like, they weren't like that before. What happened? And I've talked about this before, right? The people I learned so-called critical thinking and logic and reason rationality from are now completely captured, and they don't have those skills anymore at all. They're gone. It's like they never had them, but I know they did. I was there. They gave them to me. Like, I know they had them, and they're gone. And it's like, I think there's something about when you try to hold too much, because the world is bigger than you are. It's vastly bigger than you can conceive of. You may have a great imagination. Maybe imagine other worlds and other galaxies. That's nothing compared to how big the world is. Nothing. It's a fraction. It's a fraction. So when you try to grab too much, you collapse. I mean, that's what happens. That's what happens to you physically too. And so if you participated in the world in that way, you would know that. And you would have a little, we'll say intellectual humility, and not try to know too much intellectually either, because it'll get too much for you and you'll collapse.
It's too much light.
I think that happens.
One of the things that Father Eric and Josh and I talked about last week was this kind of thing of also like on the personal level, but on the communal level, this kind of thing of you look at like biblical chastisements, like the Tower of Babel and whatnot, and that was one of those things that I was like, oh gosh, that is on like your everyday scale is like a sunburn. Like you get too much light, and then you get burned, and then now you have to go into exile. Like now you get to stay in the dark, and maybe you got to put on like some weird jelly from a spiky plant or whatever. And like that is how you wind up having to recover from that. Or the other way around, of you got like the Sodom and Gomorrah, but the day-to-day sort of thing is you stayed in the dark for way too long, and then now you leave the house and it burns your eyes. And it's like, it's just, you have these two kind of things. It doesn't have to be so dramatic, but you can still kind of experience that with respect to like, how much light you're intaking, and that there is such a thing as too much. And that whether it's knowledge or trying to host too much identity or anything like that, that you get burned out in various different ways.
Yeah. Overload of identity. Yeah.
What's that
Yeah.
mean, guys? Help me. What do you two mean by overload of identity? Help me.
Well, you can try to be doing too many things at once, right? And so, for example, a lot of people will a lot of people like me, right, will try to run a business. It's like, you need too many skills to run a business, first of all. And maybe you're hyper competent like I am, and you can actually kind of get most of those skills well enough to pull it off. That might even be true. It's almost certainly not true, by the way. Like most people, they have no chance. They have no chance of, you have to master at least 3 of the skills of a business. Steven Silberger, the 10-day MBA, if you want an appreciation for how complicated it is to run like a single business by yourself. And also give you a better appreciation as an employee. So I highly suggest the book. Whether you're going to start a business or not, you can start to understand the complexity of the structure you're participating in. When you try to do those things, even if you can do them individually,
Right.
you have to do them all at once to run a business. And guess what? You definitely can't do, no matter who the hell you are, is do them all at once. And this is why, if you actually, partake of business books and how to run a business, they will tell you time and time again, you need to figure out the right trade-off for money and time. And so you want to buy an accountant. You almost certainly don't want to do your own accounting unless you're really good at it and you enjoy it, right? And then you might want to outsource some of your management, right? Or some of your marketing, right? But unless you're really, right? And I've met people, I do know people, because there are enough of them, that are really good at marketing and really good at accounting and do both, right? And they're average managers, and that's, good enough. And they hire out for everything else, though, right? They pay money for everything else. And that's okay, but you have to find a balance that works for you, and that's a non-trivial task, right? And maybe you're not a strong leader, in which case you can't be the CEO. You need somebody else to be the CEO, right? In fact, I'm in that situation now at the startup I'm working on now. I'm like begging my friend to be my CEO for me. You be the CEO. I've already done all the work. All the work's done, actually. Like, I need somebody to literally go out and contact people that I have a list of and get meetings that I want to be a part of, but I don't want to set up the meetings, basically, because I suck at it. Like, I would just be terrible at it. I'm really good at analysis, taking notes, really good at that. I'm really terrible at leading people down a course and communicating with them in that way from a dead stop, because I'm very cognizant of frames. But the problem being cognitive frames is you don't know what the other person's frame is. And so what ends up happening, I've been talking a lot about this lately because it's come up a lot. There are a lot of people, not a huge number, but there are definitely a bunch of people that cannot hear what I say, right? Because I'm precise, I'm accurate, and I'm super honest. And those are assumptions people don't make, because most people aren't like that at all. And people were more like that, say, 20 years ago, for sure. But they're a lot less like that now, where most of what they're saying is lies. Most people's language is completely sloppy. We don't even know what gender is. I mean, we don't even know what is a woman anymore. Like, I mean, your language is completely destroyed at that point. Not that you can't revivify it, because you can and you should, but that requires, doing things that will not make you friends. Like saying, no, I know what a woman is, and if you don't, then all the poorer for you. But I don't have that problem. And the number of times I tell people, I'm sorry to hear that you have that problem. I'm glad I don't have that problem. That works, by the way, works remarkably well, right? Because you're pointing to something and saying, No, that doesn't affect me. If
Right.
it affects you, I feel bad for you, right? Because you want to point them at them as the problem instead of the world, because they're pointed at the world. The world did this and the world did that. It's like, no, dude, you did that to yourself. Almost always, right? It's almost always you that did that to yourself. The world didn't do that to you, right? And so I end up a lot of times running into certain people who just cannot communicate with me because I'm telling them something very simple, straightforward, precise, and accurate. And they're like off in la la land, believing that I must be exaggerating, or I'm telling them something that isn't quite right, or my vision of what I'm talking about is, so far out there or whatever. And it's a big problem. It's Sally. Mark owes me money for all the great stupid questions I asked to draw him down to the average level communication. All right. Just in case anybody doesn't know Sally, there's nothing average about Sally. She's not dragging anybody to average.
Yeah, no kidding. No
Which is not
kidding,
to say
Mark.
she's not super helpful, but averageness, she's a crazy overconnected artist. There's nothing average.
Yeah,
in Sally's world.
she sees things and connects in ways that astound, absolutely astound. It's not even possible to do what she does.
Yeah, it doesn't seem
I mean,
possible.
she's just, I don't know.
When she gets one of my concepts, she just summarizes it in a way that I'm like, that's annoying. Why did she do that?
Yeah, no kidding.
And
Like,
it's usually out of the blue. Like we're not even talking about that. And
I
she'll
know.
just
That's
make
what
the
I
connection
mean.
on another convo and just
She's connecting like realms of existence that you how she even I don't even know how that works.
No one
Astounding.
knows. Sally, that's why my questions are so amazing. This is true. Some of your questions are amazing. And then every once in a while, most of the time she just overconnects a bunch of things and I'm like, no, that's not how that works. We have to go over it with her. And she often goes, I think you're right, but I don't know why. I'm going to go think about this. And then like 6 months later, she'll come back and explore it again.
Yeah, so she intuits that you're right? She's intuiting, but the pieces haven't fallen yet.
And when she's right, she intuits that she's right and realizes she's not communicating well and says, I got to think more about how to communicate this. Right. And intuition's super powerful and we don't talk about it. We don't have it anymore, right? That's part of the poetic way of informing the world. See my model video, right? It's all gone. Like it's all atrophied in our society and it causes the intimacy crisis, which leads to the meaning crisis. Like it causes all this stuff for sure. It's 100%.
Yeah, because actually, I mean, ballroom dancing today, when I was ballroom dancing, the way he was describing the movement of the dance, it's the way reality is. And it's the way Sally Joe is. She's like the epitome of ballroom dancing in reality. She is.
Yes.
Absolutely, because it's all this movement and contextualizing continually. Like she's like uber contextualizing. That's what artists do. And meanwhile, people think that they're nowhere. They're everywhere. Right. Absolutely.
Yeah, nihilism,
and they're moving with the context all the time. So they're moving.
Nihilism always confused me, right? Because I was always like, how do you not see your connectedness to the world? Like, how do you get out of that? Like, I don't even understand how you don't see that. Sally, studio opens fall of 2024 and half a guest area. Yeah, well, it's going to be good. It's going to be good.
Wow.
Sally's stuff is going to whole ballroom dancing thing. I mean, there's for Vicky's participatory knowledge, right? That's the whole thing is that when you have participatory knowledge of something, or even the act of getting it, I mean, that's also revivifying. That's also re-enchanting. That's also all about poetically informing the world and then using that poetic information to be in the world. And the annoying thing, and I think why video games are actually a much bigger problem than people realize, is a video game doesn't have that quality. It has a set of rules that never changes.
Yeah.
And then in that you can see what look like patterns and they're not patterns.
Exactly.
They're procedures.
Exactly.
And there's a big difference between the two.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Procedures are discrete and linear, and patterns are
Left
continuous
hemisphere,
and
right
nonlinear.
hemisphere, Mark. Left hemisphere,
yeah.
right hemisphere, man. There you have
And
it.
then,
That's exactly
and
right.
then what happens is, though, there's also a difference in connectivity. So the difference is that the one-to-one relationship is limiting. It's closing down, right? And it's certain. It has a high certainty level. And so people expect the world to be like the video game, where they've got
Right.
a one-to-one relationship, they've got a procedure they can follow, and that's why you see autism everywhere. It's all people who seem autistic don't have the same source of their autism. And we have a whole theory that you see the knowledge engine video. We have a whole theory about why that is. Like we have it's something that explains it, has a good description of it, an excellent prescription for it, and a prediction, right? And it works really well. And I don't think anybody has anything like that other than us. And the reason why is because on the other side of the brain, that's the many-to-many connections. That's the multi-connectedness of the world that you need to move in the world. But it also allows you to not be frightened when the world moves.
Exactly.
If the rules of the world are changing on you, you need to modify what looks like procedures and get them back into participations.
Exactly.
Right? They're
Yeah,
poetic.
sure.
You can't map procedures and poetics exactly. You can bootstrap poetics with procedures. You can bootstrap participation with procedures, but you can't maintain it because you need something that changes, and procedures actually don't change. And when you do change them, they don't change in step because they're discrete. And the world is not discrete, it's continuous. It's continual adjustments. When you're in the world
Exactly.
participating, you get a sense for the changing of the world.
Exactly. You get
While you have a sense for the changing of yourself. And
Right.
that's like everybody wants reality to be a video game. They want reality to be a thing that they conform to because that's how video games work. But the world is not like that. Reality has to be co-manifested by you. It has to be affected by your decisions. This is also why people don't like free will, because free will puts the kibosh on reality not changing and you conforming. It means that you're not conforming. You're able to not conform. And worse than that, the implication is that the world can change. And the interesting thing, the funny part about all of this is that in trying to reproduce the physics experiments from the 20s and 30s, there are actually theses out there that the physics, the laws of physics have changed since then because they can't reproduce the results. And no one knows why. And that, that I think is super significant. People don't realize how sort of soft and squishy real physics actually is. And on that note, welcome, Andre. And before we get to you, though, I want to read Father Eric. We are cooling off on Monday. Nice. Oh, Sally asked for a report on the heat wave.
Context.
Father Eric, nihilism is not an option. Well, it is sort of the removal of all options. That's sort of the problem. Nihilism is the removal of we'll say all of your options. How you doing, Andre? It's good.
Nihilism is when all the BIOSes fail and you have to remove the CMOS, and then like what is there then? Like you've removed even the backup of any meaning or any information the motherboard can get, and it just existentially dies. I'm good. I've just been cleaning up and setting up my desk, and I think I might have told you a while back. I've got a half duck down, half goose down book cover, and my cat at one point must have cut it with her claws somehow, and the cut like this large on it. Now it's okay when the cover is on, but every time I change over the cover, as soon as I've got the new cover on, the floor is just covered in all these little feathers. So I had to do a second vacuuming. So I mean, my dad will be able to purchase me a replacement one because he got the original one, but it's just it's so annoying just like it's a process that shouldn't have to be messy. Just slipping one cover into a new one, but it's just a par for the course.
I like your analogy. Father Eric does too. Humans don't have an easy bioslash. Yeah. They don't have an easy bioslash. And you need because we're not using the skills that used to revivify our poetic way of informing the world, we're falling into the intimacy crisis. And that generally leads to the nihilism. And most of us are putting themselves there on purpose by convincing ourselves and others that they can be individuals when that's an impossible situation. I got asked about this on the Discord server today again. Benjamin Franklin, the motherboard will not die. All of its particles get out of the universe. It will haunt us forever like a ghost. No, that's not true.
Yeah.
I'm glad you
Well,
think so.
so he's trying to say that the orderliness of what was once contained in the motherboard can't die off, but the functionality of the motherboard, that's what dies. So whilst people can electrically and physically die,
the order dies too because it's not revivified and entropy is real. This is what people don't
yeah,
realize.
that's what I'm saying. He's strictly saying that the motherboard didn't die, like the particles move on and blah blah blah, but
it did die.
It did die.
Yeah.
Just like we die, but our order of molecules just gets more chaotic and that's
but then they're not the same. And that's what people even in physics, they're actually not the same. Right?
Yeah.
And so you can say, even, and this isn't true, by the way, at least experimentally, you could say that the amount of gold in the universe is stable or something, which it's not. It's not the same. It's not the same. Like it transforms constantly.
Yeah.
And that's where people, a lot of times get confused. I want to read this from Sally. Duct tape is what will packing 2 more V's painting. Because it's what I got. Yeah, she's packing up a painting. So, Benjamin, what is a discrete entity? There aren't any, dude. It's not that hard. Discretization is a process that we need for certain types of processing, but is an illusion of your brain, of a particular side of your brain. This goes back to McGilchrist. Elizabeth will tell you this is in McGilchrist's book. I haven't even read it. I already know it's in his book. I already know what his book says. Right? I knew it years ago. This isn't it's good that he did what he did. It's great. Like somebody needed to do it. Also, this is observable. Like you could know this.
For sure.
Yeah. I mean, he's grabbing a bunch of stuff that was done in the 80s and 90s.
Yeah, exactly.
And before.
Exactly.
This isn't new information. It's just he put it together into a certain type of knowledge. See the knowledge engine model video on navigating patterns, right? And that knowledge, it doesn't. It's interesting, right? Because knowledge isn't quite a story. And at some point, I'll have to disambiguate all that. I realize I'm
come on. I'll push you a bit on this one.
It's not quite a story, but it is a type of cohesiveness. So in the same way that a manual is not a story about how to use a device, because it's not, right? It contains a bunch of facts about a device that maybe you'll never engage with, because maybe you'll never use the device in that way. But it gives you a bunch of options, and there's a cohesion around the device, but it doesn't tell a story. So the story is something uniquely different.
How the heck did you come up with that one? Knowledge doesn't tell a story. I love it.
Right. But it's a type of cohesiveness like a story, and people confuse the two all the time.
It can't tell a story because I don't think knowledge really has an orientation usually. So
exactly.
A type of knowledge is pointing towards something else specifically. So hinting at motherboard, electronics, resistor, or it contains those other sub-knowledge facts, and you put them together in your own mind into that story or abstraction layers. But because it's not pointing at anything specifically, it can't make a narrative because, as we know, the narratives like from the tarot cards, they're broken up into like sub parables and symbols, and then they start to point to one another and make up what they make up.
Knowledge doesn't point to narrative, but story certainly does. See, story narrative archetype. Another video on navigating patterns. Benjamin Franklin's about to say something incredibly stupid. I can just tell. All right. I'm not on board now. The motherboard is dead or alive according to the imagination of the thing that is observing and the categorizing the motherboard. No, that's not how that works. The motherboard's never alive, by the way. Also, it's not ordered without a BIOS, because a BIOS is one of many key functions that the motherboard can't do without. Right. So,
unlike Christianity, I can't put my faith in the motherboard and have that live on in my heart, that it's truly alive if I believe in it and have faith. The motherboard's just dead.
But if it's dead, it cannot be dead according to itself. Oh, okay. Nothing can be dead or alive according to itself. That's self-reference, and self-reference doesn't work. Like, yes, you need a thing outside of you as a reference. I mean, Pastor Paul van der Kuyt talks about this in a lighter form when he talks about you outsource your sanity. That is correct. Sanity is not within you. It cannot be within you, and it is not contained within you.
Right.
Containing is done by outside of you, particularly the people. That's why if you put somebody in solitary confinement long enough, they go insane. That means your sanity is held outside of you by other people, by definition, period, full stop. Nothing is self-defined.
Yeah. Any individual is necessarily crazy. There's no way around it. An individual is crazy because there's nothing.
If you could be an individual, you would be crazy. If you strive to be an individual, you will go crazy. Usually you'll get the conspiracy theories first, and then you'll hit the nihilism skids pretty quickly. Ethan, it's good to see you, Ethan. I'm glad you're here. Reading is for mortals, not Mark Levere. Yes, also true. Reading is evil. Burn all the books. I'm still there. Benjamin Franklin, can't one be alive according to itself? No, I just explained.
That's solipsism.
Impossible. You have no frame of reference. Like, if you do something according to yourself, you can't, and it's wrong because you have no frame of reference. And this is the postmoderns have done a great job of removing frames and references, and that's why nobody dances anymore. Nobody does line dancing. Nobody does country dancing anymore. Nobody does ballroom dancing anymore. They're not doing the minuet. Do you realize, Elizabeth? I went to a magnet school in Lowell when I was very young. And one of the things, I went there because they were teaching computers. Of course, I knew more about computers than the damn computer teacher. Different story. We won't get into that one. They actually taught us dancing. Like, I learned the minuet when I was very, very young. Yeah, when I got the pretty blue-eyed blonde. Oh, what a day that was.
Oh, Mark, look at you. Look at you. I just saw you come alive. The feminine principle.
The teacher sent her up to the classroom to get me because for some reason or something I was late. And I got to the classroom and no one was there. And she sent her. And I was like, but I think the teacher knew. The teacher probably knew, right? Like, adults know when kids are like in love or enamored or whatever. Yeah. Yep. I know her name and I have a picture of her too. So yeah, still somewhere. It's in the shed somewhere, I think.
Yeah. Wow. So that's why you turned out so well, because you learned the minuet with the blonde-haired beauty. That's right out of Dante, man.
I have been spending the past 5 years, Elizabeth, trying to figure out, because everyone's like, how do you know this? How do you know this? How do you know this? And I'm always like, how do you guys survive and not know this? Like, I don't even know how you guys are alive. Like, I was, living in a car at 17 or 18 or maybe both. I don't know. In the winter in New England. And like, I wouldn't have survived without understanding all this at some level. Like, maybe I couldn't articulate it back then, but like, what's going on, right? And then it's like, oh, I went to 4-H. Oh, I was a Boy Scout for a year. Oh, I went to this magnet school, and there was all this, stuff that happened, like dancing and things like that wasn't, we'll say, within the normal curriculum, right? Oh, I went to private junior high and at least 1 year of high school, And they gave me my books 2 weeks before we started, and I just read them all because I'm a psychopath, basically. Like, oh, that's why I've always been, a self-learner, always. Not that I recommend that for most people. Most people are terrible at it. Don't do it. And a lot of harm came out of it for me, actually. So, also not the best thing. Let's see what Ethan has to say. Well, why, if you care about sanity anyway? Yeah. You need to care about sanity, but if you don't care about sanity, yeah, go ahead, self-reference. It'll be fine. You'll go insane. Okay, suppose that I'm on an island. Yeah, but you're not. So why would you suppose something that is never going to happen to you? And I suspect that I'm alive. No, you don't suspect that you're alive. That never happens, and you can't do that, right? Am I alive or not? No, you're not alive. Is that easy? That's pretty easy, right? Maybe I can think that I'm alive. No, you can't. Thinking requires life first. It's just an order of operations problem on your part because your brain is trying to hold too much and you're cognitively collapsed about this topic. That's what happened to you. That's what's happening to you right now. I could be wrong, of course. No, you can't be wrong and be dead. Like that doesn't make any sense, right? I'm not saying that it's the truth that I'm alive. Yeah, you're not saying anything. You're just kind of gobbledygooking yourself into believing that you're God or something and pondering imponderables that are unnecessary.
He's using
you can spend your life doing that if you want, but you'll ruin your life, which is probably what's happening.
Logical fallacy. It's an approach to Hegel.
You will anthropomorphize a volleyball to be less lonely. Yes, Father, you will. Or something, or maybe anything. Like who knows what you'll actually anthropomorphize. Ethan, excellent to see you, sir. Good to have you here.
Hey, Elizabeth.
Hey, Ethan, how you doing?
Good. We should. What do you say we finish Purgatorio sometime between now and Judgment Day?
Okay, you send a day. Send a day, baby.
I'm sorry, my life is just completely changed. Like
I know. That's cool. That's
It's
a
the
blessing.
yeah,
You're
might have something to do with the baby. I don't know.
Ethan, gypsies are everywhere, and they'll take them and give you some money. I'm just saying, if you get overwhelmed.
Well, I heard today that Beethoven might have been part gypsy.
No way. That's cool.
That's totally cool.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Baby's cute, by the way, for anybody who needs to know.
Because
Adorable
baby
baby.
has the best mother in the whole world. Ethan's
Yeah.
on gold. He doesn't even know. He doesn't even know, Mark,
She's a saint.
how lucky this man is. She's
a saint. Yeah.
the best feminine principle alive. Ethan doesn't
absolutely.
deserve it, quite frankly. He does not deserve it.
That
baby is so full of life.
Elizabeth, he's more deserving of it now because he's getting better all the time. So it's fantastic.
Well, I hope so. Maybe.
No, he is. I can tell.
Thank you for your prayers, Elizabeth.
That baby is so beautiful. That baby just radiates love. It's just so beautiful.
That's true. That baby is born of pure, genuine love. Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
And to send you another picture. I don't think you guys have seen him for a while, but
it's
been a while for me.
All growing up.
They keep getting bigger. You got to stop feeding them so they stay small. That's the secret. And they'll be cute forever.
I might suggest that to my wife. She's dreading the day that he grows up too. So you might be onto something.
There you go. Just tell her. I got all the answers, man. You parents know nothing about children. I've got them all worked out. I have a third person perspective away from children, so I see it more clearly, and I can just give you all the answers.
So there's another pay of knowing we found. Parental knowing.
Parental
knowing. Only held by Mark.
Yes. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, check out the patterns in Ethan's life now, man. If anybody wants to know why you have children, check out the patterns in Ethan's life. He doesn't have time for all the book clubs. Well,
the one thing I noticed is his audio is good this time. It's not
Ah.
like
Oh,
every
his
time he's been in the
audio's
VC,
good.
it's been scratchy and terrible, and now
Well,
he's
yeah,
had a
usually-
child,
And
and,
his
usually
and
he's
audio
got
it's crystal
terrible-
clear.
Terrible audio on the road, and now it's all
Yeah.
fixed since the baby.
I know, but the baby's probably not a baby hardly. Help. He's
They don't
probably
last.
like almost growing up.
Yeah, he's 14 months, so
Oh, that's growing up for sure.
How did that happen? He can't be
Yeah.
14 months. What are you
I
talking
don't know.
about? That's impossible.
Yeah.
We
He was
need
a-
Thunder
yeah,
Bay 2. That's what we need.
We do. Then we can then we can have another baby. 'Cause it was
Yes.
Thunder Bay. It's Thunder Bay. I went home and found out that I was gonna be a daddy.
Dude, that is like the freakiest thing ever given our conversation on the way up. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's miracles. Miracles
Yeah.
are real.
It'll give you a new an experience like that would give you a new appreciation for the depth of what a miracle is.
Yeah. I still haven't processed it yet. I don't know if I ever will. So
Yeah,
maybe
That's
I should
okay.
stop.
Don't. It's fine. Keep the mystery. Mystery is good. Keep the
Yeah.
mystery. Yeah. Not knowing is a blessing. Not knowing is a blessing.
Yeah, yeah. Then we get to
That's-
be in
I'm gonna have
Solly
to-
Joe's world.
I'm gonna remember that not knowing is a blessing. Knowing is a curse.
Yeah.
Some knowing is
Yeah.
a curse. Yep. I mean, that's in everything. Like every sort of religion or whatever you want to call it, every wisdom text has a formulation like that. Every single one. Don't think it's a
Yeah.
coincidence. I think that they're onto something there.
Yeah, yeah. How many people wish that they could just go be a peasant and farm the land?
More nowadays. Yeah. We were at Tractor Supply today and I was like looking at the tiny chickens. I'm like, oh, baby chicks. I love baby chicks. And the question came up, do you want to buy chickens? And I'm like, we're not ready. We got a lot of land to clear. And I couldn't
They
even
don't-
get out with the saw today and clear the driveway. And I got to cut down live trees to get to chicken land. So
They don't
we
need
got a
much
lot of work
room,
to
do they?
No,
get
they
some
don't
chicken
need
wire.
much room. Yeah.
No, you gotta well, we have predators, so we've got to clear land, right? And then they can eat the ticks, which would be nice because there are ticks, because there are deer, right? And there's a bunch of land clearing I have to do. I need a mobile chicken thing, right? 'Cause you got to take them different spots so they don't wear out the area. Yeah, there's some work that needs to be done there. And
The full
I hope
pecks
to
of
have
knowing.
one
Raising
do it.
chickens. Okay. Raise chickens, ballroom dance. What else have we learned?
Ballroom
That's
dance.
cool.
What did I miss?
I'm doing
Oh, you
ballroom dancing, Ethan. It's changed. Oh, it's so amazing for understanding the interplay of the masculine and feminine. It's just absolutely wonderful. It's so
Huh,
beautiful.
Interesting.
Yeah. It all started because I did some folk dancing. Somebody there on my little island on Alicudi. I did some folk dancing in front of the church, the ancient church up the hillside, and I loved it so much. I felt changed, and so I decided the time has come. I've got to find out what this dance thing's all about.
Oh,
Yeah.
good.
That's great.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's really it's all the patterns. Hey, Pajot, we need a ballroom dancing in the patterns video. Hey,
Wait,
For
have
sure.
you talked about his last video yet? With his materialist friends?
which one was that?
Oh no.
It-
I announced, Ethan, that I'm going to be doing commentary videos. I'm going to do it on
Yeah.
those two, on the Bogosian and the Alex O'Connor. Also, little tip. If you live in DC or LA or Boston and you're frustrated with the traffic, I can fix that for you real easy. Just listen to Bogosian. Probably I didn't test the Bogosian one. Listen to Alex O'Connor talk to Jonathan Peugeot. It's like I distinctly remember I'm driving in the middle of DC, right? I'm trying to get to Father Eric. And I swore I would never do it again, but I did. And it was worth it. But like I was listening to this and I went, 6 minutes to go 1 mile. Wait a minute. What did Alex say? What kind of an idiot is this? I totally forgot about the traffic. Traffic was not even an issue to me. I didn't even notice the traffic. I was too busy screaming at Alex O'Connor being the dumbest person I've ever heard speak. It was amazing. So if you need something to distract you from the traffic so it's not an issue, just listen to this guy because he's a catastrophe. He's a
Well, Boghossian
catastrophe of
rivals him, so-
illogical, irrational, crazy talk.
Yeah. What did you say? It's just like, well, what if this? And he keeps identifying against without proposing anything.
I got to tell you, Ethan,
Yeah.
there's three bigger problems. Peugeot needs to nip things in the bud earlier. I actually did comment on his Boghossian video about this. I don't think I commented on that O'Connor video. I might have, but I commented on the Boghossian video. But I'm going to go through it in my commentary. Like, no. The mistake was here. And if you don't stop people early in their thinking, they self-enchant with the story. So that's why stories are dangerous. And postmodernism is like the ultimate solipsism, right? You got to get rid of that stuff quick. It's actually really important to stop somebody the minute they make a bad statement, because what happens is they'll make a bunch of bad well, they'll make one or two bad statements, maybe, or maybe 5, maybe 10. It doesn't really matter. But they build like a little dock over the water, right?
It's important.
And then
It's
once
important
they
not to give
build
them the
the
ground.
dock, like the other guy, whether it's Shapiro or Peterson or whoever, Peugeot, it doesn't matter. They'll go in and they'll take out the pillars of the dock, right, that are wrong. But the dock doesn't fall. And they don't understand why. And I'm like, no, I know why. Like, that's easy. Because they've self-enchanted. And once the self-enchantment has already happened, you can't fix that as easily. It's way easier to interrupt them on the bad assumption, right? And go from there. Like, that's actually really important. The minute they make the bad assumption, you stop them. Because otherwise they'll keep the story going. And the longer they keep the story going, the more they self-enchant. And once they're enchanted, especially when you enchant yourself, you're screwed. You are completely screwed. Like, it's all over. Like, it's very hard. I've done it, but it takes a lot of work to get people unself-enchanted. Once they tell themselves a crazy story, like, if I were on an island by myself, I could ponder whether or not I was alive. Of course you can't. I mean, Descartes solved that. Like, I don't even, like, where do you get that from, right? But, like, it takes a long time and a lot of work, and almost nobody's up for it. Like, it's very, I mean, you've seen Ethan. You've seen us talk to people. Most of the people we talk to who are in real trouble, they leave because they can't engage. And some of them engage part way and then leave. And that's worse because, they're not getting, they get a little medicine and not enough, right? They didn't necessarily, and it may work out over time. Like, I'm always hopeful, like maybe in 4 years, something I said, will make its way into their consciousness and they'll get out of it. But if you don't know, it's very scary.
Yeah, and you're not doing anybody any favors by letting anything pass by you. I mean, that's cardinal rule number 1 of being a great teacher. And it creates, you stop, and you don't need to be too aggressive about it. You just need to stop. It needs to stop.
And it's weird too, right? Because just as a little preview of one of the things I'm going to talk about in the commentary video on that Alex O'Connor video, he says, like, well, Eve ate the apple, but then she's being, her descendants are being punished for her bad decision. And I'm like, well, you're a materialist. When you eat the apple, there's a change that happens. You've already acquiesced to the fact that the change happens. Like, you've already agreed with Peugeot and with the text that eating the apple causes a fundamental change in your being. And as a materialist, you should realize that's going to cause an effect on your children. Like, the change is going to get inherited down. And he doesn't even talk about that. And, like, I was like screaming. I'm like, Jonathan, stop him there and nail him to the wall. That's what you have to do. So I'm going to do it in my commentary video. Because people will not interrupt people. And I'm like, no. The minute somebody says something wrong, you have to at least flag an objection. Otherwise, the enchantment will get worse right away. And I've seen it so many times. I'm so familiar with the pattern. And the same thing happened with Boghossian. He let Boghossian go too far and not stop him. And also, to be fair, you got to have some major chops to out logic the logic, reason, and rationality folks.
Right. Yeah.
It's not easy. I can do
Yeah.
it, but like I grew up doing that to those Muppets. So like
They
I used
need
to hang
you,
out under
Mark.
my
They
TV,
need you.
so
Yeah, they do, because Jonathan Pajot's all right brain. If you
let them know.
he even has trouble, getting things mailed out, in the certain month. Like, he's totally right. He doesn't live. No, but seriously, I suspect that, and I'm not insulting him because I don't think I have a left hemisphere either. He definitely doesn't have a left hemisphere. And so, plus, don't forget, it's his second language. So for
Right.
him to, on
Right.
top of the fact that he's all right hemisphere and that's his great giftedness, it's his second language. So how the heck is he going to do
Yeah,
that?
they're not speaking in God's chosen French Canadian.
Yeah,
as
Mark
everybody knows.
Lefebvre, you should know all about that with your background. But yeah, and he's also.
I wish I could speak it. I really do, but now I mean, my grandparents and stuff who spoke it were very don't teach the children this stuff because we're in America now, and I lament some of that, right? I mean, there's a lot of stuff you're subject to as a child. Like, it's
French
bad,
speaking
right?
pirate. If you and you could dance the minuet. Like, what else do we need to have
I
an
could,
enchanted
yes.
world? Like, this is one enchanted world that Mark
With a
lived.
beautiful blue-eyed blonde. No,
Oh, and then
less.
the blue-eyed blonde Beatrice, Ethan. This is the same darn story. You think that this Beatrice is imaginary, like I think somebody was saying. And look at the face of Mark when he mentions. You could just mention her again, Mark. Yeah. Look at the face. That's called life.
Her name was Rachel
That's
Scott.
called.
That was
That's
her
called.
name.
That'll take you
What?
up to see the face of
What?
God.
What? I
That's
missed
what that's
something.
called.
What? I missed something. What happened?
You missed the whole story. Let me catch up on comments first, and we'll go over
Before
this.
you go, I'm gonna run off. I'll catch you at the book club tomorrow, Mark. Great to meet you, Elizabeth and Ethan, and hope you'll have a good night.
Good to see you, Castle.
Good night.
Thank you for the stories. Always a pleasure. Come back
Very-
soon.
Will do.
Nice to meet you. Bye.
All right, I want to get through this. Benjamin Franklin. Hold on. I got to change our stuff here. There we go.
This is bad.
I think Alex's argument is that the offspring are not Eve herself. Yeah, no kidding, dude. He didn't make that argument, though, because he's retarded. They are separate identities. He doesn't make that argument. They are not separate identities. And again, you inherit from your parents. I don't even know why I'd have to say that. Like, you're all hardcore materialists, and you all believe in evolution, and you don't understand this simple concept. That's what he's imagining there. No, he's not. He's picking one tiny piece of the story and critiquing that one tiny piece and not understanding all the other parts. Believe me,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go over it.
The
It's
thing
not that
was-
hard. His mistake is flat world. It's limited thinking because he has an IQ much lower than you would be led to believe by listening to him. And this is where we get enchanted by listening to articulate people, and we equate articulation. Like Peter Boghossian's a great example with intelligence.
yeah.
Peter Boghossian's intelligence isn't that high. Like, I'm sorry, Alex O'Connor's is
agree.
even lower.
Yeah,
But I can see
it
the
just
argument
felt
that
like
even her children are in the same ship of Theseus. It's nothing to do with ship of Theseus. It's a different argument. Inheritance is real. You inherit things like eye color and hair color from your
Yeah.
parents.
The-
If your
the-
mother eats poison while you're in the womb, you are damaged. That happens. Right? If your mother was a drug addict before she had you, you come out damaged. That happens. Like, I'm sorry. It's just the
It's
way
like-
it is.
it's like a weird. The thing that I did, I was, like you said before, like we gotta be a little forgiving to Pajot because, like you said, you gotta be on it, And he did a pretty good job.
Oh, he did
it-
a great job. There's no question about it. He did a great job. He misread, like he gave the altar call,
Mhm.
and obviously that didn't work. O'Connor rolled right over it. He didn't even understand what was happening.
Yeah, he talked about it a little bit in the Q&A 2 days ago, and he's like, yeah, I told myself I was never going to talk to those guys again. And I can't remember why he decided to do it again. Oh, he said that after he watched that conversation that Alex had with Peterson, he thought he'd give it another try, and then he consequently decided to give Boghossian a try. But he's like, man, I don't know if I can. Maybe we'll talk again, but it really stressed him out a lot. Like he said, I'm really glad that he said this too, because he said there was points in there that I just felt like I was like they were so condescending to me. It
Yep.
was really hard to just sit there and maintain composure. I can't remember the exact words that he said.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
like, I felt that. Like I was watching it and I was completely ashamed for him. Like I felt like turning it off. You know, it was
I wasn't ashamed, but like I did want to punch Alex and Peter on behalf of Peugeot. Like I wanted to defend him. I'm like, I shall be your knight, sir. I will take care of this.
it was worse with Bogosian, because Bogosian is considered to be he's a state of the art intellectual, in our society, and for him to be speaking like a 15-year-old, that's to Jonathan, but that was very frustrating to witness.
Dripping with arrogance.
Right. Yeah.
I hate arrogance. I hate arrogance. See, the thing is, there's a trick, right? There's a trick to people. And if you know that trick, which is roughly the same trick as the difference between offense and defense, if you know that trick, you can dismantle these people instantly. It's the problem for me is that it's way too much fun. I have way too much enjoyment out of this, and I just shouldn't be allowed to do it because I'm really good at it and I really enjoy it. And I probably shouldn't relish it quite so much. I've talked about this before.
We need to let Mark loose in the arena.
Oh yeah. Except I devastated. Like no one. The problem is it doesn't matter how smart you are, and this is what the smart people don't realize. Your intelligence is irrelevant, and they don't know this. Like they have no idea. Like, and next to the tools I have, you're not even in the game. You don't even know what game I'm about to do to you. You're all done before it starts. You don't have a chance at all. Like not even a little one. Because the tools you're relying on are not sufficient. They're just not. And you're never going to win.
Intelligence isn't a virtue, as most people are confused about. It's just a material circumstance. That's all intelligence is. It's not.
Well, but it's worse. Like when you're arrogant, you've trapped yourself in a certain field and you're stuck. So even if you had the tools, you're not going to use them because you can't see them. And even if you could, you can't wield them because you're trapped in your own arrogance. And so fundamentally, the trick is, or there's a trick. If you're dealing with somebody who will say not arrogant, they're kind of curious, and you actually deliberately want to dismantle them. Not that I ever recommend doing this, and I have done it, and I probably shouldn't have. You get them in a position where they're arrogant. Like you get them in a position where they think they have like a superior condition to you. And I've done this very unfairly with people, right? I've done the old, oh, you know about computer programming. Oh, please tell me something about that. And they're all done, right? The minute they think they know more than I do about computer programming, they're completely finished. It's all over. Right? It's all over. This game has already ended. I already know the end of the game, right? And they don't, right? And I shouldn't do that. That is true. But like with Bogosian and with O'Connor, they're already arrogant. So they're already screwed coming into the conversation, but you have to have the right tools. And yeah, I don't blame anybody, certainly not Jonathan Peugeot, for not having those tools. I honed them over years. But like, I mean, my goal was to basically destroy PhDs. That was always my life's goal as a kid. No, it really was. Like, I just want to show these people they're all retarded morons. I really do. And I found all the tools to do that. And over years, I mean, I had access to all the best schools in Boston, man. And you could just walk in. I mean, you can't do it anymore, I guess, because campuses got locked down. You could just walk in campus, audit classes, talk to professors, have discussions in the hallway. None of this is a problem. I talked to some of the greatest minds in the world. Like, it wasn't a problem. And like, once you figure out the patterns, you can just take these people apart like nothing, because they're in a house of cards.
Freight Train Mark.
Oh, it's bad.
There's a meme somewhere out there on the internet of Freight Train Mark.
There is. Well, I mean, if you want to see it, I forget which video it is. It's one of the early live streams. It's well over, it must be 1.5 or 2 years old now, right? Where I talked to Claire Kaw, and I just freaking dismantle her. And I'm telling her, like, no, you don't understand. You don't have a chance at winning this game ever. I'm like, and I told her like several times in the stream, I will simply outlast you. Like as a last resort, if nothing else, I'll just sit here forever until you can't, because I have the stamina to do. I don't know if I have the stamina today, but boy, that day I was on fire. I was like, no, I'm going to stay on this stream until you actually give up. It was amazing. And I but I dismantled every one of her points because I know all the tricks those people use. And I already have defenses for all of them. I've built them up over decades. Like, this is not a new game for me. And it didn't start online, but I did it online early and I was very good at it, right? I was always very good at it. So like these people, they don't even know what they're getting into. Like they don't even have a concept because they're new to the internet compared to me. I'm just like, all right, bring it on. I've done this 100 times at least. Let's go again. I love to win. Little secret. I love to win. I love it. I'm highly competitive. It's great. Winning is fun. Yeah.
You're so naughty, Mark.
I can be. I try to restrain my. That's the other thing too.
Just
I would
playing
get upset.
to you, Ethan. Normally he behaves much better.
People are, but a lot of people are just ungrateful, right? They're like, "Oh, Mark is mean, and he does it," and I'm like,
they don't get you. They don't get you.
If you understood the level of restraint I'm showing you right now, you would be grateful beyond belief because I could take anyone apart psychologically. I've done it before. I've like met people and they did something to one of my friends and I just freaking dismantle them in about 5 minutes. And they're just like, what the hell even happened? And I'm like, you want existential crisis? I can throw you an existential crisis. I don't even have to know who you are. I could talk to you for like 5 minutes and have you crying in a corner. Not even a problem. I know psychology real well. Like, but you don't want me to do that. And I don't want to do that, even though I kind of enjoy it.
Yeah.
If I found out somebody like did something to you, Ethan, and was like mean to you in some way or your wife or whatever, and I ever met them, I would just annihilate them psychologically. I would be so angry and I wouldn't even show it, right? I'd come right up and do the whole sneaky thing and bang. Oh yeah, I'd dismantle them. I don't like when people mess with my friends. But you mess with me, I really don't care. I don't know you. I don't, whatever. But like, don't mess with my friends, because if I find you, you're in for a ride that you're not gonna like. Yeah, I don't, because I have the skills, and I think using them judiciously is important, and I try to do it judiciously. I didn't always. That's for sure.
You sound like Nectarios, Saint Nectarios. If you've seen that movie, he's just been scandalized like his whole life, and then he starts a monastery, and people start attacking his monastery, and his assistant is like, how come now all of a sudden you're fighting back and fighting people after everything that's happened to you? He's like, well, when they start attacking your children, that's when you fight.
Exactly. When they start attacking you, you just kind of whatever, right? But when they start attacking the things that you've built that are important, that's when you've got to do something, right? And I believe it's your duty as a human being to protect human beings who can't protect themselves.
Yeah.
And so this is why I was saying when I was listening to Alex O'Connor and Peter Boghossian, I wanted to punch them in the face. I was like on the road, and I'm like, well, I need to go to DC, but also I could find out where these people are and just turn the car around and go somewhere else. And I was hopping mad.
Well, I think Boghossian's up in Washington, isn't he? And Adam is coming to the West Coast again, so you could make a pit stop.
There you go.
If you're going to come out and see Adam.
But Mark, I don't think
right.
Peter Boghossian is that intelligent. He's never not that I am. He's clearly much more intelligent than I am, but he doesn't strike me as being a great intellect. This is
the frustration that I have that Peugeot doesn't see. Peugeot thinks he's intelligent, but it's very clear from that conversation that Peter, and he's saying it, I just don't understand what you're saying. Alex O'Connor's saying the same thing, right? He's saying like, well, maybe I'm missing something. It's like, no, dog, you're definitely missing something. Like, it's not a maybe. You just missed a very important point because your intellect is actually not as great as you think, and you can't hold the idea. You
Right.
actually can't. Peter said the same thing many times. Maybe I'm missing something. No, you are missing something. I
Yeah, I
could
don't-
probably explain to you what you're missing, but you would still
Yeah.
miss it because you're so tied up in understanding something that you can't understand that your brain rejects it. And that's
Yeah,
why you
Right,
yeah,
don't miss it.
right.
You're not missing it. You're rejecting the point because it's too big for you.
the
That's what's
ending,
actually happening psychologically.
Right.
the ending of the Bogosian video was so frustrating because I guess he ran out of time. He's like, he got the last word and he's like, yeah, I'm totally fine with religion. I'm just not okay with its truth claims. Bye, gotta go. It's like, what? Did we get nowhere this whole entire conversation?
For the whole time he didn't understand truth claims at all. But like
Yeah.
he started from a false premise. He said, "Oh, the rules of sports are arbitrary, but they're agreed on." And I'm like, "Well, the rules of sports are not arbitrary." Like that's just wrong. Like I don't even know how to tell you how wrong you are. You're so wrong that there's no frame for me to explain to you how wrong you are. I can
Yeah.
tell you by
Yeah.
example. I can show you that it's wrong. That's easy. But like you started off on such a bad foot that like what am I supposed to do in terms of fixing you? Like you're totally out there. There's nothing arbitrary about the rules of baseball at all. They adjust. There's no sport, Ethan, that I know of
It
where they
just
don't
sounds so
adjust the
stupid.
rules occasionally and have to adjust them back because they made a mistake. Well, how would you know to do that? Obviously, they can't be arbitrary. Like, do you just not know what the word means? Because it's possible he doesn't know what the word arbitrary means. It's quite like, and this is where Elizabeth has a point. Like, yeah, he's done.
That's what I think. I don't think he even knows them. I'm sorry. I'm not saying that I'm any more intelligent, but it's clear to me he doesn't know what he's talking about. He doesn't have any content attached to the words he uses
Right.
oftentimes. I'm sorry.
Wait, and he kept
I just
saying
think that's the case.
he kept giving it away too, right? Which I would have jumped on, right? He kept saying, "Well, I don't really know sports." Oh, maybe shut up and believe the guy who knows more than you. And I get it. Peugeot doesn't know that much sports either. I don't know that much sports, right? I know more than those two, that's for sure, right? But because I can give you examples from football and baseball and probably basketball, right? About how rules aren't arbitrary, and why they matter, right? Probably hockey example too, right? So I know that much about the rules of those sports. I've watched them that much. I've watched all those sports live, for example. I haven't played them all, but I've watched them all live. I've played a few of them. But once you play a sport and you interact with the rules in participation, like, oh, right, you get a feel and intuitive feel for the rules and why they are the way they are.
Yeah, it's like ballroom dancing. You need to tell Peter he needs to go ballroom dancing. That would really help him. I'm serious because you can't.
No,
it's
you're
not
right.
arbitrary, man.
Put Peter on a raft. We just need to put Peter on a raft and kick him out to sea. That's what we need to do. We don't need people like him anymore.
And if he doesn't make it back, I'm okay.
We don't need him teaching people. We don't need him teaching children in his college classes.
Well, and encouraging street epistemology. Like, what the hell is that? Like,
what?
He does street epistemology. Like, that's stupid.
What's
You're harming people by giving them the impression that they can do something that they are completely unqualified to even engage in.
What is street epistemology?
It's this weird game where they just pick an arbitrary frame. It's very postmodern. They pick an arbitrary frame to argue from. Right. And it's like, what the hell are you doing? I mean, I don't think they understand that, but
well, you should ask him something like if the rules of chess are arbitrary, why has it been a board game for so long?
Exactly. Well,
like, right. So at one point in time, one person randomly picked these rules, and it's just been the same ever since.
Everyone just agreed to them, Ethan. Just ever since. This is such a load of garbage.
Whoa. Yeah.
It's not even true. It's not even true historically. But they've compressed history out of it. That's how you make statements like that, right? You compress history.
Yeah.
Right. Flat history. Yeah.
So I noticed, especially on the Alex O'Connor video, when he was doing the most frustrating things, like the questions like, well, what if why did she have to have taken the fruit? She could have done this, and Pajot was just like, that's just not what happened. This is what happened.
Right.
It's like there's a
Right.
he's thinking that he's just, they're all postmodern. He's just assuming that the
Right.
story is an imposition of power from above, and like
Right.
there's a disconnection between the upper and the lower, and he thinks it's trying to
Exactly.
impose everything down on reality, which is below, which is
Well,
different from what's above.
but he's also purely Gnostic. And
Yeah,
the funny
that was one thing
here's
that
the-
I really appreciated that Pajot did, is he kept calling out the Gnosticism. He's like, you're Gnostic because you're
Yeah.
imposing a third point. You're imposing a perspective that's outside of creation, that's outside of the world, and the
but it's
world
worse,
isn't.
Ethan. It's way worse. Think about it this way. He's definitely a materialist. There's no like whatever materialism's everywhere. That's not a fault on Alex, right? Materialism's everywhere. So what you're saying is, I'm not going to believe in one supernatural being, but I'll believe in two instead, where the bad one creates the world and the good one's trying to fix it. And that's my solution. And I'm just like, how is this tenable? You won't believe in one God, but you'll believe in two? And that there's a war between them somehow, and then you're gonna have hope that the good God that apparently came second in your system is better. But you see how that's an emergence is good.
It's just the same fucking thing that all the pagans have been doing for time and memoriam until
Ethan,
Christianity came, and they're like, holy shit, this fixes everything. Where did this come from?
Right, but
It's like Paul goes to Greece, and everybody's like, boom, they're all Christian immediately. They're like, like, we've been waiting for you. We've been waiting for you.
Yeah.
But you see how all Gnosticism is emergence is good, because the bad God created the universe, and the thing that emerged from that creation is the good God. So its emergence is good instead of being is good.
Right. The
Christianity
offspring.
is
The
being is
offspring.
good. Being created the world is good, therefore being is goodness, right? It's just flipped in some way. I mean, flipped is not right because it's asymmetrical because there's two gods versus one. Nobody notices this. I'm like, what is wrong with you people? Don't you notice what's going on here?
The pattern is you have this pattern, this emergence is good pattern of consuming the upper. The upper begets the lower, and it's continually trying to consume you can't see my hand, it's trying to consume what's above. Always until all of a sudden Christianity comes around and it flips everything and it solves that problem in a mystery.
And that's the
the
parasitic too, right? So the parasitic emergence is good. The idea that the world is getting continually smaller, degrading, right? It's all wrapped up in there, and that's why Gnosticism is so prevalent, because it's easy to come to that conclusion when you, as a tiny creature in a big creation, are trying to consume all of creation in your head to build a model of it. Of course, you're parasitic. You are the parasite of the world. You are the thing destroying the world, technically. Don't do that. The rest of us would like our world, please.
I'm trying to follow you there. So say that again real quick. I missed the parasitical framing of
you, Alex O'Connor, Peter Boghossian, doesn't matter, are trying to fit the world in your head. You're trying to consume it. Right,
okay.
And so the pattern that you come up with is the good God, because you're good, obviously you're good, is trying to break free from the bad God's world because his impositions, and all impositions are bad, obviously, right?
Yeah.
Constraint itself is bad to these people, right? And so they're living out, enacting, participating in the Gnostic pattern. No wonder why they get to Gnosticism. They're trying to consume the world. They're trying to fit it in their head and consume it.
Yeah. I mean, the meme is popping up of James Lindsay of everything I don't like is Gnosticism, but it's actually true because
it is true. It is true.
I just saw something, man. Like I had a little glimpse into atheist Twitter, and like man, dude, like it's like the atheist Twitter is just like bait. It's just so much bait for people to just grab onto and just start arguing with. But I think I deleted my comment, so I didn't really dive into it. But somebody was claiming that all of the virtues that we have, all of the good things we have in the modern era, are a result of or came up with by humans, or came up with by humanity. I was like, what the fuck? What is humanity?
How is that
Like,
possible?
what
Yeah.
is like? It's like you say you don't believe in gods, but then you're like presuming a god right there. And then if you talk to these people further, it's like, okay, we have humanity and we have the world that's an imposition on humanity. There's the Gnosticism all over
Right.
again.
Absolutely. Yeah.
That's what psychology is. This is why I freaking hate psychology. Psychology has Gnostic axioms. It presumes that the world is an imposition on the individual. Psychology studies the
Right.
individual, which is a whole
Yep.
nother which doesn't exist, right?
It's
Like
born of
individuals
Gnosticism.
don't exist. So
Right.
it's saying that the world is an imposition on the individual. Everything, like you look at that, you look at the book, whatever DSM, everything is identifying is everything in that book is taking the individual and identifying it in contrast to the world, the outside world.
Right.
That's right.
Right. Right.
And it's anti-Christian because Christianity has a
Profoundly.
solution to the world. Has a solution. It says the world is fallen, and the fallen world, we have the world is fallen for reasons that are beyond your own control. That, what do you say? Circumstances that are not from your own doing,
Right.
and we have a solution to that.
Right.
That's what
Right.
that is Christianity. I mean, it's like, yeah, okay, that's what we believe. We're Christians, but
I would say Cathodoxy. I don't like
right,
Christianity.
sure, but you have these people coming and pushing psychology, and it's like that.
But I shouldn't
Whatever,
entertain
go
it.
practice.
You're right.
Psychology is a religion. It's an anti-Christian religion.
Well,
People
You're
just
right.
need to say that.
You're right,
No,
Ethan.
psychology. I think you nailed it earlier. Psychology is Gnostic.
Yeah.
It's fundamentally Gnostic. Can't break out
Yeah.
of you can't break out of Gnosticism. Psychology is fundamentally Gnostic. It's middle out, flat world thinking from the point of view of a non-existent idea of the individual,
Right.
which, as we
And it
covered
was,
earlier in the
like,
stream, it does not exist.
It doesn't, like, you just have, like, if you look at the inventor, I'm not going to say the discovery or the founder, I'm going to say the person that invented psychology is Jewish. And like, you can say that he's an atheist, okay, whatever, but like, he's coming
Right.
from he's coming from a position that does not have a solution for the fallen world. Like, it does not have a solution for the fallen world. It makes sense that this
He's stuck in a science frame.
right. He's
more
trying to
important.
he's trying to create his own Messiah. That's what's
But
happening.
they're using logic, reason, and rationality, and
Right.
and you're doomed. Those are discrete
They're
linear
manu-
systems
they're
that create
manufact-
closed worlds.
It's manufacturing a Messiah. That's what it is. It'll never happen.
Well,
It
maybe I wouldn't go that far. I want to take some comments here. I want to catch up with Benjamin Franklin, because like there's 10 years of work just to get him to not become a nihilistic crazy person. I was here
muted him
thinking
like
that
a year and a half ago on Twitter.
everybody agreed that sports rules were arbitrary. They can't be arbitrary. That's such a ridiculous thing. I guess it's because I'm familiar with esports, which are more novel creations, but they're still not arbitrary. Like, look at all the video games that fail. Look at all the esports attempts that never got off the ground because maybe the game is interesting if you're playing it, but maybe nobody thinks it's competitive enough.
Wait. Hold on a second. Have you ever heard of a patch? Like, when you're playing video games, competitive video games, they have patches like
And they adjust
every few weeks.
adjust
Yeah,
the game.
that means
Right,
that the
well, then
rules
they
are not
changed it.
arbitrary.
They changed the rules of esports to make it more interesting, because otherwise it's not interesting. Right. So you are grounding non-arbitrariness of the rules on the longevity of the rules. No, not just the longevity, but that is a factor, right? If I invent a new game, would the rules of the game be arbitrary because it's new? No, they're not arbitrary. The thing that makes a game makes it not arbitrary. Like, this isn't
Right.
that hard. Like, I don't know why you're making it difficult.
Mark, you
Like,
make
here-
it sound
here's a
so
game.
stupid.
Is that a game? Is this a game? Ethan, is this a game? Like, Peterson goes over this. He goes, let's play a game. Right? And everyone's
Right.
like, what? And he's like, yeah, here's the game. Are you playing? And it's like, what? They go, yeah, you can't. That's an arbitrary rule. It doesn't work. It just doesn't function in the world. It's not that hard. Like, you can't participate with me, therefore it's not a game. Like, that's not hard.
Nice.
And then there's a quality of participation. If the quality is too low, it's still not a game. Right? That's what kids learn when they play. That's what play is. Play is learning games. Right? It's not only learning games, but part of play is learning games. And then Peterson talks about this, right? Like, one kid won't have the rules of the game, but if they play 4, 5, 6 of them, they do know the rules as a group. That's collective intelligence. That's the distributed cognition, right? Like, this isn't that hard. Everybody makes it hard. They are human supremacists. I don't know about that. But that's everyone gets wrapped up on this very simple thing. Like, the fact that you can identify something, anything, is super important. That's also going to be the second animation, Ethan. We already talked about this. Second animation coming. We've already got it ready.
What animation?
The bear. The cabin.
I missed something.
Literally talked about this 2 days ago. The cabin and the bear and the person.
Oh. Okay, wait. Okay, so what was it?
I've got it all written out.
You're adding something?
No, I'm gonna do an animation based on that, on your excellent.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, I'm
cool.
I'm gonna do it. It's gonna take a while. I gotta get
You know what?
animation 1 done first.
You know what?
Then
I
we'll work
actually
on
saw
animation number 2.
I saw a bear today.
Awesome.
Yeah. Ran across
Would
the
you
road.
Would you rather be alone with a bear or a woman, Ethan? That's the question.
A bear, for sure.
Excellent.
True,
Yeah.
though. True. The fiercer the woman, the luckier the man. That's true.
No,
Also
I would
true.
say the more unlucky the man.
Yeah, well, you haven't learned yet, but I'm patient with you, Ethan, dear.
I like the meme that somebody put together with the guy and the bear, and the bear's crying, and the guy's like, "Women are mean, I know." The bear doesn't want to be with a woman. How it's hysterical.
What is it with bears? I just found out about this.
Yeah, bears are everywhere.
There's these Russians. Okay, so you know the stereotype of Russia with bears and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Of course they have
bear.
Of course the Russian Orthodox have a saint that was just best friends with a bear. Yeah,
That's
it's
great.
pretty wild.
That's great. Here,
Cool.
Benjamin Franklin. Have you seen the videos of Russians with bears? No. How they managed to domesticate the bears? I don't think they domesticated the bears, but I'm sure they think they did. There was a famous guy only a few years ago, right, who was living with the bears, and then one day the bear eats his face off. Like, okay.
What's it?
Yeah.
Grizzly Man, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he wasn't
that's,
Russian.
People don't understand. You can do lots of things, like almost anything, for a very short amount of time. But
Right.
that's
That's
not
true.
usually helpful, right? Like,
Nice.
there's often a time and energy trade-off that people like. This is in physics. This is the funny part. It's in chemistry. It's in physics. It's in computers. It's in everything. This trade-off is everywhere, and everybody ignores it. It's like, yeah, you can make the Higgs boson exist for a billionth of a second at a cost of some ridiculous number of millions of dollars.
Right.
That's a trade-off you can make. Also, you can't do anything with it because it doesn't last long enough. And look at how much it costs you in people's time, in construction, and in electricity. It's an unbelievable cost. It's the worst trade-off you could imagine. It's like, yeah, you can do that, but you can't use it. And look at what you couldn't do because you were doing that. I think you're wrecking the world with this garbage. We're going to find the Higgs boson. It's going to answer all the questions of physics. And they find the stupid thing like they've done a dozen times, literally a dozen times before. And then it just creates more questions than problems or things it answers. Every time, reliably, this is how science and physics works in particular. It's completely hysterical. Completely.
It is
And
funny.
everyone falls for it every time. Sabine Hassenfelder actually talks about this. She basically says, particle physics is a solved problem, and all the new guys are scamming money out of the government. She basically says it in one of her videos. I'm like, yeah, thank you. She basically says that these guys just come up with new particle physics, and the new particles never manifest, and it never works out, and they waste hundreds of millions of dollars of government money every single time. They've been doing it for decades and decades.
What do you call it? What we need to? It's probably not good to name demons. In fact, I think we got into this several months ago, and Adam actually told us, he's like, you actually, as a human being, you actually cannot name demons because they are. I can't remember what the correct wording is to use. They're essentially higher beings than you are. You said
Right.
their intelligence is higher than yours, so it's not possible for you to
can't-
name them, because
yeah, you
naming is
can't-
something that a being does to something below it that you have dominion
Right.
over. So Adam named the animals, right? Because he had dominion over them. So it's impossible for us to name angels. But there's this, like, some god, the god of knowledge, right? Which causes us to dig so far down into the earth, into the dirt, to where I can't remember if it was you or Manuel. They're saying that we still build churches, we still concentrate the majority of our wealth as a society. That's just not on churches. It's in these experiments where we're like these experiments with these particles. That is the same thing that the medieval Christians were doing when they had these huge things of silver on their altars. That's exactly the same thing that we're doing in modern times.
Actually, the flip is right there. You build a cathedral, it lasts for hundreds of years. You build a boson particle, it lasts for a femtosecond or something retarded, like 2 nanoseconds, something stupid. Right? So we've gone in the wrong direction. We're spending way more money to build things that last way less time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
And
I
we're
don't really.
using much more sophisticated math. And do you know how much calculus or algebra or trigonometry they use to build cathedrals, Ethan? Do you know how much? None. Actually, zero. Right. Nobody knows this. They don't use any advanced mathematics whatsoever to build a cathedral. They never did. They didn't have it. They didn't have it. The Dark Ages is real. You have to have I know Pachos doesn't like it.
Yeah.
But the Dark Ages was real, right? There was a bunch of knowledge. The reason why it was dark is because you didn't need that knowledge. It was who needed the knowledge of concrete when you didn't have large cities anymore? You didn't need the knowledge of concrete when you didn't have large. You don't need it. It's unnecessary. It's not that it was gone from the world, right? Although some of it was, like, nobody knew about concrete. We had to rediscover it. Underwater concrete is so recent. It's insane how long we didn't have it for. But even just concrete, like it was completely undiscovered. We had it. The Romans had underwater setting concrete, and then we lost it for thousands of years, effectively. But I want to quickly address this. Orandu, we can all choose to believe men or women. At what costs? Exactly, and for how long? How long can you maintain the delusion? It's the same thing. That's a good point, Sally. If you have a string, you can reason structure. Yeah, that's actually what they did, Sally. So they figured out the sizes of the cathedral arches and stuff by using a piece of rope and just folding it into thirds, basically. And you can derive some ridiculous number of the calculations, but you don't derive them, right? You can mimic them in rope and then scale it up perfectly with a rope. And people don't realize that's actually, they know this. They know how that was how they did the arches in the cathedral. So there was actually no, quote, calculations done on the cathedral stuff. It's not to say there wasn't any done anywhere, but like this trigonometry and the calculus and stuff that we use now, they didn't even have that. And it's not that it was gone from the world. Some people had it, but they weren't using it to build cathedrals because it was too hard and you didn't need it. It's not necessary. That level of accuracy and precision with numbers is not necessary. And it's a detriment because when you start engineering things, you inevitably start to over-engineer them.
Yeah.
And then when you over-engineer things, they stop lasting as long as when you don't engineer them.
Yeah.
This is why the Roman aqueducts are still there
Right.
today.
Yeah.
They weren't engineered.
But we don't understand medieval man or Dark Ages man. They worked with their hands continually. They worked with their hands
All
continually.
participation.
They're perceptual. Because they weren't distracted by all the nonsense that happened with the Renaissance. Their perceptual ability was beyond what we can even imagine, in my humble opinion.
Well,
Everything,
You know what?
because they number one, and the other thing, they were all united. They all were Christians. They all were united under the
It was
Christian
Christendom.
story.
Yeah, they
So
were all
imagine
Catholics.
the space that gives you for everything in life. It's exactly the opposite of where we are now. They had enormous amounts of visual space, tactile space.
But if you already have the answers to the existential questions, everything else is easier.
Of course.
And if Catholicism hands those answers to you, so you don't even have to think about them, you have space to do other things.
Exactly.
Mark,
Exactly.
I think I have to push back with you on this. I think as time goes on, maybe 2,000 years ago, or 2,000 years in the future, things are going to flip. They're going to call the medieval ages the Enlightenment, and they're going to call the Enlightenment modern era, the Dark Ages.
I don't think they will. I don't think they will.
I think they are.
I see your point. You do have a point. The thing about the Enlightenment is the Enlightenment's only a problem if you take it out of the religious context into which it was born. In other words, you have to creation deny your way around the philosophy.
Someone's going to be writing a history book, and they're just going to flip it around, and then it's just going to be like that from that point on. It was like, oh yeah. No one will even bat an eye about it because it'll just make so much sense. The Dark Ages came after the Enlightenment.
I
know.
Sally Joe.
Flipping it.
Use it for painting math. There we go. Sally, I think to say there is no women because there is no difference from self. Oh, yeah, there we go. There's no woman because there's no difference from self.
Oh, Benjamin Franklin.
Oh, speaking of domestication of wild animals, we weren't. I don't know why you were. No one mentioned that except you. It's good to know that you imagine that in your fantasy, in your head, dude. Just letting you know. There is a tribe of people in northern China, no one cares, that has domesticated caribou. Yeah, nobody cares. It's pretty incredible. No, it's really kind of boring. Sally, I think it's solipsism. It is, Sally. That is correct. Benjamin Franklin, tribe is called the whatever. Who cares? No one cares. Sally, it's important for people to know. Like, he doesn't have any relevance to religion at all. It's like, oh, fair. A lot of people have relevance to religion. But yours is just especially terrible, dude. Sally, there can't be women if there is only self. See, Sally does this to me. It's not.
I know. There you go, Mark. There you go.
She wants money. I want money from her for doing this on my live streams. I feel like she's taking the show away, right? If there's only self, if there's only self, the men will dominate the women into non-existence, even if that means they have to call themselves women.
Yeah, sounds like what happened. Sounds like what happened in the Olympics. Is like we try to make everything equal. We try to make everything equal. There's no such thing. Like there's no such thing as okay. Here's the thing: is everybody's getting upset right now about what happened, right?
The two errors.
They're claiming that you're saying that there's no such thing as men and women, like, and they're getting mad at them. It's like, okay, hold on a second. You did that the moment that you put a woman in a masculine arena. That's when that happened.
That's right.
So like
that's right. Two errors.
Making
letting women box at all ever. Right.
Yes.
That's an error. And then the second error was inevitable. It was inevitable.
Right. Exactly. It's the pattern of the
say? Ethan, what did she say? She sat down because she said she had never been hit that hard in her life. And if you watch the footage, you don't have to know that much about boxing. He didn't land full on at all.
Right. No,
he maybe hit her with half his power. And that was the hardest she'd ever been hit in her life. And I was like, honey, you got some learning to do. First of all, this is a mid-level boxer. And second of all, he didn't hit you dead on at all. He grazed you.
To be when I looked at it, it looked like it honestly looked like it was staged. I don't really care, but
No, it
like,
wasn't. It wasn't staged. It's just look.
well, like
on
what I
average-
mean is like it looked like she knew she was going to forfeit before she even started the match.
No. She didn't know that at all. No. You could
Okay,
tell.
well, I
when
don't
she
really
sat
care,
down.
but-
No. You could tell by the look on her face when she sat down that she had a come to Jesus moment. And I believe her when she said, "I've never been hit that hard before." I think she it was that because it's not a propositional knowledge. When you get like we always say,
Everybody's
this, right?
got everybody's got a
Everybody
plan
needs
till
to
they get punched in the face.
Right. We say this all the time. Everybody needs to get punched in the face because you'll kind of figure out the world doesn't care about you and the things don't work the way you expect. And when you get punched in the face, you realize really fast all of your preconceptions about the world, all of your preconceptions about yourself are gone because you got
Right.
punched in the face.
Yeah,
And
you're
it gave you a
familiar
feeling
with it.
you probably never had before.
Right.
That's Mike Tyson. That's what Mike Tyson said. He said everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the face. We just saw that.
Wow.
But it's not. Everybody has knowledge until you get punched in the face.
Yeah,
when you get
until you're
punched
met
in
with
the face,
reality.
You realize you don't have any knowledge, and that whatever you think of as knowledge has no value to you or the world at all. Getting punched in the face is the ultimate cure to the age of gnosis. Ultimate cure.
It's true. Good point.
Instantaneous.
Chapter
And that's what happened to
97.
that poor woman. Is she suddenly realized that the world and reality for her were two different things, and her world was false, and reality punched her in the face.
Mhm.
And that's exactly what happened. I want to catch up on these crazy comments.
Just skip over the BJs or BFs.
Yeah. Sally, regression of the culture to no longer hold women distinct. Right. Yeah. The
Yeah.
women just vanish. Right. Sally, what is cruel to do to a man and what is cruel to do for a woman are not the same. That's right. Because we have different sensibilities and we care about different things. Right. And we see different things. Like the things that upset women, I don't even see. Because I'm always like, why are you crying? I don't understand what happened. What are you upset about? I didn't even see whatever happened, right? And the description that I get never makes any sense to me. I'm like, oh yes, I'm very sorry to hear that happened to you. And I'm totally confused. Like I have no idea, right? See, going to work with an infant at home. Right. Yeah, going to work with an infant at home. Benjamin Franklin. I don't think I want to read this, but I feel like I have to. I have a controversial question. Dude, you don't even have real questions. So sure, all of your questions are controversial and that they're barely questions. Imagine that we make separate universities for Black people and white people. We have that to help Black people. We have that. I have that. It's called Benedict College in South Carolina and Columbia. Would that be unmeritocratic? It depends how you define meritocracy. We have that. We have it all over the place. I don't even know what you're talking about. You can just go look. I know people at Benedict College. I talk to them. Like I don't even know what to tell you. It's an all-Black college. Like we have that. The Southerners set it up that way on purpose. They don't exclude Black people from the other colleges, by the way. But Black people have their own college. It's meritocratic for them, right? They have a place that they can compete at their own level in the game of college. It's pretty meritocratic because you see who's better in that group. That's true of all colleges. It's true of the Ivy League. Not everybody can get into the Ivy League, right? It's not meritocratic in that way, right? But what you mean by meritocratic is wrong, by the way, because you're seeing it as some equality doctrine. So smart people often mistake meritocracy for intelligence, and it has nothing to do with intelligence, it's to do with competence. It's merit. Merit is not smartness. It's not IQ. It's not intelligence. It's not education, right? Merit is what you've earned through your actions. And that's why your college transcript is more important than your grades at college, right? Because your transcript talks about what you've done including things that are maybe outside of college, right? And not just like what grades you got, because your grades are actually kind of irrelevant. I would argue if you have a 4.0, the odds that you're useful in society go way down, because either you studied too hard to get there, or you already know too much, which means you didn't do anything, right? Because you've already absorbed non-participatory knowledge, right? Or
That's
propositional
so
knowledge.
true. That is so true.
It's been my experience. Like the
Wow.
smartest people I know with the best grades are always like the most useless in any situation. It's horrible.
Yeah.
Not universally true, but like as a rule, you bet with that rule, you're going to make a lot of money, right? You bet with the rule that the people who get good grades or got good grades or have high degrees are going to be more useful to you in any given situation. You're going to lose all your money fast, right? You're going to be disappointed. Your life's going to be miserable. Do not rely on people with PhDs. They are terrible to rely on in general, right? Just observable fact in the world. You can just look around. PhDs are terrible at starting businesses, terrible at running businesses, terrible at working in businesses. Universally, there's a few exceptions, and the exceptions are exceptions, and so they shine brighter. But if you look at the number of PhDs, it's horrible. They're just terrible at everything. It's awful, and we did that to them.
Nice. Yeah. Nice. That's right.
Let's see what Benjamin has to say now. Is it just to have separate black universities where white people are not allowed? Yes, it is. Benedict, good. Look it up, dude. It's not the only one. There's lots of colleges like that. I mean, it's the same with white universities. Like there's a ton of universities that only take you if you're studying in certain fields, or only if you have certain types of grades, like the Ivy Leagues, right? There's a ton of universities like community colleges that exclude people on the basis of good grades. Like that, you have no idea. Like you just have no idea because you've never done any research. You've made a lot of assumptions about the world. They're all wrong. Sorry. You probably video games the world.
Mark, we need to raise chickens and ballroom dance. It's the answer to everything.
I can buy chickens down the street. It's 10 miles. It's 9.5 miles from the house. I can buy you have to buy 4 minimum though. That's the deal.
You know, ballroom dancing will really help a woman understand what it means to be feminine. It really nails it.
Yeah, I agree. Dancing in general will help women to become feminine. That's why the Baptists
You
don't allow
embody it. You're necessarily embodying it. That's why Mark turned out so well, Ethan, because he did the minuet when he was 6 with the blonde.
Oh,
So look what
blue-eyed
happened.
blonde.
wait,
A blue-eyed blonde, Ethan.
Very
Look at the
important,
face.
Elizabeth. Very important.
I know it is, dear. Look at the face on
Aw.
him. It's true love. It is true love. I know she's the love of your
Oh,
life.
he's got his own Beatrice. Now I see
Yeah,
what
he
you were saying.
does. It's the love of
That's
his
what
life.
Elizabeth said earlier. Yeah, you got to go back and listen to it. It's really good stuff.
It's
Elizabeth is
Mark.
on fire.
Mark had a great love. That whoever she was a great love.
Aw.
You can tell. Isn't
I've had
that
two.
sweet?
Yeah.
Yeah, but many people never have a great love. Mark, you've been.
Oh, don't tell me that. No, I can't. I can't even deal with the idea that would be true.
No,
I
it's true.
I don't doubt you. I'm just going to disbelieve you on purpose.
Well, I know, but she's so beautiful. I can even imagine her.
I've got a picture of her.
Dante met Beatrice when he was just 9. How old were you?
I have no idea.
Yes,
That's
you do.
before
How
time
old were
stuff. My dates and days are all messed
He
up.
does
bet
know,
you
he
was
just doesn't
9.
want to say.
you? I bet you
No,
he
I
was
just-
9 years old. He was.
I don't
9 years
even
old,
remember.
and we're not
I
even
could-
believing him. We're not even
I
paying
could
attention.
probably work it out with a lot of trouble, but I honestly cannot just.
Come on,
figure
she's blue-eyed and blonde hair.
All
You
the
will
before
remember,
time
my
stuff.
dear.
Well, there was one after that too, but all
No,
the
if she
before time
doesn't
stuff
bring the
is messed up.
smile on your face, you're not fooling Ethan and me at all.
Oh no, the other one does. I just haven't talked about her yet, so maybe. it'll
Yeah,
happen.
well, the face isn't quite as glowing. I'm just saying.
I
Just
haven't gone
reading
into it.
you.
I haven't gone into it. I haven't
Well,
gone
all
into it.
right. Well, maybe there's another one around the corner. You never know. Mark, you're in for a lot of trouble. You've got so many projects going. There's bound to be some great woman. Maybe there is already, and I don't know.
You
I
don't
think
know.
these things are very important, you know, in case people haven't noticed. Beatrice is important. Like she's the deal. That's
Women rule the world. They move everything. Men don't
they
move
move
anything.
everything.
They
That's
build
exactly
and
it.
destroy. That's about it. Like we're dumb. We're
They move
freaking
everything.
unbelievably
That's it.
useless.
It's true.
Right. Women make everything happen. Like they point and make everything happen. And without them, nothing happens.
It's true because we're following the patterns all the time, and you guys, I don't know what you're doing, frankly. That's
Building and
there's still a lot
destroying.
of-
Yeah, I can attest to that for sure because I
You're a
can,
pain,
this is
right,
good.
Ethan?
What's that?
You're a pain, right? Like really, you know.
To
The
my
mother's
wife?
everything. The mother's
Yes.
everything. The
Yeah.
Madonna is everything.
So a couple weeks ago, my work took me into this stupid little prize room. This is actually highly embarrassing. They took me into this stupid little prize room and they said, "Okay, you can pick one thing." And I was like, I literally had to call my wife and ask her which thing to pick because I couldn't decide. And they were there. They saw me call her. It was it's really embarrassing thinking about it, but I was completely crippled. I could not choose.
Yep.
Like,
That sums up the whole story right there.
Oh,
You're right.
I heard a story last night. So we get this thing called the Silicon Swamp, which is our version of Silicon Valley here in the South that my buddy's starting up, right? And so
Nice.
he has a YouTube channel and a Discord and LinkedIn and all this stuff, right? But then we go out to dinner afterwards. We have been, and it's not every Thursday, but it's like, 3 Thursdays a month or something. And we went out to dinner, and he started telling this story, or one of the guys there started telling the story about decision fatigue, and he said, "Oh yeah, the supermarkets realize that if they can keep you there for 22 minutes, you'll spend twice as much." And so they keep you there. They try to keep you in the supermarket on purpose. And they also put the fruits and vegetables up front so that you'll use up all your decision-making cognitive ability in the beginning of your journey through the store. So that as you go through the store more and more, your ability to resist the candy and the cereal and the other stuff goes down and down and down and down and down. And so you spend more money in the store.
Whoa.
sounds
And
like
therein
surgery.
lies the tale.
That's an actual tactic that they use. Well, I'll talk about cognitive capacity at some point instead of cognitive load. I'll talk about cognitive capacity and then talk about it in terms of guys like Boghossian and Alex O'Connor and those people and why it's important that like you can spend it different ways, right? But it's a fixed amount. It's just different for everybody, which is confusing. But you can spend it different ways. And if you spend it all on propositional knowledge, you ain't got nothing left to learn to ballroom dance. And then you're screwed.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah.
And,
No
and that's
question.
the problem. Sally Joe says love is overrated. Duty, loyalty, those hold society together. Don't let silliness wreck things. Oh, Sally.
We don't know the
Now we know
definition.
what's wrong with Sally. I didn't
We
realize
don't know what
that
love
was
is
wrong.
anymore. We don't know what love is. I mean,
Now we have to
we
fix
say-
that in Sally. Oh, that's gonna take forever.
we say that God is love, Christ is love, and then Christ literally tells a woman that she's like a dog, and like you're suitable for
It's-
table scraps.
It's
And,
such
like
a
that's love.
reduction. It's such a reduction. Well, I mean, it is. Yeah, if you love somebody, that will happen, right? Because you have to tell them when they're being a putz. Right? You have to tell them when their questions are stupid.
Like yeah, like we don't like love will flip a table over, in a temple. Love will condemn somebody love will tell somebody that it's better that you have never been born. Like that's love.
Love will whip you
Mm-hmm.
and your goats.
Read
Not
the
just your
Inferno.
goats.
The Inferno is love. The Inferno is love. Sorry, bud. Sorry, folks.
Yeah, and here we go. But now my will and my desire, like wheels revolving with an even motion, we're turning with the love that moves the sun and all the other stars. The end of Paradiso. The love that moves up the sun and all
Well,
the
thanks for
stars.
spoiling it for me, Elizabeth.
Oh, I knew you were going to say that, and I
Ruin
didn't
the
care.
whole book. Now you know the end. You don't need to read it.
He probably heard it already. He's always doing this to me to make me feel badly.
No, that's just my over dedicated education to propositions. Everything has to be linear for me.
He's a linear
It's a
guy.
curse. It's a curse.
Well, linearity is actually important. Like one of the problems we have is we don't understand sequence, and then you get Benjamin Franklin making wackadoodle statements about,
Yeah.
that make no sense because they're out of order. It's like no. There's a definite order that is enforced, right? That there are starting points. You can't just flip them around. The world is not symmetrical. You can't just flip it. And this is why I actually don't like when Jonathan Majot talks about flipping. I'm like, it's not symmetrical though. So
Right. Yeah, I get it
it's
too.
okay
Like,
if you know things
Nice.
aren't symmetrical.
thing is
but
if you're
nobody
on Pajot,
understands that. Nobody understands
you.
asymmetry. So when you talk
Mark.
about flipping,
Yes.
they don't see. It's like maybe you can flip it easily. That's true, but you can't flip it back as easily. That's a problem.
You're right,
So-
because that's all emergence then. Then you're stuck in emergence again. You're right. Flipping is not
Yeah,
the accurate
thing-
verb there.
the
Thank
thing
you.
is it's very you got to be careful because Pajot invokes dualistic framing all the time with the flipping. And the thing is most people assume the world to be like as a whole dualistic, or maybe we could call it Gnostic.
And
But
symmetrical.
Pajot is not there. Like it's a non-dualistic world. Like
Right.
there's the thing and there's the not thing. It's not like
Right,
there's
and
this
that's-
thing and then there's this thing. He's
Du-
using it at a
dualism
lower
only has
level.
two things, so it has to be equal, which means it has to
Right.
be symmetrical. But
Mhm.
but if you're not a dualist, you know it's not symmetrical. You
Mhm.
know that already. But that's
Right.
one of the axiomatic assumptions that the Catholics and the pagan Protestants make, that makes them unable to communicate with Alex O'Connor and Peter Boghossian. Like that's
Mhm.
one of the three. I think there's three. There might be more. That's one of the three mistakes they make. Right. First is they don't understand creation denial because it doesn't make any sense to them. And fair enough. I don't know how they get there either. But like they deny creation. They deny that there was a first thing that was bigger and bigger than them. That's the first mistake. The second mistake is probably symmetry. They don't understand the world's not symmetrical. And so when you say the world flips, they're like, ha 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 ha. That's a good thing. And it's like,
Yeah.
no,
I think-
dog. Flipping is bad.
Something that's helped me, I think, and will hopefully help me in the future, is reading Dionysius, the Areopagite. He is the way that they call it, whatever he doesn't call it this, but people call him apophatic theology.
Mm.
So what he does is he has these names. He'll give these they're called the divine names, and they're these things that he attributes to God. He'll build these names up. He'll give you the meaning of these names, and then at the very end, he'll say God is not these. Like God, this is the name for God. And at the very end, he'll get to the top, and I'll say God is
Right.
not this.
Well,
Flip
and
it
that-
around.
And that works fine. That's called non-theism. If you start from defining God, and then you
Mhm.
know the edges of God from where you poke and there's no God.
Mhm.
But you have to start from a definition first.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Because otherwise, if you don't start from a definition and you just poke, you'll never find God because you don't have a definition. So
Well, there
every
are-
poke you make
the-
will be a no.
The image is kind of like an
That's
hourglass.
good. Sorry,
The
Mika.
image is kind of like an hourglass where it kind of it all accumulates to a point and then it disperses into infinity. So everything's going up to a point and then it disperses. Does that make sense?
Right.
Things going.
You have to, but again, you have to
Yeah.
start from a point. And
No, yeah.
that's
You
the
can't. Here's my
asymmetrical.
hand. I don't know if you can see my hands here.
Nope,
It's
can't see
starting to
anything.
get so
Very dark.
right like this. Like it's in like an hourglass shape. Everything's accumulating right here. You have an essence, or what we would call a name. Everything's coming here. Everything's coming from a certain point, but then that point comes from complete darkness, from above. So
Right,
it's kind of like an hourglass that goes like this.
Except it's not Gnostic darkness, and that's the point. It's not a Gnostic darkness, and that's what Mark was talking about, right, Mark?
Right.
When you said you poke and you just get no. That's not
Yeah,
what
you-
we're
Well,
talking about.
Yeah, Gnosticism, I would say, is light at the top, whereas it's actually like
Sure.
you would call it a divine darkness that goes like this.
Yeah, but not
So if you-
Gnosticism is the assumption that basically the world is starting from nothing. rather
Elizabeth,
than-
you've been to a lot of those cathedrals in Italy. Like sometimes there'll be domes, like black domes. Have you seen those?
No, I've never seen a black one.
Never. Oh, well, my wife, when she came back, she had these pictures of these domes and these huge cathedrals that were just black. There's no light coming in. They're black domes,
No, I've never
and
seen
that's
a
what
black
that's
dome.
for. Is the divine? It's a signifier or a symbol. Symbol's a better word to use, of the divine darkness. That just, it's kind of like it's what's above the firmament. I think Pagel said that. What's above the firmament.
Yeah, as long as you don't start there, you're fine. It's the
You
it's
can't
the
start
starting-
there. You
starting
can't
point.
start there.
Right, starting point, but that's my point. Starting points matter.
Yeah.
It's asymmetrical. I want to get to some comments here. Sally, people want to live flush in constant enamor of their spouse to throw marriage away, and that's that's the perfection of the world, Sally. Everybody wants to perfect the world. Benjamin Franklin, I have Alzheimer's. Lovely. I recently learned that a lot of anime uses dualism. Yeah, well, that's true. Like yin and yang. Yeah, well, it's actually not dualism, but Westerners are dumb and they can't understand Eastern thought. Read the Geography of Thought. Nesbitt wrote it. There is a rival who is identical to the hero, but opposite to the hero. No, that's not anywhere in any symbolism ever. And if that's what you see, that's your limitation. That's not in the world. A classic example is Gary from Pokemon. Pokemon is dumb. And that's not what's happening.
Gnosticmon, remember Gnosticmon?
Gnosticmon. If the copper is clean, it turns yeah, right. Is in the clean air, it turns black. Right. If it's salt water, air, it's green. Right. Yeah, copper changes color. Just because it's black now doesn't mean it was black before. Which doesn't invalidate your point. It's just a point of chemistry. And I think, again, that's the problem. Like, if you don't understand where people started from, then you can't have a good conversation with them about anything, really. You have to know their starting axioms, or you're going to end up with them agreeing and saying, "Oh, I agree," because they can't refute your point. But it's clear they don't agree because they won't concede your point either. It's like, if you agree with me, you concede my point, period. Always. That's always true. If you say you're agreeing with me and you're not conceding my point, you didn't agree with me. You have cognitive dissonance, or you're lying to yourself. And you could argue those are the same, but they're fundamental difference there. And that's important to know. Sanjuro, got another origin story. Well, maybe not their origin story, although that is a good advice. Like, always know people's origin story. Because
but don't forget to. Sorry.
Go ahead, Elizabeth.
I was just gonna say, don't let us forget that these people who were talking about divine darkness, they were embodied, like John Vervaeke would really like, in the Christian story. We mustn't forget how content rich it was.
The Catholic story.
Content rich, and their idea of reason. Mark uses it. I call it human reason, as Dante calls it, which is the rationality, reason, logic side. But there's a greater understanding of reason, which I think springs from this huge consensus of the Christian stories that were so embodied we can't imagine it, because we are living in a severely post-Christian world today. So I think we need to be really careful. This is just my bugaboo a bit. We need to be careful when we use language from people who lived in a very different time, because we think we understand that word, but they were
it's not
totally embodied
post-Christian.
in Christianity.
It's not
Just
post-Christian.
saying.
It's post-Cathodox.
Well, it's post. It's post. We're lost.
No, that it's actually fantastically important, right?
What are you
Because
saying? Anyway, that's my point.
to John Vervaeke's excellent point, like Protestantism plays a role in the meaning crisis. I think that's 1,000% correct.
For sure.
Right. Well, but that's post-Catholic or post-Cathodoxy, right? Because there's a fundamental difference between the Cathodox and everybody else, and that difference is the belief in Mary, or the act. If you want to frame it in psychological language, so that you can trigger Ethan into a conniption, you could say it's loss of the divine feminine archetype within
I hate it. I hate those words.
Me too. I hate that too, Ethan.
This has been going on over and over in my head, just like specifically today, and it's like all the stuff that we spend so much time trying to diagnose the problems with the West. We could say, it started with nominalism in the 13th century in the West, blah blah blah.
That's wrong.
We could describe it however in which way we want, which not necessarily be incorrect, but if you just want to sum it up in one sentence and be completely true, it started with the end of the devotion to Mary. I mean, it's as simple as that.
Yep.
It ended
because you unbalance the world, right? And eventually the squishing happens, and then everybody's a guy, and then women can box, and then men can box women because they're both boxing, right?
You could paint it this way. Like, you could say the devil was in his control room. It says their goal, his goal that was on the bulletin board for all of his servants and demons to see was like, we have to get them to stop their devotion to Mary. We have to get them to stop giving their attention to Mary. That is the central point. That is the central goal of our mission.
You desacralize the feminine, right? And then the preciousness vanishes from the world, and now nobody has access to mystery, and nobody has access to potential because women point, right? And nobody has access to anything precious to protect, right? And then when there's no protection, there's no nurturing. That was last week's, right? See last week's stream, right? And that basically causes a collapse. And the funny part about that formula is, as I just partially demonstrated, I could do a full proof someday if somebody cared. I can't do it tonight because I'm just tired, and Ethan will kill me. I could put it in a psychological frame for you that makes perfect sense and actually works psychologically. I can put it in a scientific frame, in a purely like hard physics science frame. That's more not quite, but more along the lines of McGilchrist. I could put it in the actual McGilchrist frame, right, which is neuroscience. I could do that, right? Like, that frame actually works everywhere. It actually works everywhere. I could put it in economics, right? Because people try to understand economics, and what happens is they reduce it to people. Almost all economics is run by females, as it turns out.
But I don't know if you've heard anything that Pajot's been saying recently about the Enlightenment. I think it started with his conversation with Tammy Peterson. He's been talking a lot about these guys like Stephen Hicks and Pinker. How they say there's this counter Enlightenment. That's not the counter Enlightenment. That's all part of the same package as the Enlightenment. I mean, this is his diagnosis of the Enlightenment. Mark, whatever, you can chime in here, but he says the Enlightenment basically tried to categorize everything and tried to structuralize everything, and it didn't account for the margins. It didn't account for the fact that okay, that's wrong. You don't account for margins. It failed to acknowledge that margins exist in the world.
See, this is where I completely disagree. None of the Enlightenment thinkers ever did that. The people that came after them did, though, but not all.
Whatever. That's like saying Martin Luther. Martin Luther isn't guilty of anything. It's just the people that came after him.
A bunch of things. No, Luther's guilty of a bunch of things. He knew it. No, but this is actually an important distinction. My argument will remain that the Enlightenment is fine if you don't lose the religion. But I will counter that argument and say by the time the Enlightenment rolls around, we had already started to lose the religion.
Right.
Because
Right.
Cathodoxy lost ascendancy, right?
Yep,
And so
yep.
another way to think about the Cathodoxy versus the pagan religions, because that's actually what's happening, right? Sorry, Protestants, I can't help you. Like, I can't help you. When you take the divine feminine out, you reduce the world. And so you can't remove the divine feminine without removing symbolism. You can't remove the divine feminine without removing participation. You can't remove the divine feminine without removing liturgy. They all go together, right? Like they're connected, right? Because the divine feminine is the archetype on that side of the brain that is the
Exactly.
same thing as
Ugh.
poetic information.
It's enchantment. It's all
I
the
don't think-
same. Boom,
Sorry,
boom, boom.
so I'm gonna push back on you. I don't think that there's an archetype for feminine, because archetype is a masculine thing.
There
No,
isn't an
archetype is
archetype.
Mary.
but
The
archetype-
archetype of the divine feminine is Mary. For
Maybe.
sure.
I don't
know.
agree with
Maybe.
the archetype
Yes.
either. I agree with you
Here-
within 100%. I just want you to know.
No,
I think that's all
here's
nonsense,
no,
this
here's
archetype
another
stuff.
proof. Here's another proof, right?
You're right,
Because
Ethan.
what happens is if you have an unbalanced or less than average interaction with your mother, and you have no divine mother to point to, like you do a divine father, then what happens is you either turn gay. On either side, it doesn't matter, right? Because if you're a lesbian, you're trying to recapture your mother to some extent, right? If you're a male, you're trying to mother yourself. That's why you're a gay male.
Okay,
Right?
I don't want to. Okay, the thing is you're definitely not wrong with what you're saying, but like it's an upper and lower type of thing, and a mother is an upper thing. So in a sense, like a mother is playing from the perspective of a child, is taking on masculine traits.
But I don't.
Here, let me.
I don't think that's wrong. I'm saying think about it in terms of fractal reality. Okay, you have a fractal father, and in Cathodoxy you have a fractal high mother, right? There's just one of each, and you can put that in Platonic forms if you want. It doesn't matter. This is what I mean by stacking, right? It definitely stacks because it goes right across all the philosophical and scientific stuff. Like it just works. It fits everywhere. Right? So you've got a form of mother and a form of father that's in Cathodoxy. It's explicit.
Right,
It's
but both of those are forms
But-
are masculine. Forms are
No,
masculine.
they're not. They're
I
not.
think they are.
When
I think that they
no,
are.
they're not. One's hidden and one's explicit because that's the way it's supposed to be. Right? That's why the veil's important. When you remove one of those, right? When you remove the mother, say you go Protestant or something completely bonkers in the world, right? And the anchor to the family is gone. Like, let's suppose the family breaks. This is why it doesn't happen. Like, the US is fine for a very long time. Why? Because the Puritans hold everything together. That's literally true. It's true even politically, right? And then the very pious Southern Baptists still hold everything together. Why? Because the sanctity of the family is intact. When the sanctity of the family is intact, and you don't have the archetypical thing to fall back on, because very much you have a broken father home, but you've got a strong father figure because you're religious, basically. You're going to church. Even if, as long as your mother's okay, it doesn't matter if you're Protestant. You're still going to be all right. Like, it's not going to be great. Like, I get that, but you're still
I
going to
think
be all
you're
right.
right. No, I
But
agree
if
with you there.
Right. If you're Protestant and you break the family and the mother's the one that's broken, you're completely screwed. Completely. You're all done. You're finished. It's over for you.
Yeah.
It's
No,
over for you. You have nothing to fall back on.
I would actually like to talk to you about that more because I've seen that in my own family. Like
I bet
there's
you
there's
have.
definitely a mystery there. This isn't unique to me. Everybody has this fond. Everybody says, "Oh, grandma held us all together."
Yep.
It was grandma. It was grandma. We always remember going to grandma's house.
She held it together. The matriarch always holds the family together, always. And when the matriarch dies, more often than not, the family never meets again.
Yeah. No, I think you're right on that.
Yep. And that might be okay if you have an archetypal or a forms based or a higher ideal, however you want to frame it, of a woman to fall back on, right? Even veiled doesn't matter. Well, veiled's actually important, has to be veiled, but like the fact that it's veiled doesn't lessen it, right? And the Orthodox are
Right.
crazy. They don't veil anything. They just say Theotokos a bunch of times, say wisdom twice, and that takes them an hour. And it's very annoying because you're standing up for most of it. But,
right now we're in the middle of we just started our Dormition fast, so we have 2 weeks. We have 2 weeks that are dedicated. I don't even get it. Like, it's like, so we have 2 weeks building up to the Dormition of Mary. That's when she died. And I was sitting in church this evening. I was like, we're fasting for 2 weeks, and our priest literally called this the Pascha in summer, for when she dies. The summer Pascha, for when she dies. It's like, this is like a huge deal. We're celebrating the day that she died.
I've
Because
never.
it's also
I
the day that
didn't
she
know
was
about
taken to
that.
heaven. Yeah, it's a very big thing. We have services. Our priest told us, it says it's Greek tradition to have a paraklesis, which I don't. It's a Greek word. I don't know what it means. It has something to do with the Theotokos. It's a service completely dedicated to her, that you're just praying to her for 45 minutes. And the tradition is to do that every night for 2 weeks. The first 2 weeks of August, he says, we're going to do it 3 nights a week. But say Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we go in there and we say prayers and salutations to the Theotokos.
Well, thank you for holding the world together. I want to read some comments. Sally, you'll have to use words under Catholic. What do you mean? If you're going to reach the Protestant, I don't want to reach the Protestants. They're screwed. Sally, the divine feminine sounds like satanicism. Of course it does.
I'm with Sally. I'm with Sally on this.
Screwed, Sally.
Me too.
You're never going to reach the Protestants
Me
with this
too.
idea. That is true. You're never gonna. The Protestants are
Divine
all
feminine
done.
sounds new agey to me. It just makes me feel nauseous.
It's bad. Yeah, well, it is bad. We do not
Listen to
need the
Sally.
glorification of specifically feminine. Just barely grasped. It's not male. I don't know what to tell you. You got to glorify it.
Yeah, the females almost disappeared from our world in case no one's noticed.
What the female is obscure, right? Well, because it got squished when you flatten the world. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah, but women all look like men now, and it frightens me.
Well, they have to. There's no divine woman to look at. There's no
I know.
ideal woman. If there's no ideal woman, then everyone's going to skew towards masculinity.
But it's scary. Does nobody notice? Like, I can't tell if what one is.
They don't.
I
That's
have
why
to
they
look at their
justify it.
chest to see if there's breasts there. I'm serious, continually.
That won't tell you anything.
Well, yeah, it does help a fair bit, but I'm just saying, like even the shapeliness, the beauty of the female form. You can't even tell anymore. You're not allowed. You're allowed to sexualize the breasts and the hips, etc., but you're not allowed for it to be beautiful and to be sacred in that sense.
Well, there's no beauty in the material world, because there's no place for beauty in the material flat world.
There is no place for beauty without the Madonna. There is no place for beauty.
That's right. That's right. And you have to be. It has to be pointed to you somehow. Hopefully, participatory, not in words. Why the Madonna is beautiful, and that like that can be as simple as somebody going up to her and praying in front of her on their knees in reverence or something with a candle. Like, that's fine, right? Because in mimicry is real. See my talks with Justin Wells on Gerard. Mimicry is real, and you'll mimic that, and eventually, like, it'll just come to you. Like, you don't need to be told. You don't need to read it.
Yeah,
there's no class you can take.
It's attention. Like, what you give, you are what you eat, right? Like, that's so true. Like, you are what you give your attention to. This is so far beyond propositions and knowledge and intellect and
exactly
all of that stuff. We're
exactly
we're microcosms of creation.
Right. Well, you have to start from creation, and they're not starting there. Sally, the beauty of the female form is an embarrassment for how it shows the nature of reality.
What?
I hope not. That's
she
pretty
say?
insane. She's Protestant. This is the problem with the Baptists. Sandro, as a Catholic, excellent, sir, I can say that praying to Mary was very deep to me. Yes. The image of Mary holding Christ and stepping on the serpent is burned deep into my subconscious. Having a bad mom, Mary pointed me. Exactly. Thank you. See, there's the proof. What is this nonsense, Elizabeth? What are you showing us? Hold on, I'll make it clear. Show us again.
Oh, there goes Ethan, and I wanted to show him. It's the Madonna.
He can see it. It's still here.
It's the Madonna. Oh, no, we've lost
your
it
phone.
again.
Your phone went off. We could see it a little bit. Show it again. Turn your phone
Yeah,
back
it's
on.
okay. Just be patient with me because I don't have a left and a right. Here's my face.
We're patient. We're patient.
Now, why is it shining? Okay, there's the Madonna in my
Oh,
island
very
church.
beautiful.
She's so
Nice.
beautiful.
Yeah.
And then they put plants everywhere. These people, they put flowers and plants, and they're so the women bring them in, and they're so soft and gentle and beautiful when they decorate the church.
Right.
Sorry,
Let's go back
folks,
over
but
here.
that's the feminine. It's so beautiful. And if you look at that beautiful Madonna with her crown, she's the queen. And she is. It's like Ethan's wife.
Mm,
Same.
thank you, but
Sally, I mean, that
You
is
knew what
the
I mean.
mindset that leads women not looking feminine. I don't think you can propositionalize what's going on, Sally. I don't think so. It's more about mimicry. It's not about mindset. The mindset comes as a result of the mimicry, not the other way around. You don't act based on propositions. You act and then propositionalize them. And that's why you can't get people out of it with propositions, right? You get people out of it by breaking their propositional structure and forcing them to participate.
Yeah.
That's why we knew we were successful on the Vervaeke server when people left. That's how we knew. They'd be engaging and coming up against the wall, and then they do a couple of practices, and then the next thing you know, they come back every once in a while and say they're off, getting married, or they're off at church, or they're off whatever. And that's how we knew that we were being successful. Sanjura, yes, mimicry, exactly. Right. And if you don't see those things in the world because maybe the church is receded and isn't out there showing you things, then it's a problem because that's how things spread. And if the church is busy adopting things like apologetics, which is about the worst idea anybody ever had, by the way.
what is apologetics, anyways? What can somebody explain that to me?
Yeah, it's a propositional way of trying to philosophically argue your way into religion, argue or justify religion through propositions. And it's like, no, I've got a better idea. Just go do the damn good work. And when people ask you, say, I did it because I'm a freaking Catholic or I'm an Orthodox.
Now hold on.
Problem solved.
Is this not what Pajot's doing when he talks to these guys?
No. He thinks, like I said, Alex O'Connor rolled over the altar call. He literally talked over him when he said, I'm going to do an altar call for you. He didn't try to find out anything about it. He didn't take him up on the offer. He didn't do anything. He just pretended like he didn't even say it. Like here's Pajot extending his hand. I'm going to do something on YouTube I've never done before for you. And O'Connor doesn't even react to it. And Pajot misreads the moment. Like, fair enough. Like, whatever. Like, I mean, he did a great job. Like, I'm not mad at the job he did. I want to defend my friend. I consider it my friend. Right? I want to defend my friend and punch Alex out because he's a rude, arrogant piece of garbage. But like, whatever. I can't. Right? But like, I felt bad because, Pajot made an offer, a very kind offer. Actually, I thought way too kind. And because he thought the moment was right, and it had no effect. And that was very sad. It was very sad. I mean, I feel bad for Alex at that point. I'd still punch him out. Like, I feel bad for him. I go, all plans go away when you get punched in the face, man. Like, I'm sorry. Like, me punching him in the face would probably wake him up. I've done it before. It works. Like, I don't even know what to tell you. Like, I've done this many times with many people. They've come back to me years later and said, thank you for backhanding me. It's really what I needed.
Right.
I was mad at the time. I mean, they say I was mad at the time. I was pissed at you for years. But then I learned that what you did was really important. And I was like, oh,
Yeah.
I'm glad it worked.
Well,
Thank you very
sometimes,
much.
well, sometimes Jesus kicks you out of the church, and that's just what you needed.
Or whips you, or
Yeah.
flips over the tables, or calls you a dog, or says you shouldn't have been born, or whatever. Right.
Yeah.
Like, and the Protestants always skip over that part.
They do skip over it. Like, you know, another thing that I notice is if you look at, I don't know how I'm pretty sure the Catholic imagery is a lot more three-dimensional. It seems like, or the modern Catholic imagery, but
Yeah.
Elizabeth, you can attest to this. How often do you see Jesus smiling in the imagery?
Good point.
Like never.
Never. I can't recall. Let's see what Sally says. Whatever direction revealing the truth is upsetting to people who deny it exists. Well, or they can't afford to have it exist. Benjamin Franklin asking Sally Joe a question. Who cares? Sally, I'm not sure stating statues and such is not good. Oh, I see. I'm showing perspective. They are not all mine. I see they exist. Yeah, the Baptist. There are tons of Mary statues I have not seen as to be expected. Yeah. There's arrows through the body. Yeah. Sanjuro, Buddy Christ. Yeah, hippie Christ. Somebody else brought that up. I forget what he called him. It wasn't hippie, but it was the same thing. And I was like, oh, that's a good line. I can't remember it now. But when you have that vision of only positive feedback, that's B.F. Skinner. And B.F. Skinner was wrong about that. And B.F. Skinner proved himself to be wrong about that. And he, as a bad scientist, would never accept the results of his own experiment. So much so that his son tried the same experiment, had the same bad result. It was a negative result, really negative. It wasn't like a neutral. Sometimes you get neutral results that don't prove or disprove your hypothesis. This just disproved this hypothesis instantaneously, right? You give people positive only feedback and you get bad behavior reliably. You get very bad behavior, actually, reliably. And that is, if you understood evolution even a tiny bit with your tiny brain, you would know exactly why that was, and you would know that would have to be true. Otherwise, evolution can't be true, which is just puzzling to me that everybody claims evolution and doesn't understand the importance of negative signal and doesn't understand that positive signal is actually a negative evolutionary development. I don't even I don't understand this at all. It makes literally no sense to me. Let's see what Sally says. You don't paint or sculpt saints with emotions or expressions because that messes the relationship to them, maybe. Smiling saints at the funeral would be wrong. I don't know about that. Crying Mary at the baptism, awkward. I don't know. We need a Catholic expert to tell us this.
Yeah, but there's a lot of emotion on the Maria Dolorosa, right? The sorrowful mother. There's often those statues in the Catholic churches, and she's full of expression and emotions, which is another lovely thing too, right? We're also shut down emotionally.
Right.
That's the other part of the feminine.
We're not
And the right
engaging with the
hemisphere.
emotions.
The right hemisphere is all emotions except for anger, which is left, right? There you go.
But exactly. And when you keep yourself locked in the propositional, you're out of the emotional sphere, even if you have them, because propositions can't express emotions worth a damn, basically. But,
yeah, because they're all body. They're all bodily.
They're all embodied. Right.
Yeah.
Right. And that's the problem, right? How did you know it was true love, Elizabeth? You could see it on my face. Right. It wasn't anything I said. Blue-eyed blonde. Whatever.
It's so true.
Right.
It's all over your face. You got to look at it earlier, Ethan. This is a man in love.
He'll
this
go
is
back.
Dante as we know him. There he is.
Oh, please don't put me there. But look, I gotta wrap it up because I'm super tired. My brain is.
I know this has been great. This has been. Really
it has
fun.
been, and I gotta I got a book club to do in the morning. Join me for that. The Language Creation Book Club is a lot of fun. A lot of people find it better than previous iterations by other groups, we'll say. So yeah, Ethan, what do you got for closing arguments for us?
I don't know. I would say propositions are in the head. There's nothing wrong with the head, but they're, like you guys were saying, they're not embodied. They reside in the head. They're not in the body. And that's
I
fine.
like that.
Propositions are fine, but they don't encompass the entirety of the world of creation.
And they can't. Right. No, well said. Well said. I love that you're
wait.
back, Ethan.
You could just say propositions are descriptions of reality. Let's just say that. They're not
Right.
reality itself. They're just they're descriptions or representations of reality.
Exactly.
Trick of language part
Representation
one.
is exactly
Right. Description versus explanation versus prescription versus prediction. See that video on navigating patterns. It's great. Elizabeth, what you got for closing statements? before we
Oh, it
shut
was
this
so
down?
wonderful as usual, and so good to see you, Ethan. Really good to see you.
Yeah.
And these, I just think these are wonderful. And I thought your monologue was spot on again, Mark. It's so important that people understand that within the corrupt structures lie many friends and helpers, and it can't be forgotten that no matter how evil somebody might look or the institution might look, there might be angels there of which we are unaware. So I thought that I think this probably was my favorite monologue of yours, because I think
Oh.
it's the most critically important, because everybody is constantly bad mouthing everything in our world, which is clearly falling apart. But nonetheless, there are some good people still left in the Roman government, and Boethius was there as well. So there we have it. There we have
I
it.
like it. I
Wow,
like it.
I didn't catch the monologue. I'm gonna go listen to it on Monday
It was
when I get to work.
wonderful. It was
should.
absolutely wonderful, as
should.
usual. Mark, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for
Thank you,
showing
Mark.
up. I want to read some quick comments. Sandra, this is amazing. Thank you, sir. I liked it. Sally Joe, be well out there. Benjamin Franklin, great stream. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your participation and your patience. Sandra, yeah, monologue reminding me of the Screw Tape Letters. Okay. I haven't read the Screw Tape Letters. I've heard pieces of them. Look, everybody, I think I'm going to do revivification next week. That might change, because it might. But I think because we touched on revivification and it does fit next, that's probably going to be the topic next week. I got my team on it. Look, the team always contributes to the monologues in some fashion. In this case, completely directly, for sure. There's a bunch of stuff that Manuel added. There was some stuff that Adam added. There was obviously some stuff that RJ and Sally Joe added. And thanks to RJ for, like, he's the inspiration for the whole thing. And it sort of helped me see, like, oh no, I can do this now. Like, I can talk about all this. I have all the reference material. I can just point back to the other videos. So that's really important. And I really appreciate everyone's participation and patience. I know I'm a difficult taskmaster for people, but also I think it's important, and it's worked for me for decades. I'm going to keep doing it. So if you don't like it, you're going to see more if you keep watching. And if you don't keep watching, that's fine. I mean, I think it's your loss, not mine, but whatever. I think you're welcome to lose out on the fun and on the advantage of engagement, even if it's harsh to you. Negative signal is more important than positive signal, as we went over earlier. B.F. Skinner's an idiot, and he knew it, but he was too arrogant to relent. Much like our friends Peter Boghossian and Alex O'Connor. And I will be doing comment videos on both those videos. I don't know how soon. It's going to take me a little while to get up and running, and I got to fix this problem with the camera now that I didn't have before, and stuff like that. But I'll get it worked out. I just got to spend more time on it. Thank you, everybody. Have a wonderful week. Enjoy yourselves. Think about what I've been talking about. Comment on the video if you come up with thoughts later, or you're watching this recorded. Let me know you want to see more. Let me know about revivification. And everyone have a really great week. And just remember sort of one quick thing that everybody should remember, which is right up the purposes of these streams. The world needs you to be better. And that's really what we're all about here. So
Nice.
on